Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Do evento que mudará para sempre a história da saúde na América Latina. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome. This is our second day in Colmeia Inova Summit. Yesterday was a great day and we have great expectations, and don't forget to like and share with our hashtag KIS21. And we have the FIS platform initiative in our Facebook, so you have to answer the quiz in your cell phone. And we are live in our channel with a backstage of all of the fantastic highlights and our social media and trust with a platform where health is connected. You're registered. So just participate, personalize your profile, connect, and share. Share with your friends to have impact in this large health ecosystem. And we will tell you everything about a scoop. So let's participate, let's share, let's like, because this is all about integration. So let's start with our first panel. Innovation ecosystem have stimulated interaction amongst different companies and universities, being partners or not, joining to promote an environment that will foster innovation with great examples like technological parks, Silicon Valley, Recife with the initiative of digital corporates. And today, to start our first panel, we have Jose Enrique Salvador, Director of Mater Dei Health Network Operations, that will talk about the topic of our topic. We also have Fernando Matos. He is Innovation Secretary in the city of Porto Alegre. We have Sharon Chan, Head, Johnson & Johnson Innovation. Lena Roven, Senior Digital Health and Life Sciences Analyst and Startup in Nation Central. Hello, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone that's participating. Our fantastic lineup of speakers have already been introduced. We will have the chance to listen to our great speakers that will talk about their expertise and perspectives on such a relevant topic as innovation. And it is really a very timely topic in all ecosystems across the world. Ecosystems are essential for innovation, and these ecosystems, if they are well guided and organized, they foster local environments, and in our case, the health sector, to renovate itself and introduce an environment that fosters active technology development that will be positive for everyone in society. So I will give the floor to Fernando Matos that will talk about the Brazilian experience. But before that, I would like to thank Rodrigo for the invitation. Thank you for inviting Mater Dei Network to be the moderator this morning in this such interesting panel on the importance of innovation ecosystems. So we will even tell you that our participants will present their ideas, their expertise in 10-15 minutes. And it is important to take this opportunity to ask your questions. Please ask your questions and participate in our chat. So it'll be an honor. I'll be the moderator. And what a privilege to listen to this fantastic lineup of speakers. Fernando, you can take the floor. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, especially Jose Enrique and Rodrigo. I would like to thank and congratulate our two other speakers that are here this morning with us, sharing their expertise and knowledge in innovation ecosystems. And this is a very great chance and opportunity we have to learn and share best practices in health techs and healthcare, an area I admire, especially for everything that has flourished and developed during the pandemic, and everything we are witnessing with the development of the vaccine and treatment for COVID-19 patients. So first, let me briefly tell you what an innovation office is. Our department is a secretariat in the city that articulates and thinks about the future, considering new digital transformation technologies, new challenges in a very dynamic society, with the need to strengthen innovation ecosystems that already exist in the city. Let me give you some examples of what we have done. There is a project called Digital Citizen that will be launched September the 1st. 20% of newborns in the city of Porto Alegre will be born as digital citizens with all documents in a site where their family can include information with all digital certificates, and it'll be the first digital generation in the city. The second is the COVID georeferencing system that we're trying to use GIS technology to assess concentrations of vulnerable or contaminated people locations 15 days before contaminations. So it is a pilot project that is running for 60 days, and if it works, it'll be an example for other cities. So we're also organizing a hub, a health hub with 3 examples that are the main income generators in the city of Porto Alegre. Our city has a very well-developed health sector, and there are great examples of companies that are very successful in the health sector. We have, as is said in this summit, that we are running in the 2nd position of the best institutional health institutions in the country. So innovation and ecosystems, what a great topic. How are these 2 things connected? Well, if we translate this in very simple terms, innovation is to add value generated by the implementation of a new idea. There's nothing as old as the word innovate. Innovation can be an innovation for you, not for everybody, but for you. You implement something that's an innovation and you add value. You add value by the task of implementing a new idea. So human needs are born with our kind. Humankind started eating meat, started eating roots, cooked meat, developed muscles, developed more a sizable brain, and developed solutions for our daily life problems. And that is how our species stood out. And all of these steps forward are technologies. Everything that solves a problem is a technology. So there is an American paleontologist, and she was asked, when humankind started, these beings that developed, when did they become human beings? And she said that from her perspective, the civilization benchmark that transformed us into humans is the calcification of the femur bone of a skeleton found thousands of years ago. So why is this a landmark? Why is this the paradigm of the birth of humankind? Because if at that time, if somebody broke the femur, he or she would die. This human being would die if there was nobody that could take care of this person, bring back food to this person, take care of this person. So the birth of our species is an act of love, of sympathy for the other. And healthcare is the area that introduced and incorporated all of these social technologies and transformed what was an empirical act, an innovation, into a scientific act based in knowledge using state-of-the-art technologies. So we solve problems, taking care of the other, how to communicate with others, speech. The moment in which we created the future, when we started coordinating ourselves in large groups to face other problems. These technologies are social technologies, highly sophisticated social technologies. In spite they were never digital, there were no devices, but they are humankind nature's technologies. So innovation is an old companion of humankind, and there are social innovations. And in spite of the fact that we think that technological innovations are the only innovations, we have to think about what we are and where we're heading towards. We need to solve our society's problems. So what is the difference between the Stone Age and today? Well, the difference is that we are still innovating, but innovations are so fast. The translation between the concept to technology and implementation is so fast. So there has been a revolution in the speed of implementation of innovations. There has been an acceleration of a curve that is growing at an extraordinary speed. So if you consider, for instance, the first technologies, steam engines. This was invented by an engineer, by a guy, a very creative guy, a mathematician in the school of Alexandria. In the first century, he created a small object, a round object. He put water in it. It boiled. He put two holes, and that ball spinned around an axis. And this engine that was created in century 1, it was developed 1,600 years later. And it was used in 1772 as an engine of transformation. So the process of having a concept, developing the concept, and transforming the concept in value is a very complex process. And what about radio waves? In 1881, the first radio that transmitted a sign and took place in 1920, 32 years later. So the thing is that today, innovations are compressed in time, and scientific development and the implementation of the use of scientific knowledge is so quick. And this creates great social transformation. So innovation is old. An ecosystem is old. We've lived in ecosystems from the beginning of mankind. So what's the difference between ecosystems? Ecosystems differ because these ecosystems we have now are ecosystems in the knowledge society. And knowledge society has a characteristic of accumulating knowledge and developing solutions oriented or focused in new problems at larger scales. And this way of developing solutions and in the healthcare with the miracle in Knowledge Society, where we developed 10 vaccines in 1 year. And many are used, of course. This is a miracle in this Knowledge Society because there has been a global mobilization focused on one objective. And which is the critical factor that makes this happen? The critical factor that makes this happen is the articulation of 4 agents, determinant agents in the knowledge ecosystem. First, government, companies, universities, and society. These 4 major wings of an helix with 4 blades, 5 blades, because we have to introduce maybe sustainability. So these axes are the turning engine in society that make social transformations into impacts. And the new phenomenon that arises in this knowledge society environment is called digital technology. When we talk about digital technology, we talk about everything that is developed with the first calculators, with the first computers, with the first data processing machines, which reached such a level of sophistication and such a storage, transmission, and processing capacity that it's almost crazy. And with the arrival of with quantum and 5G computing and a number of other technologies associated to digital technologies, we will witness a whole new transformation in society with high impact in the quality of life and the way we live. So the question is, what are we going to do with this and how are we going to do it? Okay, and why digital technology is so important and why do I separate it from the rest? When you digitalize knowledge, you dematerialize knowledge. You transform a book in a bit. It's not ink and paper, it's a bit. And you can storage very cheaply. You can move it fast. So you dematerialize content and you demonetize content. And if you demonetize content, you drop costs and you democratize access. So the thing with digital technology in this ecosystem in knowledge society is that it is a very, very powerful tool to overcome complex problems. It is a very powerful tool to overcome exponential problems. And we have to build appropriate conditions so that these 4 components of ecosystems become stronger. And government, the state that represents us, has to focus the results of these technologies so that the pervasiveness of this technology can be used everywhere. Large-scale education. I don't need to put a child in a classroom. I can educate fast with information technologies. During the pandemic, we have seen how the protocol issues, simple hygiene issues can speed up knowledge, communication, and cut viral exposure. In this sense, the pandemic, together with knowledge society, was fantastic, a great step forward for the planet because it exposed ruthlessly that on the one hand, there is abundant technology, but there's a lack of social technology to solve problems we have as a society. Let me give you some examples. 7 people die of hunger every minute in the world. 3 people die of thirst per minute in the world. 2 people die every minute due to malaria in the world. And this is greater than the pandemic, unfortunately. And we do have technologies to solve these problems as we are developing technologies to solve the pandemic. So what are the conclusions I can draw to stick to my 10, 15 minutes? Well, my conclusions are the following. First, we have a fantastic opportunity to improve humankind. A fantastic chance, because from the perspective of the pandemic, all of us understood that there are some problems that are not individual problems, are collective problems. If you are contaminated by a quick reproducing virus, if nothing is done, we'll all fall victims. Second, all of us discovered that there is a terrible social and economic inclusion disparity, inequality everywhere, but especially here in Brazil. So we need digital technologists, management technologists, social technologists, especially, to try to transform knowledge society ecosystems, foster large enough transformations so that social inequalities become a gap that puts survival of all of us at risk. Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity of having me today. And I'm certain that this summit is a fantastic example of what communication technology and information technology can do in the dissemination of knowledge and sharing of wealth amongst everyone in society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fernando. I believe you presented to us a very precise image of our society since the beginning of the innovation processes, but also the democratization of innovation through the ecosystem. I'm sure we will have very interesting questions that are already beginning to arrive. But to continue our session and now giving a focus to the international perspective, I would like to call Lena Rogovin. I hope I have pronounced your name correctly. She is the Senior Digital Health and Life Science Analyst in Startups at the National Central. It's a privilege to participate and moderate a session with you in it. So you have 10 to 12 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure and honor. Thank you for the invitation. A couple of words about Startup Nation Central. Startup Nation Central is an independent NGO, Israeli-based NGO, with just one goal, but a big goal, to connect Israeli innovation to global companies, governments, other non-profit organizations. And what we do is basically two major things. One part of our activity is data and knowledge, and we do it via our platform, online platform called Startup Nation Finder. That's, if you will, a crunch base for Israeli innovation, and has all the information about what's happening in Israeli ecosystem. It's online and free of charge, so that's the basic for all our activity. And the second part is actually bringing the delegations of multinationals, mostly those which do not have any innovation activity in Israel yet, but those who understand that this is a place to be, and connect them to Israeli innovation. So that's Startup Nation Central in a nutshell. So I would love to talk today about Israel as a case study for the importance of innovation ecosystems. I think we have proved this, that this works indeed. I'm digital health analyst, so that's my area of focus, and I'll talk about this example. We have almost 700 digital health startups on the ground in various stages of development. This makes digital health sector the largest innovative sector in Israel. There are more companies in digital health than in fintech or cybersecurity, which are by far the most advanced industries in Israeli innovation. But that's not just a big bunch of startups. That's a connected ecosystem, and it's very diversified. It consists of Israeli healthcare system itself, the government, which is not just a regulator, but a full participant of this industry, providing all kinds of programs and support for innovation, starting from early stage and up to all stages of development. All kinds of multinationals which have presence in Israel for many years. We have more than 300 R&D centers of multinational companies active in digital health. Actually, Johnson & Johnson is a great example of wide presence of multinational on the ground. They have like all kinds of presence, starting from R&D center on the ground, being a partner in one of digital health incubators, investing through its corporate venture fund, and being just a very active player. And on top of of R&D centers, there are open innovation labs. This is something, the model of operations, which became very popular over the past several years. It's much cheaper and much more agile, and offers multinational companies a chance to reach out to the entire innovative ecosystem at relatively low cost, and receive very tailor-made solutions to their challenges. And probably the most important part of this ecosystem is unique Israeli healthcare ecosystem, which consists of 4 HMOs, healthcare maintenance organizations. This is pretty unique structure. There are several countries in the world where this structure exists. So that's HMO is both healthcare provider and healthcare insurance company. And since there are only 4 of those, and they cover the entire Israeli population, we have universal healthcare services law. They have a great exposure to data, and they have realized that data is a very important asset. We're talking about medical data, EMR, electronic medical record. That this is something they need to capitalize on, and it's a win-win situation for both healthcare providers and for external innovation. So our HMOs, as well as large hospitals, started to digitalize their healthcare data already 25 years ago. By now, almost 100% of Israeli medical data is digitalized. The most obvious and recent example how it can help public health is a super successful vaccination campaign together with Pfizer. So Israel managed to get most of its population, like 70% of its grown-up population vaccinated, exactly because of this access to data. So we were the only country in the world which was able to offer in exchange data, like big data and general statistics on everything around the vaccination process. Israel is the country of immigrants. We have people from more than 100 countries living here. So that's an invaluable source of healthcare-related insights. That's the same reason why the most advanced and the strongest Israeli digital health companies are data-based. They have access to data. And since we have a very strong technology expertise, so Israel is a startup nation. It's just not just some general phrase. This is very much so because of very high level of expertise in advanced technologies, including AI and all other advanced technologies which are used in healthcare, in health tech, more and more. So the combination of these advanced tech capabilities, medical data, and willingness of healthcare providers to partner, to cooperate on this innovation. That's exactly what drives the this sector development. So I have 3 minutes to wrap up. So I wanted to summarize exactly the importance and the role of all ecosystem, of all kinds of ecosystem players in this industry. So first takeaway, this is connected ecosystems, various types of players, they work together, they know how to work together, and they want to work together. The second is participation of multinational corporations in innovation. So it's actually a two-way activity. On the one hand, R&D centers of multinationals are a great source of expertise, of very high quality professionals for the ecosystem. On the other hand, multinationals are a source of challenges, of real life challenges large global corporations are facing, and they bring this knowledge to the ecosystem. So Israeli startups know what challenges they have to address. And the last but not least, as I said, healthcare providers, each HMO, each large hospital has some sort of innovation platform to work with external innovation, and there is a great amount of startups coming out these platforms, and there are tens of startups which are not startups anymore, more that are advanced companies which basically work with these HMOs and hospitals on a commercial basis, and they're integral part of their workflows. Like just an example, Shiba Hospital, which is the largest hospital in Israel, they have implemented during the time of Corona crisis solutions of about 30 startups. It's now part of Shiba workflow. So that's I think that's it from me, and thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'm happy to answer the questions at the end of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. Actually, we do have very little time, unfortunately, to hear about all experience, especially in such a powerful ecosystem such as Israel's. And this very important awareness that you focus on and use as a tool through people who go to Israel to be acquainted with how the innovations take place. And Israel is an example of a country that advanced with high technology, with data, and with a coordination between the different actors and players in the health segment. And they, of course, the country came out very strongly and as an example to the rest of the world. Congratulations for your work, and thank you for your presentation. And lastly, but not least, of course, we have the participation of Sharon Chen. She is head of Johnson & Johnson's J Labs innovation area. Johnson & Johnson is one of the major companies in our segment which has developed and contributed the most to innovation and to novelties and breakthroughs in health. So again, Sharon, it will be a pleasure to listen to your comments. I am sure that we will be able to exploit points such as how J&J has given direction to innovation in the different ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you also for the invitation to bring us all together today, my nighttime, your morning time, on a course such as this to discuss innovation ecosystems. And some of the key points that Fernando mentioned and also Lena mentioned, I'm also going to touch on them and join the dots and do my best to try and join the dots. So at Johnson & Johnson Innovation, we are all about creating a global network to accelerate innovation with the aim to help some of the world's biggest healthcare challenges. Innovation is occurring all around the world, but how do we harness it to bring potential solutions to patients? And how do we work with entrepreneurs and academics and help enable them to take their products and technologies from concept to commercialization? So Johnson & Johnson Innovation was indeed founded to provide a solution of this through 4 key pillars. Our Johnson & Johnson Innovation J Labs incubation facilities, which I'm the head of in Shanghai, provides early stage innovators with state-of-the-art infrastructure and access to expertise with experts across the Johnson & Johnson family of companies in scientific R&D and commercialization. Our innovation centers, which help to accelerate innovation through creating collaborations with innovators around the world. JJDC, which is our strategic venture arm and long-term investment partners, helps entrepreneurs. And finally, our Janssen business development teams, they support a long and valuable relationship through licensing, mergers and acquisitions, and alliance management. And our presence spans the globe, with presence in major life science hotspots, including 14 J Labs and 4 innovation centers. And in Asia Pacific, we have J Labs at Shanghai and the Asia Pacific Innovation Center. And we collaborate as one team to identify opportunities and partner and collaborate on early stage research and startup opportunities across pharmaceuticals, medical devices, consumer health, vision care, and new business models. So at Johnson & Johnson Innovation, our aim is really to advance innovative products and solutions to improve human health by partnering and collaborating with and enabling innovators, right, to advance their technologies through access to a range of incubation and commercialization resources. And our scale as part of the world's largest and most diversified healthcare company and comprehensive scope across so many areas of healthcare and life sciences is unique and a strong differentiator in our being able to address the healthcare challenges and give actually multiple perspectives. So when it comes to J Labs, our incubators, what's our unique offering? Actually, J Labs started off as an experiment, a completely new approach to external innovation, not only for our company, but for the healthcare industry as a whole. So we set out to foster innovation and help accelerate the development of breakthrough healthcare potential solutions, giving startups, right, the access to the same resources they would normally get for working for a large company. But it's more than just a combination of shared and private lab and office space, lab equipment, value-added support, operational support, education and business services. We provide access to an ecosystem that can help transform ideas from concept to reality. So our goal is to allow our startups, our resident companies, to focus on making the right connections and provide a capital efficient and flexible platform that allows them to focus on what they do best, to focus on the science. And our intent, and will always be, is to allow innovators to do what they do best, whilst working with us with the aim to improve the lives of patients and people. And since actually opening in June 2019, J Labs at Shanghai, we've now supported a total of 55 startups innovating across pharma, medical devices, consumer, and digital health. And in terms of some of the highlights and successes coming out from JLabs, we were founded, JLabs, in 2012 with our first facility in San Diego. And now globally, we've helped over 725 startups to succeed across the whole spectrum of healthcare. These 725 startups have raised over 46 billion US dollars. We've had 37 IPOs and we've had 25 acquisitions. So as head of JLabs in Asia Pacific, I'm very focused on nurturing the innovation ecosystem in some of the world's fastest growing and innovative countries, to include China, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, Australia, and India, among others. And with China and India sharing status as fellow BRIC countries, I hope that our experience at JLabs at Shanghai will resonate with many of you. And just alone in the 1.5 years that JLabs at Shanghai has been open, our 55 residence companies in JLabs at Shanghai, we've raised over 2.1 billion US dollars in financing and in strategic partnerships or collaborations. And this even includes 1 IPO, 2 acquisitions, and over 50 deals. The deals are really important, and 1 in 5 JLabs companies, 20%, they've actually secured deals with a company from the Johnson & Johnson family of companies. And we're also very proud to champion diversity across our portfolio of companies. In the total JLabs portfolio, 30% are led by women, and 60% are first-time entrepreneurs, another 40% serial entrepreneurs. And where we do measure ethnic minorities, 30% are also in management leading positions. So it's from our engagement on site with residents to this global reach. We feel we have successfully supported innovation region and across the world to really bring life-changing health and wellness potential solutions. So in brief, what is our role in collaboration, which has been mentioned by, I think, everyone today so far in driving innovation. At Johnson & Johnson Innovation, we believe that a great idea can come from anywhere. And when we see entrepreneurs, academics, and innovators, they create breakthrough potential solutions every day. There's an ability, even an eagerness to take risk, to push barriers, and to find transformational potential solutions. But we know that bringing new healthcare innovations to the market isn't easy, in particular in the life sciences. Startups often need financial resources, facilities, expertise in regulatory policy and commercialization, as well as the global networks needed to help bring their science and technology to patients around the world. And so startups and big pharma alike are also challenged to adapt to the global economic climate and regulatory requirements to address unmet needs. And at Johnson, we know that no single company has a monopoly on innovation, and no single company can do it alone. And just like my fellow panelists today, we all need partners. Industry needs innovation, small nimble teams, and cost savings. Entrepreneurs need infrastructure, capital, and expertise in science and commercialization. And currently, the COVID-19 pandemic has only just reinforced these interdependencies. And so to me, in summary, collaboration is vital to create an open innovation ecosystem where there is a robust exchange of ideas and resources to drive innovation by supporting innovators' successes in creating these potential breakthrough healthcare solutions. Thanks. Now looking forward to answering a few questions.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you for sharing your experience, Johnson & Johnson's experience with us, and the success of JLabs is translated in the figures that you mentioned, Sharon. Businesses accomplished, companies that have established and that could break the barrier, the startup barrier, and become established and successful companies in the market, as you mentioned. And as you have been the last one to take the floor, let's take advantage of this opportunity and ask you a question directly, Sharon. A question that I believe will help us when we talk about innovation ecosystems. Everything we're talking about here with entrepreneurs, with those that are starting in the startup environment, when they have an idea, when they're really trying to innovate. One of the main barriers entrepreneurs and innovators encounter when this person faces a startup is the field of practice, is to have the possibility to put your idea into practice, test your idea, and in fact, prove that your idea, that your company, that your startup could eventually bring value to a specific organization. But apparently you have a model in J Labs partnering with Johnson & Johnson that really works very well, Sharon. So what is the tip? What is the best practice that you could share with us in terms of this relationship amongst the field of practice and these startups so that they can put their activities in practice?
Thank you. That's a great question. And I did allude to it a little bit in my opening remarks, which is, when you're a startup, I can give you the example. In life sciences, the road to commercialization is very different. So in technology, for example, you can get a couple of guys, give them $100,000 and boom, the next day you've got Uber, WeChat, Facebook, TikTok, you've got all these apps, right? But in life sciences, it's very different because you need to get together a group of experts in science and business. You got to do experiments, you got to do research, you got to do clinical trials, you got to get regulatory approval. And if you can get through all of that, because only 5% in this industry does get successful, you're going to need somebody to pay for it. So the journey to commercialization is very different. And as a startup, it's those barriers, the infrastructure, lab equipment, fluorescent microscopes, BSL-2 labs, flow cytometers, HPLCs, 3D printers. That's all very, very expensive, as well as the knowledge to run and operate these labs. So fundraising is also a barrier, as well as expertise. So when we talk about J&J and working with startups, for startups needing infrastructure, the expertise, and the capital, we provide that through J Labs. From a Johnson & Johnson perspective, or any large company, again, we want to have innovation. We want small, nimble teams, and we all want cost savings. So again, it's the emphasis of industry and startups. They need one another. In terms of kind of guiding on probability of success, infrastructure, providing the operational support, providing the mentorship. But at J Labs, and you did say about how, in terms of the highlights and the numbers, we do actually have a selection process and criteria for those wanting to join J Labs. And when we look at the incoming applications to join our incubators, it is a global process and it occurs all year round because a great idea can come from anywhere, anyone, and at any time. So, there are criteria that we look at when we look at what to bring in. We definitely look at if the company is doing transformational science. Are they developing, discovering, or delivering innovation that has the potential to add years and quality of life to people in need? So we're always looking for faster and better results from unique and different approaches. Secondly, right, we also look for companies that address a significant unmet need, particularly for the most pressing healthcare needs facing patients and around the world. So the question we often ask ourselves when we incubate companies is how much benefit could the technology bring to patients? Thirdly, how strong is the management team? As we know that having the right team is really critical to any startup's success. So we're always looking for rockstar teams. And finally, how much strategic alignment is there between the startup, the resident company, and the Johnson & Johnson family of companies? Because again, mentorship, having the same end goals, the same purpose is also really the key to success. So ultimately, when you work together, we provide innovators access to networks, resources, expertise, to hopefully take their great idea of today and, as you say, turn that into the breakthrough solution of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's why you're so successful with this successful ecosystem. And Jose Pilar, a question for you. I would like to ask Lena the following question, Lena. One of the main challenges that we see now during this pandemic, that we're living through in this pandemic, is training of people, training of personnel. We have had to change gears while in function. I mean, it's a great challenge in our sector. We had to change so many different things and we had to reinvent ourselves. In terms of education, what are you doing? I mean, what's the role of innovation ecosystems and innovation in training of people for the development of people? How can we help these organizations have best skilled people and to promote education and training through these ecosystems or supporting organizations in their needs? How have you done this in your case, Lena?
Yeah, this is a great question. As everywhere else in the world, everything became remote, and undoubtedly it was a difficult time for everyone. On a positive side, there is a number, and there is a growing number of startups addressing this particular challenge, providing remote training using advanced technologies like virtual reality, augmented reality, and all kind of simulation to train medical professionals. And I think that this was one of the areas in the sector, alongside with telehealth and telemedicine, which actually advanced like very, very significantly because of this problem. So that's as every crisis that became like both a crisis and an opportunity for remote learning. And of course, it was like from our standpoint as an organization, we're an organization working with startups, with the ecosystem, with clients, and the core of our activity is actually bringing delegations to Israel, bringing startups, organizing all kinds of educational events like workshops and meetups and innovation challenges. And the normal times, we do it almost like every on a daily basis. We have very nice offices in Tel Aviv, and we have a special place called the Hub, which normally hosts like 100 people, and it's a well-known place in the ecosystem, and people come there. But it was like all of our events and all our community activity was cancelled for year and a half, and we managed doing all this remotely. Like if we used to bring about 70 plus delegations every year physically, in the last year, 2020, we did it over Zoom or Microsoft Teams, and it all worked. But of course, it's more of temporary solutions. Solutions we are going back to these days. It's more hybrid, in-person / online activity. So that's probably what's going to stay.
Great. This is what we have seen here too. Fantastic. And I believe that ecosystems can really help in terms of virtual reality, inclusion of technologies to bring everyone closer without really being together in a closed environment. Bring practice and theory closer. This has also been created in national ecosystems, trying to implement and develop these practices. So it's great to listen to your experience. Fernando, a question for you, Fernando. Rafael da Silva Muniz, first, he starts talking about the fact that innovation is a question of survival. And he says, how can we develop an ecosystem and innovation in a developing country like Brazil? And this has to do with something that you mentioned in your presentation. How can innovation make all possibilities more democratic? How can innovation and ecosystems bring more opportunity to a country that has so many challenges as we do here in Brazil? Great, yes, it's a great question. And the comment is the following. Innovation has always been about survival. Those that did not innovate, well, they stayed behind. So for us, it is a very quick process to leave behind or out those that do not innovate. So I would like to take advantage of Lena's and Sharon's presentations to say that we have a very successful experience in the creation of an ecosystem where large companies as Marco Polo and Randon, 2 and 3 others, from Caxias to Sur, which is a mobility and metal mechanics hub in the south of Brazil, got together and created an ecosystem, attracted startups, and did the following. They defined which were the main challenges of the 4 companies. What problem did they want to overcome? And what they did was invited these startups to be part of the companies after a training process, and they challenged the companies to allocate funds to solve concrete problems. As Johnson & Johnson, your example is iconic because when a company includes partners to develop innovation focused on its business strategy, what you're doing is you're putting together 2 very essential components, which is knowledge and the appetite of hunger for risk that new companies have, with a need that large companies have to be faster, more innovative, more efficient, think about open innovation, and put resources available. And when you talk about resources, we not only talk about financial resources, as Sharon mentioned, but networking resources, relationship resources, access resources, access to equipment, to knowledge, as you mentioned, Jose Enrique, and basically to have a specific problem that has to be solved. So there is a maturing process for innovation ecosystems when companies that are well established and have very structured architecture leave this process aside and invite younger partners, agile startups that have hunger for risk, tolerance for mistakes, and need mature partners. So these examples are very successful examples across the world, as is the case of Israel, as is the case of Johnson & Johnson. And I wanted to make a comment. Apart from the large companies, apart from startups, there is a phenomenon, which is the environment in which they are involved, the legal and institutional framework. That's why Israel is a startup nation, isn't it? I mean, it's the nation of startups because there is a welcoming environment. And in the specific case of Israel, and I believe that Johnson & Johnson probably shares the vision, the challenge is that there are large problems that have global impact. How will I act globally? Israel is a small country in terms of area and smaller as far as inhabitants are concerned, but has a global focus. So Israel's challenges are global challenges. You're thinking about markets in which there are great scalability possibilities. So both Johnson & Johnson's and Israel and Startup Nation, they're looking for environments where the institutional and legal framework strengthens the possibility and the braveness to look for unconventional solutions, as the examples that we have when we partner amongst young innovators, companies, and a welcoming environment. Yes, Fernando, I do agree, and I guess that we're running out of time. We have to break now at 11:10. But I'm really very, very happy with the debate that we had this morning with this panel when we focused on the essential topics in innovation and success ecosystems. We talked about government, we talked about society, we talked about universities, we talked about companies themselves. Fernando talked about the city. We talked about ecosystems and very successful examples in different countries. Israel's ecosystem that today can join several multinational corporations in that ecosystem that will nourish themselves to overcome their own problems in an environment which is the most welcoming environment. And due to its characteristics can overcome issues. And then we had a practical case of a ecosystem created by a private company that today, in a very coordinated manner, can deliver for the different startups a welcoming environment to test their ideas, to do businesses, partnering, and create, leave theoretical ideas and implement practice as was shown to foster active innovation. So I'm really very happy. I think there are fantastic tips and insights to work in these innovation ecosystems, and all participants, I guess companies as well as organizations that are interested in innovation ecosystems can enjoy this wealth of material. So thank you really very much for your participation this morning. Thank you for the organizations. Congratulations, Josier, Rodrigo. Your institution plays an essential role in our sector. And when we talk about innovation and health, we talk about the future of the health sector in our country. Thank you very much. Have a great week.
Thank you.
Que absurdo. Essa aqui faz sentido. Como as pessoas têm coragem de compartilhar isso? Olha essa aqui então. Quem já teve Covid não precisa se vacinar. Tá errado. Bem que podia ser verdade. Assim a gente ia economizar muitas doses aqui no Brasil. Mas não. Mesmo quem já teve Covid precisa sim se vacinar. Isso porque existe sim casos de reinfecção confirmados, inclusive no Brasil. Então, quem teve a doença precisa continuar se protegendo, usando máscara, higienizando as mãos e mantendo o distanciamento. As pessoas pensam isso porque comparam com outras doenças. O sarampo, por exemplo. A imunidade do sarampo induzida seja pela vacina ou pela doença dura por muito tempo, praticamente toda a vida. Mas com o coronavírus não é isso que acontece. Quem garante que quem já teve infecção vai ter uma boa qualidade de imunidade e memória imunológica? Eu respondo, ninguém garante, tanto que existem casos de reinfecção. O que a gente sabe são os riscos da doença. E isso, gente, não vale a pena. Por isso, mesmo quem já teve Covid precisa se vacinar sim. A vacinação é um dos instrumentos de maior impacto positivo em saúde pública no mundo. Aumenta a expectativa e a qualidade de vida. Alguns especialistas defendem, inclusive, que quem já teve a doença, ao se vacinar, tem uma melhor resposta imunológica. Por isso, tendo ou não sido infectado, quando chegar a sua vez, vacine-se. Eu vou me vacinar.
Nova pra ficar tomando remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity, a surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right. Once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science. In everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease. The best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
Assim como você, buscamos sempre os melhores resultados. Com atendimento altamente personalizado e extensa oferta de produtos e serviços. O BTG Pactual é o maior banco de investimentos da América Latina, com 37 anos de excelência e solidez. Esperamos proporcionar a vocês uma experiência diferenciada, uma assessoria única e uma plataforma tecnológica de ponta. Com o BTG Pactual Advisors, você tem na palma da sua mão uma moderna plataforma de investimentos e acesso a conteúdos exclusivos pela premiada equipe de research. Além de acompanhamento de seus investimentos em tempo real, com a segurança que a sua carteira exige. Nós sabemos da importância de uma assessoria personalizada, mesmo em um mundo tão digital. Por isso, seu assessor estará ainda mais próximo para fazer a gestão global de seu patrimônio. O melhor do BTG Pactual, aqui e agora para você. Seu patrimônio nas mãos de quem mais entende.
Promover saúde é transformar a vida das pessoas todos os dias. É o que as operadoras associadas à FE na Saúde vêm fazendo, levando saúde de qualidade a 26 milhões de beneficiários de planos e seguros privados de saúde. Sabemos que estamos no caminho certo, quando 80% dos beneficiários se dizem satisfeitos e somos o terceiro principal item de desejo dos brasileiros. Hoje, 47 milhões de brasileiros têm planos de assistência médica e 24 milhões têm planos odontológicos. A saúde suplementar desonera o SUS, ajuda a economia do país a crescer e a gerar empregos. Por isso, é preciso investir constantemente no aprimoramento do setor. Queremos estar na agenda de reformas do Brasil. É hora de aperfeiçoar a legislação, promover acesso à saúde para mais brasileiros e permitir que mais pessoas tenham a opção dos planos privados num ambiente sustentável. Uma nova saúde suplementar é bom para todos.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência. Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
A Pronep Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Life Care já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2 mil pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joy Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica, investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos. Em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços. E no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Protector, Environmental Infection Control. Based on international best practices, so we can assure a clean and safe hospital environment, the Protector Advantage is about people, process, and technology. Through education and management, it achieves expertly trained and motivated frontline cleaning staff committed to their vital role in eradicating hospital-acquired infections. Standard processes detail who is responsible for cleaning which items and areas and what products and techniques to use. Protector incorporates the latest, most effective, clinically proven cleaning and decontamination innovations from across the planet. And from assessment to auditing to analysis, it works with you to drive additional value from under-pressure financial resources, ensuring patients are kept free from harm so they can go home when they should. Protector, Environmental Infection Control from Sodexo. Your advantage in the fight against hospital-acquired infections.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento como o FIS são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito, sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza de conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa. O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor de saúde. As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento como o FIS são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor de saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito, sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir.
Apart from the fact that KISS 21 was created as the largest innovation event in Latin America, Trust is the largest connection hub in our continent. We have more than 10,000 connected participants chatting and exchanging experience. An interview by El País, Maria Neira, head of environment and public health at the World Health Organization, said that the last epidemic started due to deforestation. And to talk with her about innovation in the environment and impact in health, we have Andrea Bassi, Sergio Besserman, and David Silverstein, DC Partner founder, as our moderator. Hello, good morning. Still in the morning here in Brazil. And it's an honor to be this morning with you. I'm sorry for the delay. First of all, I would like to thank the invitation by FIS initiative to participate in this Colmeia Inova Summit, KISS 21, such a relevant, maybe the most relevant seminar in health-related topics in a moment in which our society looks at health from a different standpoint than was the case in the past. We used to think about health in an individual perspective, something that happens when you're sick. But today we realize that health is a global, planetary situation that has an impact on each and every one of us in a collective way as never before in this generation. The pandemic has made all of us change our idea of what disease is, changing this new global situation with the pandemic. The topic of our panel is scarcity and innovation in the environment and its impact on health. We have the participation of our guest speakers, 3 guest speakers that are here with us this morning, and high-profile speakers, as all speakers have been in this summit. And I will start with alphabetical order. Mr. Andrea Bassi, founder and CEO. I'll just summarize the resumes quickly of our speakers. So Andrea Bassi is founder and CEO at Knowledge SRL. He has a long track record working with international organizations and governments, focusing on issues that are focused on green economy strategies, and summarizing he has a system dynamics PhD and a lot of experience in issues related to economic sustainability. And with Andrea Bassi, we have Dr. Maria Neira. She is a Spanish medical doctor. She is an international public official since 2005. She is the Public Health and Environment Director and Social and Health Determinants at the World Health Organization. She has a lot of experience, a fantastic track record with very well known internationally, and she will give us a very interesting approach to this topic. And last but not least, of course, we have Sergio Besserman, a very well-known personality, not only in Brazil, but elsewhere. But here in Brazil, when we talk about environment and economics, the name Sergio Basserman always comes up as one of the first names in the list. He is the strategic coordinator of Climate Reality Project Brazil. Mr. Basserman is an economist, a faculty. He used to work at the National Development Bank. He was the president of the demographic organization. And when environment was not such a hot topic, he was a specialist in the topic, and he's a very dear friend too. So the topic today, this morning, is the fact that if we were not in a pandemic as we are right now, we would have a totally different approach, maybe more technical, more conceptual on progress, development, and issues related to the concept of innovation. Because the pandemic, and I'm talking about this because I published a chapter in a book that was published recently called Post-Pandemic. The pandemic actually did not create the quantum leap in changes, rather accelerated the process that was underway already. And this meeting itself is an innovation. And if it were not the pandemic, we would be face-to-face meeting somewhere. But much more than that, all the processes that started as far as technology, innovation, and technology underwent large transformations that were triggered in a more quicker manner with the pandemic. So, of course, environmental issues and its relationship with health, of course, exploded as a topic, and now remotely working in home office, everybody, inevitably, everywhere, globally in the planet, in any region of the world, regardless of social class, gender, race, the common thing now is that there is a democratic tragedy going on, a global catastrophe that we're living. And there is a consensus, a general consensus in the fact that much of what happened here is closely related or is a consequence or was an impact of environmental issues. So before I give the floor to our speakers, I would like to talk about one topic, these new paradigms. And when I talked about the acceleration in innovation, how do these innovations actually make us rethink in terms of what we can call, quote unquote, fix and prevent, especially in issues related to how do we deal with our situation with the environment and health impacts related to the topic so-called 3D that had already begun but became accelerated with the decarbonization of economies, with the decentralization, and especially in the case of health innovations, digitalization. So with vaccines, this is an unprecedented connection between research groups, exchange of information, and technological development associated to this very strong connection, which is the possibility digitalization gave us. And this is the impact and the beginning of everything. And to conclude, a question that inevitably will be mentioned has to do with the silent pandemic and its impact in health. We're talking about environmental issues, which is a pandemic with global warming. There is no vaccine. There is no shot that you can take in the arm to eliminate or decrease the consequences. Which is the vaccine that we can take to make, especially as far as global warming is concerned? and talking about COVID-19's pandemic, in my opinion, and I guess in the opinion and the consensus, is that the silent and relentless slow pandemic. Well, thank you very much, our speakers. And due to a simple organization and alphabetical order issue, I will give the floor to Dr. Andrea Bassi, who will talk for 10 minutes. Mr. Bassi, please. You have the floor, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you also for the very nice introduction. I think you struck the right chords in a way in this case. I mean, we have realized now more than ever that health is at the center of development, at the center of the planning we have to do for supporting socio-economic and environmental progress, meaning that the health sector is clearly being impacted by what has happened outside of its domain, concerning the environment, concerning economic growth and the consequences of economic growth. At the same time, the health sector is affecting development. It does affect economic activity via labor productivity, for instance, and a variety of other dynamics. So I think we have realized more and more so now that health is really at the center of the system. And by system, I mean the more integrated social, economic, and environmental dynamics that we are dealing with on a daily basis. So I think this is a first point to discuss. The main innovation we are dealing with is first the realization that health is really at the center of the systems we are dealing with. Now, at the same time, I believe what technologies has brought about and the innovation that, for instance, the COVID pandemic has brought about is the need to combine, and this is a second point I want to mention that I think is very important, top-down planning with bottom-up planning, meaning that top-down planning requires that we look at the co-benefits of health, meaning that planning for addressing the pandemic has been based on the amount of people that are impacted, the type of economic activities that have to be shut down, which ones are the essential activities that we maintained, and which ones are the ones instead that can be stopped for a certain period of time. That is more related to top-down planning. But at the same time, the development of the vaccine, understanding the causes, understanding the effects is pretty much a bottom-up activity. Also the rollout of the vaccines, dealing with what facilities to use. Are they permanent facilities, temporary facilities? This is all bottom-up. And so the second point here is that within this system, we have to learn more and more going into the future to link the top-down policy approach with the bottom-up planning approach. And this is even more important when we look at climate change, when we look at climate resilience of facilities to provide health services. And so it's something that we have to do more and more. Now, as a third point connected to this, the solution that has emerged, as far as I can see in my research and my work at the policy level, is nature-based infrastructure. And that is because it offers a dual service. It supports both improving the climate resilience of health facilities. It supports reducing the burden of disease, for instance, by avoiding the spread and the emergence of the pandemic or COVID-related viruses. But at the same time, it makes so that we, as humans, we are less vulnerable to the changes we are creating. So on the one hand, nature-based solutions allow us to reduce the burden on the health sector. But then at the same time, they allow us to deliver better because we are more climate resilient. And at the same time, they allow us to avoid emerging costs that climate change will bring, such as, for instance, destruction related to infrastructure, roads, the power distribution network, and so on and so forth. So we see here in nature-based solutions that synergy that brings together the need to plan top-down and bottom-up within that systemic view and systemic approach. Then the nature-based solutions are also important for another key factor. If we think of climate change, we have now the means and technology and infrastructure to provide climate information systems and early warning services, meaning that we're able to measure with more precision the contribution that these type of investments in nature-based solutions can provide to us. And so finally, we can uncover what is the value that they generate so that we can build it into decision-making. Now, this leads me to my last point, the fourth one. That is how to make this happen, how to make sure that what we have learned from the pandemic doesn't go away in a couple of months, but we actually profit from these lessons learned and create a more sustainable and resilient future. Well, in this context, I think we need to expand the work we have been doing on valuing ecosystem services, valuing those dynamics, environmental in this specific case, that necessarily have a social and economic impact as well. And this can be done within the health sector as sort of a sector that could lead the way, pave the road for many others, in the context of building in health considerations in all projects as well as in all policies, meaning that it would be very useful, in my view, to implement, operationalize a systemic approach to see what would be the health consequences of every public investment. Is every investment going to create a burden for health, or is it going to create a synergy for health? At the same time, we could do that for policies. Are we expecting that a given policy, let's say a recovery plan, if it's not a green recovery plan, may lead to more air pollution and therefore increasing the burden on health? So if we know that this may happen, if we forecast it, anticipate it, and plan accordingly, then we can reduce the cost. We can spend our money more effectively. We can deliver a better value to society rather than delivering better value for just the economy. So I think that, again, I started by saying that health is at the center. If you're able to make properly health at the center of decision making in a way that it supports policy development and project development, like we have done with emissions, like we have done with gender, like we have done with many other dimensions, then we'll be able to have a more balanced, more resilient, more coherent plan for the future, where we can capitalize from the lessons learned, and we don't have to wait for the next pandemic or the next emergency to have a wake-up call and have a clear message for how to proceed or how to move forward. So these are my initial considerations, these 4 main points that I want to bring to the table for further discussions on considerations. I will repeat them briefly and then I close. We need to take a systemic approach because health is at the center of development, affected by what happens on the outside, but also affecting all other dynamics. 2, we need to plan taking a bottom-up and a top-down approach, but linking them together. We cannot, from now on, consider them to be 2 different disciplines or processes. 3, nature-based solutions are emerging as an option that creates a strong synergy that will maximize value for money. And we can make use of new technology there for climate information services, early warning systems, to fully capitalize on that value that is created. And 4th, to make this happen, we need to make health in all projects, health in all policies, so that we avoid side effects. We avoid having these surprises, being taken by surprise, and having to deal with the negative outcomes of neglecting such an important dimension of development. I'll stop here and thank you very much again for inviting me and for giving me an opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Very interesting, especially how you organize the actions. Very clear and at the same time very broad explanation and very much focused on the principle that we had defined initially. And now I give the floor to Dr. Maria Neira, please. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon from Geneva, and thanks very much for the invitation. I hope you are hearing me well. Yes?
Yes, we are, ma'am.
Thank you. I had some technical problems, so I'm afraid I was a little bit concerned about that. Well, thanks a lot for this opportunity and this very interesting discussion. I know that the title of this discussion is about innovation. And sometimes the innovation comes from the most basic principles of public health. And I'm afraid this is one of those cases. We are now confronted to this pandemic of a new and emerging infectious agent. We have been confronted to virus for many, many years, for millions of years probably, since we exist. And we need to start to understand how our relationship with the virus and an emerging infectious diseases should be. And we need to learn about how to be the firefighters. Means now that we are in the middle of the pandemic, for sure we need to fight the virus that is affecting us. We need to be the good ones, stopping transmission, developing technology for having the new vaccines, making sure that we take the decisions at the government level, policy making level that will stop this transition and go back to a situation where we don't have a virus causing all of this mortality and morbidity. However, while we do that on fighting the virus at the moment in the pandemics, we need to understand as well what are the reasons that are taking us to this situation. And this is where we need to understand what do we need to do from now on it to make sure that we will reduce our vulnerability. I don't want to say to stop completely or to eliminate our vulnerability. That's not possible. The zero risk is almost impossible. But we need to make sure that we take those decisions and we put in place those barriers that will help us to reduce such a vulnerability to a new emerging infectious agent or what the next crisis will be, which is climate change. And how to do that is an innovative solution, which is very much a common sense one, and is about making the right choices on something that I think we have enough science behind and experience behind. This is where we need to start to look at how has been our relationship with biodiversity, with the ecosystems, and why as a society, as humans, what took us to the fact that we think that in order to grow as a society, we need to destroy whatever is around us. We need to destroy the ecosystems. We need to pollute the water we drink, the air we breathe, or the food we are eating. What's happened in our society that somehow we thought that it was good, that in order to generate some non-sustainable economy, we needed to destroy what it could be the source of our health in the future. And the source of our health are the ecosystems, is nature. I mean, this is the place where we are having all the resources we need to be healthy and to be less vulnerable. So that's why in this case, the innovation, the best vaccine will be our intelligence as a society to really go back and put in place some basic prescriptions. Once we have the diagnosis, once we know that this destruction of the biodiversity, the ecosystems, the terrible deforestation that in some places around the world, around the planet has happening in the last years, and I'm afraid you know very well what I'm talking about, these intensive and aggressive agricultural practices that sometimes we have put in place, these absolutely nonsense practices that were, in order to produce more food, we will use certain pesticides or fertilizers. Then we will produce food for a few months, but then we need to destroy it because we need to handle the waste of the food that we generate, and the land will not be prepared for being again cultivated the next year. So somehow it's like if a farmer producing tomatoes will collect the tomatoes, and once he collects the tomatoes, will destroy completely the land where those tomatoes were growing without thinking that in few months there will need to collect and to put the seeds and collect the tomatoes again. So that's why WHO, we decided that the only way, we think that the only way to get out of this pandemic, to recover after the COVID-19, and to make sure that at least we will not go for the same systemic failures that we have been detecting until now, we have produced what we call a manifesto for a healthy and green recovery. And this manifesto has 6 prescriptions. One, we have the diagnosis, we have the prescriptions for the disease we are facing at the moment. The first prescription, the number 1, is stop this nonsense battle with nature. I mean, we need to, again, understand that if we fight with ecosystems, we are the losers, for sure. We might have few years of where we think that all the resources available are they are ours, and that there will be forever there. But in fact, at the end of the day, the planet is the one that is going to win. I mean, no doubt that a little natural disaster will destroy all of us and will clean up all of this mess that we are doing. So recovering this relationship with nature, with our ecosystems, with our biodiversity, being more strategic on the way we do this deforestation, understanding how the health of the planet is linked to the health of the people is fundamental. Of course, understanding the triangle between the environmental health, human health, and zoonotic diseases. I mean, the zoonotic animal health. Those 3 are so much connected that if we think that we are in the center of the planet, we are totally wrong. The second prescription will be about correcting the mistake, one of the structural failures that we have at the moment, systemic failures, which is about more than half of the people in the planet not having access to safe water, sanitation, and basic services in the middle of this pandemic, where the most basic public health recommendation that we are giving to people is wash your hands. Well, for half of the planet, for half of the inhabitants of this planet, washing their hands is something almost impossible. Look at what is happening in India now. A so advanced country, technologically speaking, they still lack access to safe water, to wash their hands, soap, sanitation, and a minimum of hygienic conditions to avoid the overcrowding and the transmission of the virus. So we need to correct that, and that will be an investment logical for protecting our health, but at the same time for an economic recovery and more sustainable one. Prescription number 3 will be about the sources of energy we are using. We need to stop using polluting sources of energy. This is affecting the planet, but more importantly, it's affecting our lungs, our health in general. We are using fossil fuels, and those fossil fuels are polluting the air we breathe, causing more than 7 million premature deaths every year, linked to this bad choice as a society, as a development group, on polluting fuel sources of energy instead of renewable, more modern, more sustainable. And we are killing our trees, our forests, thinking that this can be a way of generating more economy, without realizing that this is destroying everything around, including our health. The prescription number 4 will be about more sustainable food systems. At the moment, we are still using a very non-strategic production of food, which take us to the fact that at the end of the production, 1/3 of the food produced has to be on waste, and we need to even manage that waste and destroying it, contributing again to the pollution. So if we have a more strategic approach to a food system and it's more sustainable, we can handle that and reduce that terrible malnutrition that we have at the moment, and we could have healthy diets for all. Number 5 will be about our cities. Again, our cities are totally with a very dense population, where the cars and the circulation of vehicles is contributing to a terrible situation with injuries, road incidents, and of course, air pollution, again, that citizens in the cities are breathing polluted air all the time. And we need to change that. We need to have a healthier urban planning, where our cities will be more livable, not a place where your health will be permanently at risk and exposed to all type of risk, but the cars and the vehicles will be the center of the universe, and they will be very protected, and the city will be done around the cars and not around our health and around our citizens. And the last prescription is, again, a common sense one that can help on the economic and health recovery, which is stop using taxpayers' money to subsidize coal or subsidize fossil fuels. That money is very badly spent because we have 400 billions going every year to subsidies without realizing that the externalities caused by the use of the combustion of those fossil fuels are contributing to climate change, and of course are contributing to air pollution, contributing to the 7 million, and contributing to the $5 trillion that we spend as a society paying the health cost generated by the exposure to the combustion of those fossil fuels. So that's why I say, for me, the best innovation at the critical and exceptional time we are living is to use our intelligence as a society, be a little bit more strategic, and go to the basic, to the principles, and to what took us until here, and corrected it. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much, Mrs. Neira, for your fantastic presentation. And it's really difficult to make a summary of the great topics, but there is a renowned economist here in Brazil, very well known, called Hermínio Fraga. Yesterday, he gave a speech and he said that the most important vaccine would be a vaccine against ignorance. And you, Dr. Neira, you said that the vaccine is the intelligence. So ultimately, there is a conversion of thoughts. We're talking about a vaccine against ignorance. And as you said, Dr. Neira, and another thing that you mentioned, Doctor, common sense. Common sense, which is one of the greatest problems that we face in the public debate with reference to the pandemic. It is the lack of common sense that we see in different areas in society, and that it has nothing to do with the technical aspects, trying to understand what that happens, a denial evidence, as Dr. Bassi and Dr. Neira mentioned, things that are proof, clear proof, and unlike closed science, there's no such need of science, a lack of common sense, a lack of intelligence. And another topic that has to do with cities and externalities in cities. People have the illusion that fuel cost is what you pay at the gas station when you fill up the tank. But actually, what they're paying is much more than that. So this concept is a concept that has to be changed. So thank you for your great contributions. And my dear friend, Sergio Besserman, you can take the floor now. You're muted, Sergio. Topics you presented, and I totally agree. So I will try to make my comments based upon hers. So let me start my presentation now with the beginning of science. A French intellectual decided brilliantly with one single statement, give an answer to topics. What is an answer? An answer is the unhappiness of a question, because questions are much more important than answers. And answers open up many more questions. But well, a question is intriguing. It creates anxiety. It creates thoughtfulness. And a question is the basis, the foundation of knowledge. And it gives you the possibility to react to a question. So Maria presented many timely topics, which is the starting point in knowledge, compared to ignorance, compared to the despise of knowledge and information in a century when we have that name, information and knowledge. So it is a calling to common sense. The question is, why? That in 2021, ignorance, lack of common sense, and a cultural relativism that confuses the fact that all opinions have the same freedom of speech, as Voltaire said. I agree what you say, but I will defend it till death. So this does not mean to say that opinions are equivalent. If one person says it's raining and the other person says it's sunny, you can keep on arguing until you open up the window and check if it's raining or if it's sunny. So, Zeitgeist, I mean, interestingly, Pope Bento XVI, with his abbess in the first part of the decade, said that we have to value reason and consider that cultural relativism is a question. And this is a question. The question is, in the age of information and the age of knowledge, why do we have in social and political processes a clear setback in the value of knowledge? The topic, climate change, and many other aspects in which environmental issues affect health, but climate change has local, territorial effects. So we not only need scientific knowledge, broad knowledge on the truth and reality of climate change, but each city and neighborhoods within cities, each location, each water basin should be able to study, know what's going on to plan itself in terms of impact, local impact. Look at the case of Rio de Janeiro, where I'm based. There are endless issues. We have floods because we have a mountainous landscape. We have leptospirosis and other diseases, vectors. Aedes aegypti transmitted dengue fever from November till March. We are used to having it in that season, but Fiocruz, which is the Oswaldo Cruz Foundation, which is a research institute, researches the transmission of the vector. So we have dengue fever, chikungunya, Zika fever that are now year-long diseases. So the access to new pathogens, which are increasingly contagious as coronavirus 19, is not a consequence of deforestation and the proximity with wild areas, but also due to vectors. It's inevitable that 1 degree in warming, this 1 degree in warming makes that yellow fever vector in the urban forests here in Rio de Janeiro, Tijuca forest, in different urban forests in Rio de Janeiro, thrive. So there are many other vectors that will flourish and thrive and come closer to populations. Other than that, heat itself has large impacts on health. So our data systems, absurdly, without common sense, as Dr. Neira and David says, there are no data that relate violent stroke and heart disease to hot days. We know that there are hot waves in Pakistan and India where the architecture is more ready for the hot weather. Here we have rooftops because in our slums we have the houses that build rooftops because it is another place where you can enjoy the wind and escape the heat. Paris is a modern city, but thousands of people died in a heat wave, in a hot wave. So which is the solution for this? Information for the elderly, drink water, drink water, drink water, and solidarity, which is a decisive component of the pandemic. And you and your family, look for the elderly person that lives alone and drink water, and seek medical attention if you need so. And we were not able to do this. Paris was not able to do this, but with territorial studies and data systems, these studies are essential so that populations, as Andrea mentioned, to demand their climatic rights. There are climatic rights. So slums, as Marais slum, Rio das Pedras slum, Piraqué slums, as the many slums we have here in Rio de Janeiro, the famous favelas, and we have a lot of communities like this, they have to fight and have to position themselves with reference to their environmental rights. So we need to reforest, not only for carbon sequestration purposes, for ecosystemic purposes that have been mentioned already, but also because the Lancet published a study that shows that the simple act of watching a green landscape coming and going to work changes your health. And Darwin would naturally have said, okay, what did you expect? So these renaturalization of cities, of our landscape, with the use of green infrastructure and the possibility to have access to ecosystemic services is essential. I would like to conclude by saying something, because I do not need to repeat what has been said. We have to call the attention to the topic of technologic knowledge or technology, or small political choices. There is a large movement in which we have, on the one hand, to admit the knowledges that the original peoples had, that was transmitted by generations and generations. And we have this knowledge that was transmitted for thousands of years, and how we degraded the well-being of our planet and of billions of human beings. So the understanding that we are part, that is, we do not have our home. We are inhabitants of the planet. This awareness has to permeate all the domains of the economic knowledge, to begin with economics and other topics related to the sciences. But there are such great choices. I only have 30 seconds. I will end radically and quickly. Transformation is in the size of the Enlightenment, of Renaissance. Everything that happened in the 20th century, the First World War, the fall of the Wall of Berlin, everything is small in face of the choices of the coming decades. Amongst them, two that justify the comparison with the Renaissance and the Enlightenment. Homo sapiens, humanity, is tribal. We're tribal. We're very tribal. We're like chimpanzees. We are tribal, yes. The time has come that the story of the Tower of Babel should continue on. We need to be a tribe of all tribes. Climate change, amongst other issues, but this, with the biodiversity crisis, is a global trouble. It is a global challenge and can only be faced globally. Global governance, well above what we have today. A tribe, mankind, concrete, not abstract thing, a tribe of all tribes with infinite diversity and infinite combinations. One tribe, mankind as a tribe, with a tribe of all tribes. If we don't do this, we will not win the climatic crisis. And to conclude, the timeline for our awareness as a species must change. We need to take steps now to avoid consequences 10, 20, 50, 100 years from now. If we were eliminated tomorrow, we would still have greenhouse effects for 500 years. And we are all enthusiastic about this new time we're living, but we're still spending 400 billion US dollars yearly to subsidize and distort the prices of fossil fuels, that is subsidizing global warming. $100 billion for adaptation and mitigation initiatives for poorer countries would be part of the math in changes for climate change, with not even one single dollar spent in this area. So these are the different possibilities we have for mankind, and the fact that we must become a tribe with a global governance in this century, far beyond what we have today, makes this moment in history. History is not monotonic. There are turning points in history and main innovations. The main innovation is to understand that this is an historic transformation, a major historic transformation. Thank you. Thank you, Sergio. Great, as always. And we clearly understand that it seems obvious, but must be explained and repeated. We're guests. We're guests here. And actually, there is a saying by Saint-Exupéry that I always love to quote that says, we shouldn't lose the land of our forefathers and keep it for our sons and daughters. So the pandemic, the agenda for this process, considering what happened during the pandemic, is that there has been a collective feeling that arose due to the pandemic, with integration in the search of a solution unprecedented, not seen for tropical diseases. You mentioned several diseases that are, of course, unknown maybe for countries in the north, and that kill millions of people, and that do not raise awareness of big pharma or governments, because solidarity, and this is not a criticism, it's a fact. It's a fact. Because when danger knocks at your door, you become friends and solidarity to solve an issue. And this is what happened with this issue. And innovation, technology, and knowledge are the pillars of the solution. I have a question. And then we can maybe go back to some topics. A question specifically for Andrea Bazzi. And this is the question. As is the case with sanitation, electrical energy, water in general terms, don't you think that internet access should be a basic global right, Mr. Bassi? In the concept of association of health and access, democratic access. And what do you think about this, Dr. Bassi?
Yes, I think it is a very good question, actually. If you're moving towards using early warning systems for heat waves, for the pandemic, for water shortages, for supporting farmers in better planning their agricultural practices, then I would say yes, we need systems that can quickly deliver information where it is needed in the format that is needed. And at the moment, mobile phones, internet connection, mobile services is what is providing the cheapest and fastest access to information. On the other hand, there are challenges to this. And I would refer back to what was mentioned earlier on intelligence and the tribe of tribes. If providing internet access creates even more individualism. So it creates even more a divide between people and breaks the connections, creating even more silos. Then it creates even more problems. Because I think in the way I work and I approach this, as I said, we need to look at systems. And looking at systems means breaking the silos. It means exactly using our collective intelligence across domains and reaching as one population the solutions that we need to realize. Because otherwise, if we provide information, but then people use it in their own advantage and at the expense of others, then we have more problems than we had originally. What I see in my work when I develop policy plans and strategies or assess investments with governments is that I work with different ministries joining the same discussion around the same table. We discuss with academia, we discuss with civil society, we bring our collective intelligence, understanding, as well as data and knowledge onto the same discussion. But then this is primarily used to break the silos and make sure that we are aware of the outcomes of our actions. But so far what I've seen in the vast majority of cases is that there is no ministry that is willing to give up money for another one because they're expecting to save in the future. It's all a race to get more and more money, and even more so, it's a race to get money by undermining the performance of others so that I can get more. Now, this is an ongoing trend that I've seen in the last 20 years of my work experience, where we are less and less a tribe of tribes. We are more and more individuals, and then we feel lost in this crisis. So if universal internet access can bring us the information that we can use to understand the problems and challenges that others are facing so that we can come as one to solve these problems at government level, but also at citizen level, then I would say yes, absolutely. It would be a very cost-effective way to break these silos and develop in a more sustainable way.
Thank you very much. I would like to make a comment in these last 10 minutes that is appropriate, I would say, for our three guest speakers. And this has to do with the democratization of health access. Because once again, and we talk about the pandemic drawed our attention to the importance of universal access to health and how different countries' regimes acted better or worse in terms of the structure they had. So here in Brazil, even those that found that we had a powerful situation, there is a consensus whereby our Universal Access Health Service, SUS for the acronym in Brazil, compared to other countries that have more centralized systems. And this also includes the sense of the word environmental in a broader sense, with a perception of what this entails when you make everything comprehensive. The perception of the environment with a clear inclusion of the topic of technologies, that is connecting these three issues: healthcare, technology innovation, and how great national systems act and have an impact on the fight against a pandemic, for instance, in terms of the future with reference to health, or in general terms, or whatever might come our way in the future. If anybody wants to take the floor. I think that since we're running out of time, maybe Dr. Maria?
Just very, very quickly, here is again another very innovative and intelligent investment to do: universal health coverage. I think we knew it in public health. We have been proposing all of that for a long time, but the pandemic have really exposed us to our weaknesses as a society. And one of the best way to protect and to reinforce and avoid all of those weaknesses is just to have a universal health coverage. Best investment together with investment on education that you can do to protect your society. Over.
David, if I may, I would like to make a comment. And in line with Dr. Neira, and talking about our national healthcare system, SUS, my parents were medical doctors, and the SUS is part of my life. But money allocated in the health sector in Brazil, maybe 20–25%. Maybe halfway through, we lose, and red tape and unnecessary spending and lack of efficiency, corruption, almost 12, 75%, give or take. Well, there is no paper to prove this, but conversations in the last 20 years with main health managers in Brazil. Digitalization is in our hands to be the way out. And of course, we need more funds, but without needing so many resources that are unavailable to transform our health system more efficient. It's unacceptable that a Brazilian would go to a city hospital or a family service. It's unacceptable that his personal record is not online. How can this be? If he has an accident in São Paulo, in another city, and he goes to a public hospital, what about his record? This is one aspect. And another very practical aspect that has to do with digitalization. It's a long way forward. It is a long way forward. But another topic that Dr. Bassi mentioned, and Dr. Neira too, there are so many good things, but what's going on with the pandemic, what some of the bad things in the pandemic, and having an individual perspective in this sense, and analyzing modern life, I think that many societies have very little cooperation and cohesion to face problems, as there is part of the population, even in developed countries, that are deeply ignorant about the basic science. And this is a problem in the fight against the pandemic. And what about climate change, new pandemics, let alone all of these topics. So there are two things. On the one hand, we need to focus on digitalization, but we still need time to read 300-page long novels. So Confucius is a philosopher that said that we have to take time to analyze facts, and we need to strengthen cooperation. I talked about Darwin. Human species is competitive due to its capacity to cooperate and loses resilience when it cooperates less. And the second question is not only related to digital access, but also access to knowledge, education, value education through, of course, internet. Deep knowledge, deeper than what great populations, even in developed countries, which is the basis of the justifications, fake justifications for individual and antisocial behavior in this pandemic, and maybe, who knows, in the fight against the crisis. But I guess we will make it. Sergio, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Andrea, wrap up in 1 minute. Maria, wrap up in 1 minute before we conclude.
Yes, so briefly from my side, I hope that the current situation has made it clear that health means money, in a way. For better or worse, money moves the economy, moves the world. So I hope that now there is a stronger recognition that we cannot just boost the economy as the economy alone. The economy can only advance in a sustainable way if we take care of society and the environment at the same time. So I hope that this becomes more central in decision-making going forward. As we said, there are many means to make it happen, but I hope this is the one opportunity we have now in the short term to make it happen, especially with the green recovery packages and the planning for the net zero or decarbonization in the medium and longer term.
From my side, very similar. I mean, we are in the moment where massive investments will be promoted in order to recover our economy, and those investments need to be strategic, keeping in mind that the health impact and the sustainable choices that our society is making might have a horrible or good impact on our health. So health impact assessment kind of in all policies needs to be again recovered. The second message will be that the health community, the public health society will have a major responsibility of driving this healthy and green recovery by providing all of this evidence and mobilizing our community in the name of health.
Thank you. Great. Yes, the last take-home message to wrap up this panel being traditional, investment would be enough to redirect subsidies allocated for energy activities that cause diseases first. Stop doing this, we would prevent diseases, we would decrease the need of investment, and these funds could be used to support and fill gaps and unbalances due to the bad use of funds, not due to the lack of funds. So I would like to thank the participation of our guest speakers, Dr. Bassi, Dr. Neira, Sergio Besserman. Thank you very much for the invitation to be the moderator of this panel. It is always a pleasure to participate and learn from such great speakers as we had this morning in this panel. Take care, keep safe, and thank you very much.
Precisamos mudar o modo como cuidamos uns dos outros. Estar mais perto, mais conectados, ouvir mais. Oferecemos a cada paciente os meios para entender e conviver melhor com a doença. Acompanhamos o hospital em todas as suas transformações, com eficiência em todos os níveis. Como um líder mundial em saúde domiciliar e gases medicinais para hospitais, queremos construir um sistema de saúde eficiente e virtuoso para todos.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força: a saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados, unidos pela saúde.
Todo questionador é um inconformado que, na busca de novas formas, continua perguntando: esse é o mundo que eu quero viver? Como cuidar de todos e de cada um? Como melhorar um sistema inteiro de saúde? Ou será que é preciso reinventar esse sistema? Qual tecnologia será preciso criar? Qual o melhor equipamento? Quem é o profissional perfeito? como ser parceiro das empresas, como conversar em mais pessoas. É possível antecipar, prever e reduzir riscos? Como cuidar e ensinar o cuidado? Responder tudo isso é a nossa missão. E essa resposta não se alcança sozinho, e sim em conjunto. Mas quem sabe ouvir perguntas vai sempre continuar procurando todas as respostas. ASCII. A resposta é saúde.
Bradesco Saúde desenvolveu uma série de iniciativas que promovem orientação e cuidado em meio à pandemia de Covid-19. É o Saúde Digital. Com ele, quem tem Bradesco Saúde pode realizar consultas médicas por videochamada sem sair de casa. Veja como funciona. Para dúvidas e sintomas de Covid-19 ou outras questões de saúde, você deverá acessar o app Bradesco Saúde. Se você ainda não tem instalado, faça o download gratuito na App Store ou no Google Play. Para consultas médicas regulares com médicos referenciados, acesse o site bradescosaude.com.br. Confira as especialidades disponíveis para atendimento por videochamada e como agendar sua consulta. Bradesco Saúde, ao seu lado contra o coronavírus.
É pra ficar junto.
Inspira.
É pra saber sua história. É pro seu estilo de vida. É pra olhar nos olhos. É pra cada fase da vida. A DASA é uma rede de saúde integrada que acompanha as pessoas ao longo da vida. DASA é pra toda a vida.
Olá, o IPKR é uma empresa focada na geração de soluções educacionais para capacitação técnica e comportamental de profissionais e acadêmicos da saúde. Baseado nos métodos ativos de ensino, estruturamos o Medflix, uma solução integrada que possibilita que nossos clientes implantem dentro de suas instituições programas permanentes de capacitação em larga escala e em sinergismo com suas demandas e prioridades, de forma a gerar um real impacto institucional.
O que
você espera de um escritório de advocacia? Nós, do Machado Nunes, temos como propósito transformar a advocacia em uma ferramenta multiplicadora de resultados, tratando gente como gente. Os mais de 20 anos a serviço dos clientes renderam aos sócios do escritório a capacidade de entender as relações humanas. Por tudo isso, temos atuação reconhecida e destacada, sendo o principal escritório do setor da saúde, atendendo não só os principais players, como também as mais relevantes entidades representativas do setor.
Super-heróis são seres com poderes mágicos que voam, que enxergam o que ninguém enxerga. Hoje, fica claro que vivemos rodeados de super-heróis, dirigindo, acolhendo, cuidando, que tem feito da proteção do outro sua missão. Eles sempre estiveram aqui, só estavam disfarçados. Homenagem a quem tem feito mais do que seu trabalho para mais gente ficar bem. Mater Dei 40 anos.
Em 2021, o prontuário eletrônico do paciente do SOMV, solução da empresa para o setor hospitalar, ganhou pela 6ª vez consecutiva o reconhecimento de melhor da América Latina, de acordo com o Instituto Norte-Americano CLES. Uma vitória que é nossa, de cada um que trabalha na MV. Quem faz o PEP sabe que por trás da solução tem muito esforço, dedicação e comprometimento. É por isso que esta conquista não é apenas da MV, é do Brasil, é nossa.
Nós nascemos na saúde e nos movemos pela saúde. Impulsionados por essa paixão, nos tornamos uma das maiores empresas de tecnologia para a saúde do Brasil. Nosso caminho é trilhado por 400 colaboradores e mais de 6.000 clientes. Somos tecnologia que evolui todos os dias. Somos Fixion.
Atendimento que olha nos olhos e excelência em saúde. Esse é nosso jeito de cuidar de você e da sua família. Somos o Sobre Medicina Diagnóstica. Para ficar mais perto de você, para te dar mais comodidade, para cuidar dos seus pequenos e daqueles que fazem parte da sua história. Inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas é nosso propósito há mais de 3 décadas. Seja bem-vindo ao Sobre Medicina Diagnóstica.
Nascemos com o desafio de mudar o olhar para a saúde de cada pessoa, transformando informação em conhecimento. Tudo em um mesmo lugar, dados e serviços juntos para permitir pela primeira vez que cada um tenha visão completa sobre sua saúde. Todos reunidos em uma plataforma, unindo forças para criar soluções extraordinárias e oferecer todo o cuidado que cada pessoa merece e precisa. De maneira coordenada e digital, Afinal, acreditamos que usar a tecnologia de forma inteligente e integrada é o primeiro passo para preservar o maior ativo de nossas vidas, a saúde. ID. Toda saúde é única.
THB é uma das maiores consultorias em saúde, benefícios, seguros, resseguros e affinity. Com foco em inovação e proximidade com o cliente, a THB tem uma equipe multidisciplinar, com consultores especialistas na estruturação e administração de programas customizados. Fundada em 1978, faz parte do grupo MODELOS, o maior wholesale broker dos Estados Unidos, e está presente em todo o Brasil. THB, soluções que vão além de seguro.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza de conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né?
New startups of the junior companies, they are going to be Carlos Moreira. So we have Regional Director of Pfizer Latin America, André Machado Jr. Ask CEO, and you know, share KISS21 on Instagram. You can send our profile, use hashtag KISS21. Let's move on to the debate. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It is an honor to be participating in KISS21, this great forum of healthcare. I'd like to introduce our panelists, leading persons in the healthcare industry. We have André Machado and Carlos Moreira. So we're going to have 5 startups in the area of health care that have been innovating this very complex market. So this is very important to have these people. So let's move on. So we're going to have 5 startups. I'm going to call the first one Afro Saúde, social impact health tech focused on technological solutions and healthcare services for the Black market. Welcome. So you have 5 minutes for your pitching, and then we'll have a discussion on what you will present. Good luck. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Arthur Lima. I'm a dentist. Yes. Actually, it's not the Black market, it's the Black population. Afro Saúde was born due to difficulties we faced. Me and my partner, I am a dentist, and I've been questioned by a colleague as to a recommendation of a dentist that would be endodontist that could do that wouldn't be Black. And she told me that a patient of hers had been discriminated in dental treatment. He needed to undergo endodontical treatment. He wanted somebody to be representative that would better meet the person's needs. And from then on, me and my partner, Leonardo, decided to think about racism in healthcare. And part of the Black population has felt discriminated in medical care. And we realized that through social media that the Black communication wanted to be represented in medical, dental, and psychological care. And we realized that there was a long gap or a big gap. The society does not see a Black person as a doctor or dentist. There's no data that show how many doctors and dentists that are Black that actually work in Brazil. So we've decided to create a health tech focused in developing specific technologies for the health of Black population. After all, we're 56% of our population. Our flagship is our connection platform between patients and healthcare providers, and we want to create a card of benefits to cover the Black population that is the largest population that is uncovered regarding access to health. And we want to train the professionals into our network because they don't have access to contents as to how to care for the whole population. Our platform is a healthcare platform that has telemedicine, digital prescription, electronic medical record, online scheduling, and everything that represents patients in this web tool that is our platform. And the patients, in addition to finding the professional that they wish so much, having representation, they can schedule their appointments and they can access tests and have a virtual vaccination card. In the beginning, we needed to understand the construction of this business model would be like, so we have to have the professionals to pay for the subscription to our platform, and patients through their benefit cards, they pay a monthly fee to be able to have discounts in clinic visits and other tests, image tests and other measurement tests. In 2019, we needed to understand whether this idea made sense, so we validated through an online survey. We created a database with over 2,700 answers of patients that were willing to feel represented in healthcare. We created a database in professionals in Brazil. We launched an MVP, a web app, and everyone through our web app can seek a professional and access their contact data. And we actually launched this platform through an educational platform, and practitioners pay a subscription to be here. And we have over 750 practitioners throughout the country, and we have a community of 100 subscribers that consume our contents related to qualification of professionals. Here we have this web app with professionals from psychology, dentistry, nutrition, and various areas, from people from all over the country, all the capital cities, and we are evolving now, and we received some investments, and it's going to become an Android app for patients, and our platform will be, in fact, a complete platform with telemedicine, making appointments, etc. And we also have a community, which is an educational space where we train and provide instruments to the Black population on nutrition, psychology, talking about marketing, entrepreneurship, and finance, so that practitioners can be ready to work in the 21st century. That actually demands a lot of training from professionals. And our market is actually a large market, and we want to cover the Black population that, in their majority, use the public health system. They are unhappy about it because they cannot access all the services, and it is a population that is not covered by the private supplementary or complementary health system. So through our platform, we want to cover over 100 million people that can actually have representative service and are not uncovered when they need a clinic visit or some kind of healthcare support. We have our social impact geared to covering the Black population that is quite vulnerable regarding healthcare, ensuring access to professionals that understand that usual regional coverage, because we have the Black population spread throughout Brazil. Since we work with income and visibility of professionals, we actually want more patients and clients for practitioners linked to our platform. And we have, moving forward since 2019, we took part of some acceleration programs of Vale Dental and Impact. Now we are with Quintus, helping. So I am a dentist, and I am a victim of Afro-Saúde, and actually with Afro-Saúde, I've been actually being awarded or considered one of the most influential persons in the world in our area. This is our team. I am founder, CEO. We have Igor, we have Caio in technology, and Leo, who's in charge of digital marketing. And as I've said, now we're going to, at the end of May, we're going to have a complete platform with telemedicine, making possibility to make appointments and everything that is Afro-centered, geared to meet the demands of healthcare of the Black population here in Brazil. Thank you. Congratulations, congratulations. It was very good. So somehow you're facing this challenge in Brazil, considering the Black population, as you say, so creating this access and enabling people through education. That's very good. André, would you like to make any comments regarding the challenge and this very interesting project he talked about? Sure, congratulations on the initiative for bringing this solution. This is something that we realize that was all organized to be able to happen with a pilot, etc. My first comment that I make, I think it was very intelligent for you to link training within the platform. Teaching, education makes sense, and digital is very strong, and that this tends to be a differential. And I was in doubt. I understood that your platform is not, when it's complete, it will connect the registered professional, so you monetize through them and through the users that are going to acquire the services in both ways. So you have a complete platform, telemedicine and other fronts of the platform. platform, this market has greatly sprayed throughout the years, as last year to now, due to the certain licenses and releases and all the moves that were necessary. So my question is, what do you bring in terms of differential regarding what is already available in the market to our audience? Precisely because it is representative, it is our differentials. So for a Black person who's never seen a Black doctor, I've been a dentist at a public clinic, and when somebody came to see me and he looked at me and said, "I never seen a Black dentist," and the person said, "Well, this is where I feel good, where I can take care of myself." Many people that do not access therapy and would not go to the dentist, for example, they end up going to Afro Health or Afro Saúde because they feel good. Because actually, when we provide that, we want people to feel good. If you sit at a dentist's chair, you have to feel good and trust the dentist to actually treat you. So our differential is in our discourse. So that's why it's very visual on the image. So see the Black doctor wearing an apron, so people just like us that are going to provide the service and they're going to pay for the service. Very nice. Okay, Danielle, that was pretty much what I had in terms of doubt. Wonderful. So, Carlos, what do you see as a challenge? So there is this aspect of training. What is your view regarding that and the challenge? Well, thank you, Danielle. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. Congratulations on your enterprise, the startup. I think you have found a niche, an area of great potential. We all in healthcare understand that there are major differences in the possibilities of access, treatment for patients in the Black population, and this is a very interesting area that may have great social impact. So I think this is very interesting. Perhaps the first question I would have is related to what you think about disseminating this platform, because its success will depend on patients to start using it. How do we reach those patients? So the Black population have limited access to information. How do we bring this barrier down so that they can actually get this interesting access? And perhaps the other question I have, all the solutions with all the services, they seem to be quite interesting. So there, as André mentioned, there are many similar things in the market. How exportable is this patient information? So I have the patient there, but maybe the patient wants to go to another dentist. Can you export that? Because then you have other product, which is patient data, which has great value for pharmaceutical companies respecting the privacy, etc. Sure, that could be quite interesting. And perhaps a third comment, perhaps the possibility for you to be able to assess the benefit for patients is direct to access doctors, the Black population to be seen. In terms of discounts and benefits, this is quite important. This greatly contributes to the growth of the platform and benefits. I think that the companies in healthcare may have great interest to sponsor and to provide special discounts to their products. We are actually try to access those populations. And all of this could be a quite interesting means of communication in healthcare. Congratulations once again for the model. Very good. Thank you. Do I have time to answer? I'm going to answer. With regards to access to our patient audience, we know very well where they are. So it's precisely the audience that is the base of society, the Black population, classes C, D, E. We have strong relationship with the local media starting here in Salvador. So if we feature in a TV channel that is very popular, when we feature that, the people go join our platform. We have about almost 60,000 hits in searching for professionals and professionals serving the platform, and also patients. And our audience, despite having the access barrier, the digital barrier, percentage that is quite small, have access to the internet. Our other great challenge is how to turn healthcare technology into something accessible. A person that has broadband that is not so good, how can they access our service? We're designing that, but we know our audience is, and we know how to have an outreach to them through TV channel that is very popular, Facebook groups that are very popular where people speak. We know how to get there and say, hello, look, there is this platform, so the access increases. And you have been quite wise in realizing the other additional healthcare services. We want to bring down those barriers of access to tests, image tests, lab tests. So we're going to set up partnerships with pharmacies and laboratories so that we enable access of the person, so that there is continuity of care, so that people can go to an appointment and have a request for a test, go to X lab, have a discount, take the test, and go back and creating the culture of self-care. Black population, the population dies the most from hereditary diseases, so diabetes, heart diseases, etc. So we have to actually have this relationship with self-care through the platform, so that we work on the longevity of these individuals to increase life expectancy, and this is our path. Danielle, allow me just briefly 1 minute. This point that you mentioned towards the end of this network, I'm going to talk about this relationship network with pharmacies and with other healthcare professionals, with physiotherapists, nutritionists. All of this to me will be your great differentiator. If you can tie all these ends and get the medical record to be of your user, which was the recommendation of our colleague, that's what's missing in terms of actually putting all these ends together and get your network enabling you to access the market. So congratulations, the platform is being built like this. People will be able to access their tests and leave them in their profile, and a practitioner will be able to access, of course, respecting our data protection law, but everything through the platform, within the platform. Thank you for your remarks. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you. Success. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Paulo Melo, CEO and founder of my startup called Pixels. Please, could you share my screen? Well, next, please. Well, Pixels is a startup that focuses on hard science. These are the four founding partners. We work on a very specific area, and we focus on what is known as the digital port, one of the largest technology parks in Brazil. And we are also partnering with main acceleration programs in Brazil, and we received several awards in these programs. The last acceleration program was at the BNDES Garage, which is a national development bank in Brazil for SMEs. And Pixels was the first startup with investment by Savin Group with a technical cooperation and investment for new tests. Apart from Savin, we're also a startup with resources from FINEP, which is the State of Sao Paulo's Technical Development Program, with the FINEP Startup Investment Program. So they gave us the possibility to partner with stakeholders and very well-known companies in this initiative. Well, Pixels is present in 3 main areas, which look maybe like they are too much, but they're totally interconnected. The first one is our main area of expertise and was the reason why we created our clinical tests. We developed an automized microscope. We use the model in the middle. And how does this technology solution work? You can see that in the front part, there is an opening with 6 samples in the slides. And from this moment on, everything is done remotely. The microscope takes picture of the slides and the algorithm interprets the pattern and catches the image with the identification of the parasites in this stools test. We also have a roadmap in the development of these tests run for, and we also work in parasitology, urine, and hematology with blood tests run. Well, this is an example of the proof of concept at Savin in Brazil in parasitology with our POC in the production cycle. And there are several POCs in different labs in the countries you can see on screen. What about data science? Well, we developed this initiative during the pandemic. Since there was a crunch of the lab tests during the pandemic due to the distancing protocols, this is one of the very promising solutions we implemented with a parameter analyzer, which received a grant from FINEP for another development with AI used to detect lab test, blood test alterations and see whether, for instance, the person has COVID or not. This was developed at large scale together with Savin, and this is the publication at Medicine SA publication with Dr. Lydia, that is the CEO at Savin. She posted an interesting comment on LinkedIn, and we want to develop other possibilities for other disease apart from COVID-19. This is a University of California, UC Davis, a study for the monitoring and screening of different silo detection parameters in areas with vulnerable sites. And well, to conclude, this is the PATH area, which is the most recent innovation in our startup. We're currently running initial tests for the technology. This is a very promising area globally, and we are using certain techniques with color contrast to identify higher probability regions for cancer cells with these stainings, and clinical tests for object detection, that is to identify what we're looking for. So this is what I wanted to share with you this morning, and thank you very much for your attention. Wow, great. Congratulations. This is a great solution. I mean, it's the connection between technology and science, which I believe is a very promising area, other than the fact that it's extremely necessary, as the pandemic has shown, with more complex solutions. Carlos, would you like to maybe make a content and see how this could leverage the use of these technologies in different areas? Thank you, Danielle. Yes, Pablo, fantastic. Out of curiosity, what is your personal training? I mean, where do you come from? I'm curious. I'm interested in knowing about you to understand who's behind this startup. You started with a word that I wanted to understand because it's new for me. The word is hard science. What is hard science? I don't know. What are we talking about? Maybe I don't know this definition. I'm really interested in your comments. I understand that you have 3 segments focusing, and maybe the one is the most developed one, the one that you have made more progress. What is the business model for your startup? Are you pitching for other labs, or do you sell this model? Or how do you, what is your business plan, your growth plan? I would like to understand your model further. And the final comment, the final question, Pablo, which is the value of what you do? What is the value behind what you have at Pixels? Which is your value proposition at Pixels? Thank you. Thank you very much for such generous questions, giving me the opportunity to elaborate on this. And first, I apologize for my dog. My dog is barking, and he always barks during my presentations. Okay, well, about my personal background. Interestingly enough, I'm a business administrator. I'm not a technology man, let alone health. But for more than 15 years, I've worked in the pharma industry. I worked for Roche and New Pharma. So that is why I have some idea of the health market. With reference to the word hard science, Carlos, what we think is that these are the startups that develop complex businesses that involve risks, validations, and research work. Basically what Pfizer does. That is, we can't just launch an app and make it available for anyone. We can go with this solution into a lab, no matter how big or small it is. We need validation. So you understand how complex it is to create a startup with such little resources. So we're very proud of what we have accomplished and developed. Model. No, we do not sell microscopes, for instance, because if we were out there to sell microscopes, the National Regulatory Agency requested us to create an industry. So imagine how complex it is for a startup that has no funds to create a hardware industry. To be a hardware manufacturer in Brazil is totally insane. So, and the last question is our business model. Our business model is through subscriptions. Subscriptions to use the platform. This is the model that we have. I don't know, Carlos, if I answered all your questions. Yes, very clearly. Thank you very much. Great, André. We are closing your participation, and let's listen to André. So your monetization is focused exclusively on labs. Have you ever thought about the possibility of maybe having other areas like prognosis or incorporating this with primary care patient records to see what's going on with a specific patient? I don't know if you ever thought about the possibility of diversifying or if your monetization will focus exclusively on lab tests. Andre, one of my partners told you about our strategy, didn't he? I mean, because what you're saying is exactly what our future development is. We are now starting with the largest private hospital here in the city of Pernambuco to see whether we can partner exactly on what you're saying. I mean, develop a partnership with our tests with Sabin and with a Portuguese hospital here at Pernambuco, have a partnership as far as prevention is concerned. Because maybe since we are not well known and people do not know where we're coming from here with Pixels, sometimes people think that we don't have a focus, but we are really working in interconnected areas. Congratulations, 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 and thank you. Thank you very, very much. Well, our next startup is Ponto Care. Hello, good afternoon. Hello. So there you go. You can start your pitch. Ponto Care. Yes, thank you very much. Well, good morning. We are 210 million inhabitants in Brazil, and there are 90,000 drugstores according to the Federal Pharmacy Agency. And 94% of our inhabitants use drugs for primary care and health. 80% out of these depend on the public health system. And in Brazil, in spite of the fact that drugstores are considered health establishment due to legislation, only 2.5% of drugstores provide these services and regulate health services within their facilities. If we compare this with other institutions, it's as if we had a map in Brazil and there were health centers in pharmacies only in the center of the city of São Paulo. So as a consequence of the situation, and as part of our culture in Brazil, with high demand of primary healthcare services, my name is Guilherme Torres. I'm a pharmacist and I'm CEO of Ponto Care. Ponto Care is a startup that implements a primary healthcare service within pharmacies and drugstores. We implemented this primary care service in drugstores, and we don't want to transform drugstores in hospitals, but we want to transform them in an agile and friendly facility. We have worked in this initiative for 6 years now in pharmacies and drugstores. Our business model is to provide low-cost health services with the purpose to identify a health problem and refer this patient to other health professionals. And we use different guidelines for respiratory, metabolic, mental, and immunization health services at low cost for our franchisees. Other than that, one of our key components is the technology. We have hardware technology with state-of-the-art pieces of equipment for the identification of health care issues. We have immunization facilities for newborns and elderly patients. We have vaccine chambers. We have software, which is developed in-house. So we have the pharmaceutical app, we have the terminal app, we have the pharma app with other technologies used to identify health problems with our app. These are the models that we use. We use a franchise business model, and these are the services that we set up in the drugstores. And we have 30 franchisees, and we have an app that gives us data of how primary care services are provided by these professionals. And which are the results? Well, we value the pharmacist at the drugstore through the compensation for the services he provides in healthcare as other healthcare professionals. And for the drugstore, it is also an interesting model because it not only includes another business model, which is to provide health services, which is a very unserved service, as I said at the beginning of my presentation. And apart from providing this service in an indirect manner, if a drugstore or pharmacy provides this service, it increases indirect turnover of the pharmacy or drugstore. Well, we have a franchise business model. We charge for the setup with 100% of the money allocated with a return of the investment. And we charge royalty fees, and as of 3,000 reais turnover of the facility with a 6-month return on the investment. We believe in a new concept in health, and our name is Ponto Care. Thank you. Great, Geddes, congratulations. I believe that our point of contact here in the pandemic will be the drugstore. Congratulations. Congratulations on this start of an initiative. Guilherme, I'll start this time. Okay, so what about the legal framework? Maybe it should change, but you can have an exclusive access point for pharmaceutical issues, and can you provide other services in a drugstore? So within a drugstore, that is, if I can have a family doctor with his team, can I do this or not? What is the legal framework? No, we cannot. The legal framework does not allow other health professions to work in the pharmacy. There are some work strategies with other possibilities in the drugstore with telemedicine or remote visits, but the legal framework does not allow any other service be provided within the pharmacy. What we do today is we partner with the health ecosystem. We identify health problems through procedures. The objective of these procedures is not to tell him that you suffer from depression, anxiety, or stress. The purpose is to identify a problem and refer this patient to the psychologist, psychiatrist, or a general clinician to start a treatment and perform a diagnosis if it's appropriate. And within this ecosystem, is there any connection point at the moment or in the future when you consider primary care as the starting point of a visit with a family doctor or a family healthcare team that starts in the visit with the pharmacist in the drugstore? Do you think that this could be connected in some way? Is this a possibility, or are you focusing only on the retail end of things? I mean, a person walks into the pharmacy and gets his or her service. Well, yes, even before we established our service with each franchisee, we studied which are the primary care facilities or different healthcare professionals in the region. We visited, and even we included in our business model a visit to these facilities to partner with these centers, because I think it's a both-way street. I mean, professionals that provide services receive patients that are referred by the pharmacist with information, with a record. That is, we refer the patients to specialists and healthcare professionals, and they, like the fact that they receive the patient with a registry within the platform, which is great. and they appreciate it. Guilherme, a pleasure to meet you. Andre already asked you what I wanted to ask, but what you have as a professional, he is a pharmacist. He cannot be a medical doctor. He or she cannot prescribe. I mean, we're talking about a basic care, vaccine, a shot, that's it. But you talked about other things, referral of patients. How do you do this? You run a test with your app? How do you generate this added value? You cannot have medical doctors in the pharmacy, in the drugstore. How do you create information? Which is the vehicle that you use for this purpose?
Just answering your question on the profession. So the pharmacist needs to be present throughout the opening hours of the pharmacy. So we take the pharmacist and we tell them to act in preventive health areas. So the law is very clear in the possibilities, regarding the possibilities of pharmacists working in various areas to support the population that go to pharmacies and they seek primary care, and many times they end up not finding it. They don't find good therapies, in other words. So to your other question, so your tools, we use actually different questionnaires, GDS 30, PHQ9. They are actually questionnaires that do not aim at diagnosing, but identifying that there are possibilities of some health issue in the person, and to refer, as a result of the questionnaire, we would refer to healthcare professionals and related to prescriptions. Pharmacists can prescribe, indeed. They cannot prescribe drugs that, from a medical perspective, those that are controlled, those that, well, they can provide pharmacological and pharmacy guidance. Pharmacists are entitled to doing and making this kind of these questionnaires. Are they done in your app? Yes. All the services we use, from immunization, all the array of services we have, provide us step by step. We do not have the tools in the apps. We have the timeline of care. So all the care services that are provided, they are put on a timeline, and pharmacists will ask about medical record, questionnaire, asking to reschedule, to refer, to prescribe, and then it goes through a timeline. And this is all we do to expand this kind of care within our app. And this information that you collect, is it sent to the doctor? That's where you see interesting value added. So you will have an initial screening, and then the doctor that is going to see the patient has valid information. Precisely, our strategies have to be objective within the care. We have to refer and care for these people as quickly as possible. All types of care generate a compulsory document, which is a statement of pharmaceutical services, and this document has everything, actually features everything that was asked from the patient, everything that was answered. So we have to deliver that. Our service time is between 10 to 15 minutes for these visits. People leaving the pharmacy, they have the document that they can take to the doctor, and that's stored there. So if they want to get the track record of the past 30 days of lipid, glucose profile, they want to have that, they can collect the information in the app and take to their doctor. The app, sorry. is this exclusive use for pharmacists. Users cannot use the app. We are developing it for user app. The pharmacist app is only for pharmacists, but the guide is, this statement is printed at the time of care, and it can be also sent via WhatsApp to the user and doctors. Okay, very good. Well, great. Guys, the conversation is great, but we need to wrap up. Thank you, Guilherme. Thank you very much. Thank you for your participation. Good luck. Good afternoon. I am Eric from WeCare. I am the commercial head of WeCare. I'm going to talk a bit more about our company. WeCare is a startup founded in 2018, and it brings single or unique solutions with our own technology for emergency care, with the purpose of resolving all the chain of pre-hospitalization care and also telemedicine care. Currently, we have two products on the market, Telecare APH and Telecare Consultório Clinic, and we're going to share both with you. I'll start talking about pre-hospitalization care. The whole chain of pre-hospital care is quite complex nowadays. So the person that is victim of urgency, that requires urgency care to get into the number 6 spot, that requires 2 ambulances in this journey, not to mention that through that they go through primary care units with no human resources or technical resources that are appropriate to provide this kind of care. And according to the WHO, the main causes of death in the world are physical trauma for people under 45 years of age and myocardial infarction for people over 45 years of age. These figures tend to double in the next 15 years. And also, if we take the past 10 years, pre-hospital care increased 148%. If we look to Brazil in pre-hospital care, the ambulances that provide this kind of service, more than half do not have a doctor on board for those type of care services. Looking at the cost of this market, it is a market that has yearly cost of almost 200 billion reais, and physical trauma and myocardial infarction cost 4.4 billion reais a year. And according to some studies, data SUS brought to us that myocardial infarction is the second largest cause of hospitalization in Brazil. So then, looking at the whole scenario, how can we solve this problem? WeCare has then developed a mobile solution in-house, aiming at improving and enhancing all pre-hospital care through the risk classification of the patient, with support through telemedicine, AI recommendation for the better decision to be made, and creating data information on real time on the care provided, also on the victim, the patient. Then we have a solution that is a mobile solution to be used via tablets or any mobile device. The ambulance, so the healthcare professional inputs the data on the platform. The information is received and has a follow-up in real time, as well as all the information related to the transit of the patient through the journey from origin to destination. So with all the information on the person, the patient's care. With this, we have been able to reduce care time on average 2 days to 5 hours. We have adapted and optimized all the care services, reduced unnecessary patient transportation and about 40%, and we've managed to reduce about 20% the cost of all these operations for our customers. We have cases which we had 300,000 reais of revenue per month. Currently, we have 2 projects underway on the market with CCR and bem emergências. And then a question comes up, why telemedicine? Because of the pandemic, the need came up and there was an opportunity for us to apply our telemedicine tool for healthcare professionals. And we've developed in-house this platform that is totally native with all the necessary tools for doctors to carry out this kind of care, from the tools of calls, patient information. This brings much more confidence in terms of information because we do not load data through other platforms with other communication mediums. And we've generated to doctors, we offer doctors both the pre-clinic visit record and following ICP Brazil standards. And for our patients, we have an app. And patients have in the palm of their hands all the information related to the appointment. They're going to go to all the information regarding prescriptions received in that appointment, everything in the palm of their hands. With that, we generate to doctors a tool with all the necessary information, all the necessary solutions for them to have their clinic in the cloud with prescription, scheduling, etc. for the same price. Unlike our market competitors, we offer a monthly fee that is single with a complete platform with unlimited visits and unlimited prescriptions. I have to interrupt. Fortunately, we've gone over a minute, so I was just closing. Yeah, I was just about to close. Okay, fine. This was the last slide, no problem. Congratulations. Since we've gone a bit beyond our time, I'll let André to start to talk about the solution. Congratulations, and then we're going to have Carlos. Congratulations on your results that you already have and what is already happening on the way. Let me see if I have understood correctly. So you have 2 target audiences to monetize your tool. I'll call it 2, okay? One that is very much geared to APH or companies or health insurance companies. So you would sell the tool to them to optimize times and regulation. The other ones that you're going to monetize with doctors that hire the app to use records and telemedicine. Is that so? Precisely. Go ahead. So those are the 2 solutions that we brought to you. And the part of telemedicine, the users can download the app, access the service. Do you monetize it with users as well or not? Or is it free? Patients have no cost, so the platform is free. We monetize from doctors. Your 2 tools or your 2 possibilities, are they connected? Can I access a doctor and link this care. So when I need to actually provide some screening, is this connected in your business model, or they're totally different? Well, we have this possibility of cross-selling that we call, that regardless, well, the two platforms can actually make this interconnection, but we don't have it enabled. But yes, because everything has been developed in-house, so we know everything. We have all the integrations. So it's much easier to connect the two solutions. Cool. Okay, Carlos, I'll hand over to you because of time. That's right. Thank you. I think it's a bit on the same lines of trying to understand things. One of the services as a client, so those that would pay would be ambulance service companies or the owner of the road to have faster services, so accident victims, and the others would be doctors that can provide an electronic clinical record, a medical record of patients. Especially for the second case, what is the differential that you have? Because one of the things that we see, and actually today, is that those electronic medical records are popping up all over the place. So telemedicine, so we have different apps coming up, perhaps similar to what you've mentioned, especially regarding the second product. What is your advantage or competitive advantage vis-a-vis your competition? Where is the value of what you have? I'm a doctor. Why am I going to decide or choose you rather than competitor X? Well, first of all, the advantage we have is that we have a business model that is medicine platform is white label. We have some platforms interested in providing telemedicine benefit to the users or associates through telemedicine. We can provide through it to the company. It's a white label platform through which they can, through our platform, develop this kind of service. And on the other hand, for doctors, we already have on our base over 150 users on our platform, patients, and we generate leads for the doctors to have as patients. So we have patients database, so we generate leads for doctors that are starting in their medical career and have no patients. We can actually provide these patients to them. Wonderful, very good. Congratulations, Eric. Very good solution. Thank you. Thank you for your participation. Now we have Mediaire, focusing on informing people in telemedicine. So you can start your pitching. Hello, everyone. My name is Etienne Basis. I'm here to talk about Mediaire, a junior company. It's a different startup concept. Our goal is in training. We're in academia. And for us to start talking about Mediaire, we have to tell you why. The problem we focus very much. During our undergraduate studies in medical school, we are medical school students. We have faced lots of challenges. We learn the good techniques of medicine, but we don't learn how to be professional doctors, communication with patients. If I am going to set up my clinic, how am I going to do that? Financial data that is very important in our trajectory. So there are several types of alarming data that show that a large number of doctors in Brazil, in addition to the lack of quality that we see very much around. So with the goal of training better professionals during graduate studies, we launched Mediaire. It was 2018. We are one of the first medical junior companies in the country and in the world. So we are the movement of junior business is the largest movement of young or youth entrepreneurship in the world. So we are the first junior company of medicine in the north of Brazil. Today, I am representing, I'm one of the founders and current CEO. And it's being said, we were born with this mission of training leaders in medicine through experiences, because we actually want to make a difference. There are people that want to have their residency, they want to work in healthcare, people want to work in management, they want to have their company. So we are here to expand this perspective within medicine. And with this, our vision is to be a reference to other companies or junior businesses of medicine and other entrepreneurs in medicine. Mid-Air is made up, as I've mentioned, people that study medicine at the Federal University of the Amazon or Amazonas. So we have 17 members. We have the presidency, the commercial department, management people, HR, projects, and business administration and finance. So we are a junior company because of that, we are non-profit, but we sell projects that allows us to have this business experience. In 2020, we were awarded some prizes. Last year, we were awarded as a junior company and also of impact to the ecosystem. That was another prize. So what we really aim at in terms of our team and our training was to actually obtain the results we have attained. For 2021, our goals are high impact, to have new members, new projects, and to obtain or be awarded more awards. And what do we work with today? Today we have two main projects. Our MERCAR, which is medical marketing project, which was much more active during the pandemic, and also healthcare management to assess patients to see how can we use medical marketing to provide better experiences for those doctors. Today, our customers, our clients, are doctors. And we've identified that need of the project, considering the pandemic, people are increasingly seeking their professionals on social media. So our project works precisely understanding the reality of doctors. We build a communication plan to them and set up their strategy within social media. And this is precisely what we have attained in 2021. What have we done in 2021? Last year, we managed to get over almost 20,000 in revenue, and this year we've actually attained almost 100% of our revenues of last year. So that's what I said to you. We focused on this marketing communication project, and now we're developing and growing over this management project. And then we have been receiving a lot of positive comments from our paid clients, and we have been focusing on the level of satisfaction of our members, since our main goal is our training. If you want to know more about us, we have social media, which is media.saúde on Instagram and LinkedIn. We're very willing to talk to anyone who's interested in getting to know more about us. This is our viewpoint of bringing or making a difference from a startup and a junior company. Our goal is to train increasingly more people. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Congratulations. What you shared with us is really very interesting, especially when you're talking about people in training still. And I believe that what you're doing now is great. How do you pronounce your name? Taina. Okay, with an accent in the A. Taina. Great. I loved it. I loved the concept. Taina. I'm not a medical doctor, but I work with medical doctors. And I know that one of the things is what you mentioned. That is, you are trained in medical issues, but then you go out in the real world to do business and you have no idea what to do. So I guess that is a market sector with a lot of potential. Yes. So Medcare, I mean, what is your positioning strategy in Medicare? You charge a fee per service provided, a percentage, and how are you making yourselves known, Taina? I mean, what's your publicity profile? What are you doing? Okay, our project is our most important idea. We have a 20 people staff that takes care of public relations. So our charge is a package in media care. So we have a small, medium, and large package for posts per month, and we build his content. He says, okay, I want to focus on this topic. I want to talk about this. So since we are medical students, we understand what he wants to share, and we try to give this physician the best content. And we have outsourced designers because we focus on quality content, and we deliver good content with outsourced professionals in Midair. So what we do is we are the possibility this medical professional has to have a story, to have content, to tell his perspective. It is a mix of mentoring and content, what we do at Midair. Taina, I agree with Carlos. I mean, there is a total unmet need in the market in this area. That is how to make your own business work. I think that your proposal is really interesting with the technical expertise of what you had learned and making a connection with what we could call a health specialist marketing agency. I don't know if you call yourselves an agency, but that's what you are ultimately. Other than that, have you thought about other areas to mentor and train? Because this is your startup, you found your niche, but you are a marketing agency ultimately. So you're talking about training and focusing towards other possibilities. So how about other possibilities, other projects with mentoring and training? Or are you going to focus on this specific niche with your marketing? As our objective is our training, this year we will fulfill our year goals, and we're currently studying how to assess our patients' experience in the visit, how we can improve this, how the medical doctor can improve the patient's experience in the visit. We're currently studying this. We have a professional consultant that gives us advice, and other projects we have in mind are the following. We also thought about content transcription for bloggers in the area sector and for medical doctors. Another project is health education, and we partnered with a psychology faculty or school, and we went and tried to find university entrance examination centers that train students and prepare students for the entrance exam, and we try to partner with them. So we are always trying to think about how we can improve our portfolio. And if we compare ourselves as companies as ours, they all do different things. We're the first company that focuses in this niche. So when we talk about the possibility of partnering with universities, okay, this is what we started with, it worked, and maybe we can diversify, improve, but actually there is a saying that I love, which is be smaller now and be a giant in the future. So we're constantly testing our possibilities. Well, this is a fantastic conversation. I'm loving it, enjoyed. It is great, and it is the cornerstone for future developments. But unfortunately, we have to conclude. So congratulations, all the luck in the world and success in your initiatives. Congratulations, Taina. Really interesting initiative. Congratulations. Well, guys, this is it. Thank you very much for your participation and your cooperation, your feedback and comments with great insight. And let's hope that there will be plenty of opportunities to support these entrepreneurs with their startups. So thank you very much, André. Thank you very much, Carlos. See you soon.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor de saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento como o FIS são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas
In 2019, the World Health Organization included in their list of diseases burnout syndrome. The negative assessment of yourself, depression, and sensitivity towards everything and everyone is part of the burnout syndrome, and the number of people diagnosed with the syndrome grew due to the pandemic, especially amongst medical doctors in the front line and teachers. Yes, Priscilla, and that is the topic of our next panel, Innovation and Burnout in a Complex Era, with Renata Simeoni, Corporate Health Manager at Grupo Boticário, and Tatiana Pimenta, CEO from Vitudi. The moderator will be Bruno Pina, Chief Digital Officer at AstraZeneca. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone that's here with us with the FIS initiative, with Comea Nova Summit, KISS 21. This is a complex, interesting, necessary, and relevant topic. There are many adjectives that we can use to talk about this topic. The panel is called Innovation and Burnout in a Complex Era, and burnout is a pathology that is present in the lives of many of us, and the corporate world is no different. And we have two specialists in the topic to talk about this issue. I guess that you don't need an introduction, but okay, I'll summarize your resumes, and globally, which are the most stressed countries? Japan is the top in the ranking. Brazil comes second, And in Brazil, there was a new edition of Exame Burnout, published by Exame magazine. If you want to check the results, you can visit their site on Google. And we will talk about these two topics in this panel, innovation and burnout. And I want to separate them both in an organized manner. Burnout is something that we all suffer, companies in and out, as I said in the beginning. And there is another scenario, which is companies, even after the pandemic, have a very tight agenda to adapt to a innovation scenario in this connected digital home office era. So the need to speed up the strategic view and the strategic adaptation of companies generates a lot of stress. And we will talk about these two topics, innovation and burnout, innovation and how innovation is a trigger for burnout or can even make it worse or help you solve burnout. I'll start with Renata. Renata, we know where you work out, but what can you tell me about you other than you work for Boticário Group? Okay, hello. I want to thank the invitation by FIS initiative to be part in this summit. It's a complex topic. I am a medical doctor. I graduated 12 years ago, and I decided to work in the corporate world, left the healthcare system, because I understood that this is where we had the greatest possibilities to have an impact on people through healthcare. So I chose my career in labor medicine, and then I specialized in executive health management, and then I started working in major corporations to focus on in management in BRF, Mobilesk, and now I am head of corporate health in Boticário Group, and of course, not only working in mental diseases, in other possibilities, but it is one of my areas of specialty. Great, Renata, thank you for your participation and for accepting the invitation and for making this such a keynote presentation. I met Tatiana many years ago. I know her from other possibilities. I am the founder and CEO at Virtude, which is a reference platform for emotional education and online psychology, two topics that are related. We're talking about a topic that has a lot of stigma and taboo. So I am a civil engineer, and a lot of people say, my God, what is a civil engineer doing in health and technology? And well, actually, Virtude was founded because of my own personal depression, and I had a lot of difficulty to deal with the topic. First, to accept the fact, and then to reach out for help, and this has to do with education. And then second, I had such a hard time finding a professional that could see me. I had three frustrating experiences with professionals that were included in my health insurance. So 25% of the population that have the privilege of being covered by a private insurance plan, when you need mental health services, these private insurers cannot really provide the service. And it depends on the business plan. I mean, we always say that our health insurers have a disease-oriented model, not a prevention-oriented model. So, well, 5 years, we will celebrate next week. So we're really working a lot. 37 million people visited our sites and platforms and apps, and we're going strong. We are a Latin American leader in the production of mental health specialized content. My God, 37 million. Wow, congratulations. A lot of people. And we see that this is growing, the demand for apps. If we look at the American market, those that don't know what's going on and want to understand what's going on, there are two major startups, which are Skylab's Ginger Health and Little Health, which are two major companies that are providing this service. And they are a model that is an inspiration for Brazil and Latin America. I will start with the first topic, which is the first approach of our title, burnout in corporations, and what are corporations doing to deal with this issue. It's a really timely topic. maybe it wasn't really considered seriously by organizations or corporations. I am a corporate transformer, and we wanted to include methodologies, work plans, different possibilities to work with teams focusing on happiness, mental health, creativity. But we never related this to corporate health. And Renata, maybe in the beginning you can tell us, how does burnout, and of course, there are many situations that come before burnout, and then after burnout, it's a topic, and I'll be totally honest, I think that organizations are not paying attention to burnout. I guess that there is a lack of respect, I will say a lack of understanding, and the fact that, yes, burnout can result in financial problems. Of course, we're talking about human beings, the staff member, but of course, more issues for the company. Yes, well carried. It is a fact that maybe we did neglected mental health as a whole, and I'm not only saying as far as corporate world, as human beings, because the stigma is there and we can overcome the stigma, but not everybody can talk about this topic. It is a difficult issue. It's a thing that you overcame. Maybe you can tell a success story, but it's not as natural in our speech. And in the corporate world, it's not different. For many, many years, mental health was considered a health issue. Okay, you got sick. It's a health issue. You have a problem, but we are always focusing on the person. Oh, well, but he got divorced. Oh, no, the thing is that he was badly assessed, this and that. But we're always talking about the individual aspect, which is not incorrect, because, of course, yes, there is a personal component and there are many issues, but we didn't have the courage and the skills to look at other situations or other things that could maybe be the root cause of burnout. And the pandemic told us that we have to focus on many other things in the pandemic. And why do I feel sad today, unhappy? It has nothing to do with a physical pain. Everybody maybe felt pain. If you have a kidney problem, you know how it feels. But in the pandemic, and how a health manager, up until the pandemic, everything related to mental health was in the health department. We had a program, treatment, psychologist, psychiatrist, everything. But there was a moment in which I realized that we won't evolve if we don't work with other variables in the company, with culture area, leadership area, that is in a more cross-cutting approach in the company, not only restricted to health and the pathology, but with a possibility of opening up the approach. And the pandemic arrived. Of course, it is a very negative moment, but if you could take advantage of this moment, we made great steps forward, and we realized that there were other biases. When we all felt in the same place, it was easier to talk about the topic. Okay, what else is there involved in depression? What are the relationships that exist within the company and the corporate world that maybe have an influence on burnout, anxiety, depression, or any mental health issue? Is our assessment model appropriate? So if you ask me which are these solutions, there are no solutions because we're still trying to understand where the problems lie. But we are trying to stop focusing on the individual. Of course, there are things in the individual that we need to focus on and treat, but there are other variables and we need to open the dialogue. I think we're currently living this moment, thinking about different assumptions with leadership training, focusing on other aspects. And one of the things that we realized, and this was very clear, is that in this innovation area, in this area of speed, in this area in which everything is fast, you need to be quick. Anxiety is more prevailing. The fact that we have a mental disturbance or disability will take us elsewhere. Fear, the fear to make mistakes, and you rid the company and you rid or prevent the company from enjoying other things that you could contribute with as innovation, creation. And if you're not comfortable to create and to be innovative, where you can test quickly, make a mistake quickly, and you correct quickly. If you are sad, fearful, in an unsafe environment, we really need to change this. We're trying to understand what's going on. We know that we need to evolve in different areas. There are less and more developed areas, but the best thing is that we started to realize that mental sanity, mental health from a non-disease perspective, when we understand ourselves better from a corporate and individual perspective, we will have a organization that is focused on the future, and it's a great starting point. Yes, great. Yes, you touched so many items that if I elaborate on them, we would be here for 3 days. But yes, first, you talked about a mentally safe environment. This is so powerful because we have to talk about transparency, culture, the possibility of being yourself, the possibility of saying out loud that you disagree with your leader and that the leader could really accept this criticism, and the leader should feel empathy and understand that this person likes pressure and delivers under pressure, but that this other one does not. So, yeah, so many topics. But before we elaborate on this, let's see what Tati has to say. Tati, my question is the following. You work with a psychology platform, a topic, then, and I see that there is an increase in the acceptance of the word therapy, psychologist, in a more natural manner. It's still a taboo. So when you have a platform and when you want to really partner the topic with an approach that will not make the person feel weak, I ask you, Tati, how did you come up with this? How did you come up with a platform that would focus on this? And how did you feel leaders in organizations started to analyze this topic, burnout and psychology?
This is a good point, Bruno. We have 37 million hits last year. We believe that with no education, nothing happens. So we've been taking examples and cases and showing there are certain moments in which I have the opportunity of being the person who speaks, taking part in rounds of conversation. I like very much to share my story. I had depression and I never left the organization. I went to a medical appointment, to therapy. I was not on a medical leave. And throughout my depression process, my team was actually beating our goals. And I managed to do that because I was in a safe environment, because I could talk about this topic. There was another aspect behind depression. I was victim of domestic violence. I could talk about those two topics. They usually are taboo, people hide, and I had the support of the organization. So when you live in a safe environment, you can treat yourself as if you're doing dental treatment. So I can undergo dental treatment and keep on working, and I can undergo psychological treatment and keep on having my normal life. Are we deprived of certain things? I remember very well when I had depression, I had a decline in my cognitive abilities. You have lack of focus, reduced focus, etc. But you're not disabled. If you do not treat yourself, if you are not cared for, you can get worse. When we think about burnout, I really like about the reasoning that there are certain things about the organization and things about the individual. I'm going to pull to the individual, which is what we actually have at Vitude. So people are very focused, perfectionist, people that wish to perform above the average, and they have a typical behavior. People go beyond their own limits. So much so in an innovation environment, when you talk to entrepreneurs, it's extremely prevailing. It's very common for you to see entrepreneurs in critical points, the burnout, stressed, and they take on this cynicism feature. And so you're at the company and then you give yourself much more. You forget to say no. All of a sudden you forget to have lunch, to be with your family. You've canceled all your leisure activities because you had a meeting, a contract, an investor, a negotiation. And when you realize you've gone into this kind of mesh that you cannot get out. So there's very much of this behavior of not knowing how to say no, prioritize what is important, leaving aside what's not adding value. And that's where awareness comes in. And that's why I talk about educational movements, because they are priority. That's what leads people to understand that they indeed have a behavior that is not the organizational behavior. Okay, my boss, my manager can demand from me. We have goals. So if you cannot tell your boss, you say, look, I have this and this activity. You're asking me to do the other one. What can I leave aside? So therapy goes into a process of your being able to understand your emotions, being able to manage them, to prioritize yourself, learn how to say no. And when we think about leaders, there is still a taboo. Answering your question, there is something linked to education that we'll be doing here to celebrate the 5th anniversary. We're launching a podcast which is entitled Therapeuticized. So I'm going to call men only. So 85% of women undergo psychological therapy treatment and only 15% are men. So when we look at most organizations, if you look at C-level, C-suite, management, most of them are men. So we have to find a way to impact those people and show, look, therapy is not something crazy of people that are out there, people that are concerned about their own health and want to have a positive result of that. I think it's been a great challenge to plan and think about this podcast because people don't want to talk about it. There's still a lot of prejudice. People are embarrassed to say that they undergo therapy. I've been doing therapy for 10 or 5 years, and actually they do. People say they do coaching, but they don't undergo therapy. Quite common. And it's quite interesting because as I said, people think about when they had or why they had burnout, and people start telling me the following. I remember I had a whole week I went through that was totally blank. I remember I never missed a task, but I cannot remember a thing of what I did ever that way. When he started telling me that that's what everyone calls presenteeism, people was there, attended meetings, but the person remembers nothing. And then they made an analysis, but I can't remember what I did, where I went, where I've been, but I know I never missed any engagement. Then he sought help, started therapy for the first time. In the therapy, the therapist said it's not a psychiatric diagnosis, but the psychologist said he was close to burnout. Your body is on the verge of collapse. You can't remember what you've done. You cannot sleep properly. Actually, sleep. The person was sleeping like 4 hours a night, no longer 8 hours a night. And it's interesting for us to think that in Brazil, we have statistics of 72% of the economically active population living with the symptoms of chronic stress and 32% of people with symptoms of burnout already. So minimally, we have 32% of the population working, but they're working that way. And this has direct impact to the pocket, to productivity. I heard another saying, so if you're not concerned about people, at least be concerned about the profit of your company. But not caring for people impacts your business, because when you're sick, you have a population that is sick, the cognitive capability is in decline. So if a person is getting sick due to burnout, exceeding the limits, they start sleeping less, they start being irritable, there's a toxic environment. If there's a team, it becomes worse because many times they get the stress over the people around and clients. I've seen reports of that. People get mad at customers because they lose business, but they're there. They're not on leave. But you see, they're not producing as they should, not caring for that. It's very, very disrupting for the company. When we start preventive measures, that people see that, people start seeing, well, the penny's dropping, well, I have this behavior, maybe therapy could be for me. Then the gears start turning even slowly. We are at a move of very, very slow pace, or at move. So people start understanding that caring for their mental health is part of full health, integral health. If I do not function well mentally, and during the pandemic, burnout existed before 2020. We are living with fatigue. I heard the term pandemic fatigue the other day, which is fatigue deriving from hyper-surveillance. But, in addition to everything we have to do, I have to wash my hands. I have to have my sanitizer set. So we're forcing our brain more than naturally or normally. And this brings overload to our organism. That's why burnout pictures are worsening. If we look at statistics over the past year, we had a lot of sick leaves because of burnout, because people kept saying, careful not to be contaminated. And once the scenario gets worse, it's more critical. So a friend of mine died. I had an investor that was on a respirator for 10 days. So they're very close to me. And then you get even more neurotic, more concerned. Your brain consumes even more energy, right? And this, to me, is another evil that has come up. Perhaps it already existed, but it became more evident. It's the oversharing information. The amount of information that we consume and through WhatsApp messages, and how much that can actually impair us. So we have a few questions on the chat. I'm not going to try to be too formal. I'm going to read this question from this person, from this place, etc. But like a TV host, well, there's something that connects to that, both for you, Tachi, and Renata. How can you identify that people are getting closer? So if we look at the corporate scenario, all this rush happening, burnout, always on the threshold, depending on the type of culture of the company, this is more or less. How can you identify that a person is getting close to the burnout? Is the symptom hidden? Sometimes this person, this man or woman, they really do not want to demonstrate that weakness. They do not stop to reflect, like, what did I eat yesterday? What have I eaten today? So is there a way today, even, well, you, Renata, as it's being applied or implemented and developed in a group, or Tachi, with what you've seen in Vituji's experience, is it possible? Do you mean to recognize, identify signs, early signs of potential burnout? I'm going to start, and I'll be brief. Some of the studies I conduct, quite a lot. I had training in Berkeley on science of happiness. There are 12 stages for burnout. One of the first we recognize is the inability to disconnect from work. So you cannot have dinner and back to work. Have lunch, I'm on my mobile phone. This inability of leaving aside your work and doing things as a human being are the first signs. You have a sequence of signs. You start having reactions that are more explosive, more irritation, sign. You have sleeping disorder, more cynical person that is very engaged, but at a given time they stop being engaged. So it's stop saying, well, you haven't delivered that. Oh, never mind. The person is It's a mode, well, okay, excuse the French, she says. But nothing can express that better. But when the person goes into the Detroit, they start disconnecting, so they don't even matter. They don't care. It doesn't matter anything for them. So some things that actually are more or less like depression, so hopelessness, and that's also leading to a collapse. And I'll hand it over to her, who's a doctor, and talk better about that. I think my viewpoint, much more as health manager, less than the diagnosis, what psychiatrists do, but large groups. Perhaps this is a viewpoint that may help managers. Within the group, we have three fronts. When we look at the mental health program as a whole, mental health is a choice, has been a choice for us for many years. We have had the program for 10 years. And we sort of revamped it 2 years ago because we felt we needed to work differently. And here, it's both providing access to people so that people have access to psychology, psychiatry services, things that we used in the past. We do not provide access to so many people on retail, through online telemedicine. This is something we are doing now. And we have two major fronts here. One is active mapping that helps a lot in this point. So what is it? We're not, until 2 years ago, we waited for people to seek help if they felt they had a problem. But many times they did not realize they have a problem. We realized that actively mapping out other symptoms or other signs of a problem would help us have them on a traffic light. So we have a sort of a flag, so red, yellow, or green. So we have certain criteria within the group of this methodology that we have created. It's been working for us, not necessarily it's been published. It was received an award recently, but we haven't analyzed other populations with it, but it worked quite well for us. We identify some people that we understand they are sentinel. They're not necessarily sick. They have some aspect that may demonstrate, well, maybe this person needs help. And then we make an active invitation through psychologists so that they take part of a program of ours, which is more intensive treatment. The person will go through psychiatrists and other processes, and then through them, we can sort of try to bring the treatment in an earlier format. What have we seen through that? We've had the program for a year. It's revitalized every year. We've been improving it every time we collect the results, but we managed to identify great population in these aspects that are very informal. People don't really know what's going on. 60% of people have accepted taking part in our healthcare program. Out of those, 98% had no medical leave after they started treatment. And we managed to provide independence, as we call it. Now you can run your life on your own. You can undergo therapy online. You're released. You left from a greater risk factor. So 90% of people had no medical leave in a program of 500 people. So closer follow-up. What we've realized is the following: not to stop and wait and be only reactive to what people need and try to seek that. So this is active mapping program of treatment we carry out. The third aspect that we work on, because there are three, is education. So what we say, not only education of people through lives, contents, and several practices of well-being so that people can identify with, and specific leadership training so that leaders can identify people. One of the most important aspects when the person starts getting sick is that they start changing. Leaders start noticing changes in the working mode. People are more irritable, they're not able to deliver as they used to, so they start seeing nuances and changes under the day. Because at work, we stay together, we work together for 8-9 hours a day, so we spend long time with these people. So we realize that the peers are a good way of diagnosing behavioral changes that lead to burnout. So practically we're doing exactly that. We see it's quite successful when we see 98% of people not on leave, and of course it's not presenting is not having a leave or taking a leave is not necessarily good, but what we've seen in the discharges we've been issuing, well, people are feeling more autonomous, there's more of a self-knowledge, and people have improved their lives. In other points, we've been identifying leaders that have more people with other symptoms. We start thinking about other issues, other problems, so we have treatment that are specific with psychologists. Sometimes we have 200, 300 people to talk about emotions, etc. So we have several practical things that we try to identify as quickly as possible. So we have burnout, leave, or mental disease leave, but we can minimize as much as possible so the later we take to diagnose, the more difficult it is to treat. Very good. So who else is listening? For those that are listening, well, perhaps stopping to see the theme with fear, to actually to not wait until it happens to happen. It's happening. Você não está no Zoom, Flor. And so it is surprise. Você... Well, we have the burnout, and we're talking about burnout, and this is not disconnected. So we've been working in the transformation of large companies. So people do, and companies do that. So they bring a corporate agenda to position people within a growth. Pandemic has accelerated it. Many people say, well, it's been 10 years and 10 weeks. Needs for transformation in technology, and we bring technology, and that would take some time. It would take some time for organizations to gain maturity. Boticário did its homework, so there was an acquisition of a company, you had the acquisition of a company. This certainly will leverage the technological speed of the company. The question specifically to you, Renata and Tati can add to that. What and how have you seen that this scenario also of feeling sort of owing, not emotionally, not at work, but because you don't know a certain topic. So, for example, CEO is talking about AI. Well, I don't know anything about AI. This is how the corporate world works. Can you relate what can actually lead to this emotional disorder, so to speak, relating this to this rush towards innovation? No doubt. We have gone through several scenarios within the same company. And here we had the acquisition, a recent acquisition of the company. We have had a very recent transformation, and we have put and expanded our red tag, our programmers, actually, that have a business model that is totally different, and we have all the other departments, some that already work with more innovation, speaking of R&D, and even other marketing departments that work at a certain speed because of the cycles that we have, and others that are more used in the processing. They have the whole process system, etc. Now we start part of the company, what kind of project is in squad, the other one is this, and this naturally comes and leads to some kind of clash. Sometimes there's a clash and sometimes there is complementation. You can't live on one side only or on the other side. What we realize is that there is a very high anxiety level, especially because we have certain ambitions for the next 3 years that have been recently announced, some transformations within the company. I always tell people, well, we're always living through transformations. Now we're okay, we're stopped. This is usually not good. This is not the corporate world if it's stopped. So we feel this very much. And then one of the reasons for us to transpose the question of mental health to outside health is this reason, because if we don't do that, this will be a block for the organization we want to be. If we're saying that we want to be more innovative, if we want people to position themselves to bring creativity to the company, regardless of the area where they are, because this will be a business model. This is how the future, not the future, the present, right there, around the corner, will demand us to work on. If we don't work on this emotional health issue, it will be a block for the organization. So today we're working with culture, bringing culture to study this theme, for us to study people, the rules, the organizational rules, how everything is working, also bringing various provocations. Do we have a better model now for us to be able to evolve? And we don't yet have, we haven't discovered what kind of paths we're going to trail, but we're going to test this model and let's do certain things. But no doubt, this is what most precious people from the corporate standpoint. On the personal side, there is the whole pandemic pressuring people. On the corporate side, this is undoubtedly one of the greatest pressures on people. We are paying attention, knowing how to evolve with all of this, but we're testing hypotheses in the various areas to see where things are going to work best. We don't believe there is a one size fits all. I think we have specific solutions for specific areas, so we are not in this area of one size fits all, because the organization thinks different, and we have to put this in our agenda.
Great. How interesting to listen, corporate health manager, to validate the assumption that we mentioned. And it is great. It's music for my ears. And we have a question that I want to make, Tati, that I was told by the tech support that they will send it. Yes. Oh, yes, great. Directly from our studio. There is a question for you. How does technology help us decrease burnout created by innovation? Well, this is for Tati. Tati, a question for you. We know that there are so many ways we can use technology for many, many purposes. We've talked already about AI, bot, and considering your perspective from a large company, what about the technology landscape to help us decrease burnout scenario and mental health related issues? Well, I think that the first thing that we have to focus on is the following. Our technology is not a rocket space. No, not at all. I mean, the thing is that the possibility to provide health care, mental health care for video streaming when we're isolated now during the pandemic and consult psychologists without leaving your home is fantastic. But there's something before the pandemic. We live in a country and half of the cities and municipalities in Brazil, you do not have a psychologist. Without technology, there's no treatment. If there's no access to this service, there's no solution. There are no psychologists available in half Brazilian cities, and DataSUS publishes reports that say that there is a similar percentage for psychiatrists. So there is a total lack of specialized professionals in 50% of our cities. So how can you reach a good psychology professional if you don't have video streaming? How will a professional reach people that live abroad but want to do therapy in their mother tongue? So we have professionals in more than 60 countries, Brazilians living across the world but want to talk to their psychologist but do not have access to a Portuguese speaking professional. So that is the way we can use technology in our favor. And there is another innovation. It's a tool that uses machine learning and AI for a better matching between psychologist and the patient. And this was inspired in my own personal experience as a patient that saw 3 professionals with little experience, and I felt so frustrated. And if we understand what's going on with the disease, if there's no quick answer or access, while I'm not that bad, you eventually get worse. So what we learn in the first 4 years we launched the platform in the beginning of last year is that people wanted to go to the psychologist, but they didn't create a link, an empathy relationship with that professional. And then after trying for once, twice, 3 times, they would give up. And this would contribute to increase the stigma. They said, oh yeah, I knew it wouldn't work for me. So I visited a professional and I hated it. So we learned and we have great results, more than 90% satisfaction, that if you can find the professional that is in line with your individual demands, treatment has more efficacy, less time to the virtual visit, and an onset of visit at a stage in which the disease is not that severe. This tool gives me the possibility to use 7 questions, open and closed questions, and we use natural language processing tools with an open question, for instance, that says, why are you looking for a psychologist? Why? What is the demand you want to answer? And the person can describe what they feel, and the algorithm will understand exactly what they want to say, because sometimes you don't know what's going on. Let me give you an example. I can't say that I don't want to live anymore, or I don't feel any value in my life. I'm not saying I want to commit suicide in so many words, but the algorithm understands the load, the depressive load in these words, that this person is suffering a suicidal ideation, or if this person suffers from a depression disorder. So I could say that my relationship is not doing well, or I can say whatever, my relationship is not doing well, I have a drinking problem, or I'm not interested in my spouse anymore. And the algorithm will try to connect this with something related to sexology or a sexual disorder, for instance, or things that are related to this topic. Or I feel breathless, or I feel like my heart is jumping in my chest. So I myself, I know what I have. I don't know what the diagnosis is, but I know what I feel. I can describe what I feel. I feel sad, hopelessness. I don't want to get up in the morning. I suffer from insomnia. So when you consider those grammatical words and processing the natural language, the algorithm can relate to an experienced professional that can see your demand. And what's behind all this, and this was an interesting learning process, is that we're working with professionals that are graduates in psychology. We focus on science because we know that my professionals need to be psychology graduates that have a specialization, that have practice in the clinical practice. So we're talking about a curation process, because before a professional registers in the platform, but maybe I can be a psychologist and I have worked for 10 years in human resources, and so I cannot deal with these patients. So this is done by a team so that this algorithm works. And this match will include professional and certified professionals for your demand. Thank you. Great. I mean, I'm depressed now because we're running out of time. I'm sorry. There's so much to talk about, and there's so many possibilities. I really want to thank you. And yes, when we talk about technology, the answer for those that are listening to us is that yes, there is a great space to explore technology and everything that has to do with the identification and tracing, monitoring process to support professional health workers to treat patients even before they become a patient with a health issue. This demand will increase as an answer to the question made by the studio. And innovation and burnout. The question is, they're not separated. I mean, we are human beings as one thing. You cannot walk into the company and put on the company t-shirt, and when you get home, your wife, husband, mother-in-law, whatever. No, I mean, we're just a human being, and innovation and burnout go hand in hand. Thank you, Renata. Thank you, Tatiana. Great conversation, real necessary conversation. FIS, thank you. Thank you for opening this platform for such an important topic and such an impactful seminar, this Colmeia Nova Summit. I mean, everything that you're doing is fantastic. Your digital events are great. So, Tati and Renata, with your wrap-up comments. Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Renata, thank you very much. Just words of thanks. Thank you for the conversation. It is a topic that really needs to be explored, and there are many innovation opportunities in the market to organize opportunities in corporate health. There's a lot to be done. There are many initiatives, but little action really, or initiatives transformed into practice. So yeah, let's talk about this. Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. A great program. Have a great afternoon and have a great week. Bye-bye.
Essa aqui faz sentido. Como as pessoas têm coragem de compartilhar isso? Olha essa aqui então. Quem já teve Covid não precisa se vacinar. Tá errado. Bem que podia ser verdade. Assim a gente ia economizar muitas doses aqui no Brasil. Mas não. Mesmo quem já teve Covid precisa sim se vacinar. Isso porque existe sim casos de reinfecção confirmados, inclusive no Brasil. Então quem teve a doença precisa continuar se protegendo, usando máscara, higienizando as mãos e mantendo o distanciamento. As pessoas pensam isso porque comparam com outras doenças. O sarampo, por exemplo. A imunidade do sarampo induzida seja pela vacina ou pela doença dura por muito tempo, praticamente toda a vida. Mas com o coronavírus não é isso que acontece. Quem garante que quem já teve infecção vai ter uma boa qualidade de imunidade e memória imunológica? Eu respondo, ninguém garante, tanto que existem casos de reinfecção. O que a gente sabe são os riscos da doença. E isso, gente, não vale a pena. Por isso, mesmo quem já teve Covid precisa se vacinar sim. A vacinação é um dos instrumentos de maior impacto positivo em saúde pública no mundo, aumenta a expectativa e a qualidade de vida. Alguns especialistas defendem, inclusive, que quem já teve a doença, ao se vacinar, tem uma melhor resposta imunológica. Por isso, tendo ou não sido infectado, quando chegar a sua vez, vacine-se. Eu vou me vacinar.
Nova para ficar tomando remédio para louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity, a surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right. Once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science. In everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease. The best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
Assim como você, buscamos sempre os melhores resultados. Com atendimento altamente personalizado e extensa oferta de produtos e serviços. O BTG Pactual é o maior banco de investimentos da América Latina, com 37 anos de excelência e solidez. Esperamos proporcionar a vocês uma experiência diferenciada, uma assessoria única e uma plataforma tecnológica de ponta. Com o BTG Pactual Advisors, você tem na palma da sua mão uma moderna plataforma de investimentos e acesso a conteúdos exclusivos pela premiada equipe de research. Além de acompanhamento de seus investimentos em tempo real, com a segurança que a sua carteira exige. Nós sabemos da importância de uma assessoria personalizada, mesmo em um mundo tão digital. Por isso, seu assessor estará ainda mais próximo para fazer a gestão global de seu patrimônio. O melhor do BTG Pactual, aqui e agora para você. Seu patrimônio nas mãos de quem mais entende.
Promover saúde é transformar a vida das pessoas todos os dias. É o que as operadoras associadas à FENA Saúde vêm fazendo, levando saúde de qualidade a 26 milhões de beneficiários de planos e seguros privados de saúde. Sabemos que estamos no caminho certo, quando 80% dos beneficiários se dizem satisfeitos e somos o terceiro principal item de desejo dos brasileiros. Hoje, 47 milhões de brasileiros têm planos de assistência médica e 24 milhões têm planos odontológicos. A saúde suplementar desonera o SUS, ajuda a economia do país a crescer e a gerar empregos. Por isso, é preciso investir constantemente no aprimoramento do setor. Queremos estar na agenda de reformas do Brasil. É hora de aperfeiçoar a legislação, promover acesso à saúde para mais brasileiros e permitir que mais pessoas tenham a opção dos planos privados num ambiente sustentável. Uma nova saúde suplementar é bom para todos.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência. Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
A Pronep Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Life Care já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2 mil pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joy Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos. Em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços. E no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Protector, Environmental Infection Control. Based on international best practices, so we can assure a clean and safe hospital environment, the Protector Advantage is about people, process and technology. Through education and management, it achieves expertly trained and motivated frontline cleaning staff committed to their vital role in eradicating hospital-acquired infections. Standard processes detail who is responsible for cleaning which items and areas and what products and techniques to use. Protector incorporates the latest, most effective, clinically proven cleaning and decontamination innovations from across the planet. And from assessment to auditing to analysis, it works with you to drive additional value from under-pressure financial resources, ensuring patients are kept free from harm so they can go home when they should. Protector, Environmental Infection Control from Sodexo. Your advantage in the fight against hospital-acquired infections.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor.
Innovation is the highlight of our summit, and we want to talk about how we can foster innovation and bring innovation to our daily life. Yes, Raisa. So I invite Pedro Batista, our moderator, to talk with James Linehan, Katja Hancock, and Patricia Ellen on how to foster innovation. And don't forget to visit our 3D lounge. You can contact partners of FIS, see the sponsors, have a cup of coffee, listen to jazz music, and relax and have a great time. So let's start with our panel. Hello, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon once again. Congratulations on FIS initiative. Congratulations, Colmea Innovation Summit, for this fantastic summit after a long period with no state-of-the-art information for us from technology. Health-focused information with this international summit with great speakers, keynote speakers that will elaborate on trends and technologies that are arising globally on innovation. Today, we have an exceptional lineup, and it's an honor to be the moderator with Patricia Ellen, the Economic Development Secretary of Science and Technology for the state of São Paulo. It's a pleasure to be here with you, Patricia. James Linehan, he's Head of Business Development and Commercial Excellence at Roche. Thank you, James, for being here with us today. And Katja Hancock. She is the director of Startup Health Investor Network. So it's a pleasure to have you with us, Katja. Thank you very much for your participation. So what we will do right now is to ask our speakers in this panel to start their presentation. So Patricia, welcome, and you can start your presentation, Patricia. Thank you. Thank you, Pedro. Hello, James. Hello, Katja. It's wonderful to be here with you this afternoon. And I thank Rodrigo, everybody at Colmeia and FIS Initiative, the Health Innovation Forum. It's a great thing to be here. And you have done so much to make available quality content for all of us that are interested in understanding what's going on and what's the relationship between health innovation directly from my new job in the government at the Economic Development, Science and Technology Secretariat in the state of São Paulo. So we see that this is always present in technology companies and in the health sector. And before that, I used to work in a consultant in Marquise. So I have really been in the private sector for 20 years. And now I am the Economic Development, Science and Technology Secretariat for the state of São Paulo. And I think that more than ever, technology have the great power to change the reality and the inequalities we have in our country. And everything that I learned about technology, science, and innovation, I realize that it is essential to come closer to where innovation takes place, which is the reality of life of people. And with the pandemic, we realized that this reality changed at an unprecedented speed. In November 2019, I published a book together with Carlos Rottenberg on the digital revolution in the health sector. And we saw that by 2025, there could be a major transformation in many sectors, especially in the health sector in Brazil. And one of the specific technologies, Internet of Things itself, has the potential to increase 200 to 800 billion reais in the Brazilian economy through the health, city, rural development, and industry pillars. And the health pillar has the greatest potential because it has undergone a revolution. When we published this book, we talked about 2025. But then here comes the pandemic, and the pandemic accelerated this new technology adoption process and made the inequality such a blatant reality in our country. So with these 10 years that we still had to go from 2020 to 2025 in 6 months, and these 6 months now became 1 year. And in 1 year, in a very short period of time, we adopted several technologies: Internet of Things, AI, big data, everything that's related to what we're doing, but are things that we incorporate in our daily life. A topic that seemed so remote 1 year ago, which was scale, telemedicine. And with the pandemic, under this emergency, we adopted the possibility to use telemedicine with one purpose. So this was a chance, the opportunity that became an urgency with the pandemic. So there are a number of opportunities that needed greater infrastructure for the implementation that, due to the urgency of the pandemic, were implemented. And this created great opportunities, but also great challenges, opportunities, so that these technologies are a legacy that will increase the quality of life of population, cut costs of resources, and decrease the gap of inequalities that we have here. And on the other hand, and if this is not done in an orderly manner, planned manner, these opportunities might trigger a scenario of greater inequality. So I guess it is essential to focus now on the broader access for the most vulnerable and qualify our population to have access to new technologies and services. All over the world, we talk about topics in the pre-pandemic times that were the skilling and re-skilling of population. How will we skill and train population for new complex skills? With the pandemic, this opportunity now is an urgency with the difficulties that we have with more scarce resources and all the resources focused on the fight against coronavirus. We need to organize ourselves. In the state of São Paulo, what we have done to face these challenges all at the same time are, in the first thing, we implemented data and evidence-based management to protect life in the first place. And with this, a program of transparency in data through our intelligence monitoring system was created with investment in science. Even within this economic challenge, no resources allocated to science and development were cut down, but it was allocated, and the public component will increase with support of the private sector. So we have the Federation for Research in the state. We invested more than 1 billion reais in basic and applied scientific research, and these resources will finance the production of new vaccines. Today, we know that 9 out of 10 vaccines used in Brazil are CoronaVac, the vaccine that was developed and started with this study financed by FAPESP, this Federation for the Development of Science and Technology. It is manufactured in scale in Butantan lab, but we know that it started with this investment. And through this development agency, we have programs for the development of science with 120 million reais that were allocated last year in the first bid for the investment of projects to improve public services through the private initiative, with the participation of startups, companies, and academia, together with the government, for exactly deal with public challenges. 120 million in 8 major projects. And today, 50% of these are in the health sector. We also launched the 4th industrial revolution to study new Internet of Things applications. And we also launched the International Center for Technology and Innovation with a physical space where we have today a Center for Industrial Development, the Institute of Technological Research, and we are opening for companies to use these facilities as a center for research to work in different initiatives with the University of São Paulo and Unicamp, which is the first virtual university that has 250,000 students, 50,000 in superior levels and technical levels, 200,000 in technical levels created during the pandemic because there were no face-to-face classes in the university. And to conclude, we're currently working with a startup program to overcome government issues and problems. So many startups are tested in real environments, in the clinics, hospital, and different government spaces. So we still have a lot of challenges ahead of us to solve the situation. But as I said, we lived 6 years in 6 months, which is now 1 year in this pandemic. There is still a lot of challenges, but great opportunities. I am an optimist, and I believe that this comprehensive model that works with the public, private, and academia is a model that can give us the possibility to put people first with the goal of running against time to fight against disequalities. Congratulations, and thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you for your fantastic comments. I will comment 3 major things that you talked: speed, access, and skills. Yes, we're talking about a model in which investment is as important as its cost. Today, people are concerned about costs, and they forget that costs can become an investment. And from the moment that you consider a cost is an investment, and you realize it is the way to an improvement. So thank you. Thank you for showing us which are the initiatives in the state of São Paulo, and we will talk about these issues that are related to the solutions that innovation can give us during the pandemic and how we need to focus on these solutions. And that is why we have Katia that will talk about this universe that is to work with startups and tell us a little bit about her experience in the fostering of innovation. And after Katia, we will listen to James that will put all of these different contexts together that have to do with technology and innovation to create a consensus. Katia, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. You hear me okay? Yeah. I am happy to be joining you. I'm located in Berkeley, California, so representing the Northern Hemisphere, and very honored to be part of your event today. I'll tell you a little bit about Startup Health briefly, because we actually launched this company a decade ago for the purpose of spurring innovation. So the whole topic we're talking about is actually the whole mission of our company. So we launched Startup Health 10 years ago with the mission to improve the health and well-being of everyone in the world. Just a small goal, to do so by supporting an army of entrepreneurs that we call health transformers. So we invest in companies all around the world, and then we provide them with a platform to support them and help them succeed. We have the largest portfolio of digital health companies in the world. We have 360 companies in 26 countries. We have a good number of companies in LATAM, but we would certainly love to invest in more companies in your region. So startups, if you want to learn about us, please go to startuphealth.com. We'd love to meet you. But we quickly realized, because many of our founding team are serial entrepreneurs, what was necessary in healthcare is very different than other industries. In healthcare, collaboration is essential. Startups have to work with companies like Roche, with hospitals, with insurance companies, with pharmacies, in order to reach patients, to test their products, to gather data, etc. So we quickly realized that several things would be essential to help entrepreneurs achieve their health moonshots. And so we just, for context there, we invest around 12 big themes that are called health moonshots. Those are the biggest challenges of our time as they relate to health, things like bringing access to care to everyone on the planet. So telemedicine would fall in that category, ending cancer, for example, mental health, etc. So big challenges that can impact 1 billion or more people. So a few things are very necessary for collaboration. The few key things are really the tenets of our platform as well. Number one is community. Entrepreneurs are scattered all around this world. There are hubs popping up in amazing places. It's not just happening in the biggest cities in the world. There's great talent everywhere. They need to be networked together to share their institutional knowledge, to share their networks, and just for their mental health and for a peer network. So we unite our entrepreneurs in small groups every month with peers, so that they can talk about the challenges they're facing. And that's really essential. Community is very essential for entrepreneurship. Networks of investors, stakeholders, customers, and increasingly even patients need to be created, because this type of progress can't happen in a silo. And so that's something that we're hard at work at. Communicating stories of hope and progress. The news is a very scary place to be, and we are working hard to change that, but we've built our own media company because the stories of progress and hope should be reaching your mother and father. What's being done to address the pandemic, what great technologies are happening to help people with diabetes, or in remote parts of Africa where they have no care when they're pregnant, for example. So many wonderful stories of hope that need to be told so that people can get involved. People can go to their doctor and say, hey, I heard about this technology. Can I try that? Can you get involved in that? They need to have a lot of opportunities to get involved. And that's really the fourth category. Historically, venture capital companies and large corporations have been driving all the funding in digital health. And huge foundations and family offices. But it's really been the most wealthy organizations that are driving all the funding. But in healthcare, patients, families, doctors are essential. They're a big part of the story, and they should be able to get involved. And so we are working hard to help our media and our content reach everyday people. We've also launched a family of funds to back health moonshots with very low minimums, democratizing the ability to invest in health moonshots. So it's not just for the big wealthy organizations. You know, we're trying to shift the power dynamic a little bit so that the everyday person can get involved, and so that there can be more collaboration, more feedback from patients. And so those are some of the things that we feel are really essential in terms of innovation. It's widening the aperture, widening the conversation so that it's not siloed, and really just creating a foundation and opportunities for communication and for radical collaboration. And I'll just close with, we're very inspired by the original moonshot to put a man on the moon. It took a decade. It took many, many countries working together. It took thousands of companies working together to put a man on the moon. And we believe that type of collaboration will be necessary to achieve the health moonshots that can improve the health and well-being of everyone in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Katya. Congratulations for your presentation. 3 items that I thought that were really interesting in your presentation, Katya, that has to do with investment and the support, and mainly communication. So today I'm responsible for a company, and it has a number of companies that we also support, and we provide technical support more than investment support, which are companies that are investing and that are working with us, and we're trying to develop their structures with 1,000 million patients. And I believe that these issues are the 3 difficulties: investment, support that these companies need, and eventually communication, real communication of the effectiveness of these actions that companies can contribute with for community. So we will elaborate on these topics shortly. Thank you. Thank you, Katya. James, now it's your turn. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you with us this afternoon. I can say that I am introducing the representative not of an ordinary company, a technology company, isn't it? Because I believe that that's the best definition for your company. And tell us about that, James. Tell us about this innovation and technology approach within your macro environment.
Absolutely. No, it's such a pleasure to be here, and I'm really honored to be on this panel. Katya, thank you for your presentation. We need entrepreneurs, we need startups, we need that innovation to come. And Secretary Patricia, it's really a pleasure to have you. You've been such a wonderful partner. The state of Sao Paulo, the Brazil government have been such wonderful partners here. We are having the collaboration of a lifetime, aren't we, these days with the coronavirus. If we don't work together, we will not succeed. We will not defeat this virus. And I was so pleased, Secretary Patricia, you mentioned Butantan, and you mentioned the work that the Sao Paulo state government has done to put the shots in the arms of the residents here in Sao Paulo, and how important that is to, not just the health of everyone, but, for the future economy to really thrive. When I talk about innovation, I talk a lot about the people part of what innovation is. And I do believe very sincerely that collaboration is a key part of that. And so that example you brought about Bhutan, talking about how, Bhutan itself as an institute sought to collaborate with Sinovac to bring that vaccine to market, right? And we have fundamentally to provide the safety and efficacy for all Sao Paulo residents, right? We have to safeguard that. We want a solution to the virus, but not at any cost, right? And so the Bhutan Institute put together a remarkable program, clinical trials that were very well organized, really top-notch around the world. And they were very generous to work with us. You may know Roche, right? We are certainly a technology company. We're certainly a healthcare company. You may know us from, let's say, pharmaceuticals in the area of like oncology, for example. But probably more and more you hear more about us as a in vitro diagnostic provider, right? Being able to provide the testing that our physicians need in order to make decisions about a person's health, decide what's the proper treatment to give them. And so we had like really the pleasure to work with Bhutan to take some of our experimental tests and to be able to use those tests in context of, is the person coming into the clinical trial, are they going to be properly assessed for their immune response or their immune status? And then once they receive the vaccine, is the vaccine actually effective? Are they getting the efficacy out of this? I think everyone has read a lot about variants. And the longer we are infected by coronavirus around the world, the more likelihood that variants will come and exist. And those variants have really a big impact to the transmissibility of COVID, the severity of COVID, and then in terms of the vaccines, the ability to prove how effective those vaccines are. So this is a very smart virus, right? They have quite a lot of capabilities, and these variants are ways in which they try to outsmart us. So we had the ability to work with Bhutan. We were able to make sure that the decision to bring that vaccine into the arms of Brazilians was in fact safe and efficacious, and we're going to continue and support them as they develop their own vaccine, their own Brazil vaccine, which we really need to reach the population of 190 million Brazilians countrywide. Well, I'd like to, of course, share that point. One of the things I'm really passionate about that I would like to share with you is that innovation requires some very important conditions to exist before it can really thrive, okay? And I think we can talk a lot about some of the hard factors, right? Like the money and the investments, right? And the challenges, right? That drive that innovation. But what I'd like to focus on are a few things more on the soft side, but I think are absolutely critical, and we tend to miss them when we work through innovation. So the first thing is around having a North Star for innovation. So when we talk about innovating health, we're talking about people's lives. We're talking about the health of society, right? At Roche, we have a purpose statement, and that's that we do now what patients need next. And we have an ambition that by 2030, we will be able to provide all the populations with twice the access to diagnostics than today. And to put this into perspective for Latin America, we have 140 million people who do not have basic access to healthcare. Brazil has made very good strides, but we know that there are, access points, particularly in the rural areas, where that diagnostic is simply not, available. And so our vision is that we're able to increase that access dramatically by innovating diagnostics, because we believe that being able to diagnose a patient early enough and accurately enough is one of the core foundations of medicine. Being able to know, where they stand and what treatment they're going to need, and that instructs everything else. The second thing I'd like to share is a bit about values and culture. So what we drive as far as our values, it's around being passionate. We come to work every day extremely passionate to make a difference. And I think for my panel, if I could speak for you, is that dealing with the pandemic and going through the daily life is very difficult, but I think you would all agree that we feel this sense of purpose, that what we're doing in innovating healthcare is going to overcome this virus, right? So passionate is a big one. But without courage, you don't have anything. So we need to be able to take risks. We need to be able to, in a large company, right, there's often a feeling of being risk averse. And maybe Secretary Patricia, it's also easy in politics or in government to be risk averse. But without being courageous and really taking bold steps, that's our way of really making innovation happen. Third is about people. And what I would say when I have observed innovation in action is when people are at the table representing really a diverse set of backgrounds, of capabilities, of disciplines. We have done really well in healthcare to be specialized, right? We have some, think of some of these institutes in Sao Paulo who are the best cardiologists in the world or the best oncologists. We tend to forget, though, that the future of innovation is about the integration of medicine, the integration of those different specialties to have a more powerful impact on patients and what we need to do. So I am a big fan of diversity. Diversity is not a buzzword. It is a business necessity. It's a necessity for innovation. And my last point, Patrick, will be that the conditions for innovation is also around luck. We work hard for good luck, and serendipity is a very important concept. And so for all of you innovators out there, of course, you need to have a North Star, and you need to have a culture, and you need to bring diversity, but you need to know when to strike. You need to know when to bottle lightning in a jar to bring that innovation forward. And if you have a good sense of that, you will have the patience, you will have the determination to really see through what is a great idea, but actually have it implemented in health for our people. Thanks for the time.
Great, James. Thank you. Thank you. And I like to say, James, that in health, what we do, I mean, here in Brazil, we say that the tree is this high. I mean, there's a lot of cutting that we can do because the excess and waste in health in Brazil, in the United States, and elsewhere around the world is amazing. There's a lot of things that we can change, and innovation is what? Is when you do something different and you have a different result. There's no use in doing the same thing and think that you're going to have a different result, because you won't. You'll do the same thing, the same result. So now, Patricia, she has an appointment later on, so I'll ask Patricia. Patricia Allen, our secretary. Look how interesting it is. You talked about the models that the government of the state of São Paulo put into practice to leverage other initiatives that had been implemented in the past, but now, considering that we have been pushed to use technology due to social distancing and COVID-19 protocols, and with the new models that have been implemented in our country and with countries that were doing business here. I mean, what is you were part of the private market, and you were head of one of the most important consulting firms in the country. So which is the great control characteristic that we need so that these investments can be allocated in the hands of the appropriate responsible parties, so that these innovations will become developments and initiatives that will be used fully for the benefit of the whole population. Well, there are several mechanisms, Pedro. I would say that first, we're talking about a transparent management of decision-making, and also the legal framework. The state of São Paulo was pioneer with the Innovation Act. So we have this legal framework with the Innovation Act that includes a very detailed methodology on how to hire economic innovation, how to implement applied development programs, how to foster startups with public funding. So the executive power and the public works with control agencies and other enforcement agencies in the country. And we're working with these initiatives because we saw that other states had some problem implementing these models. And today, our governor, João Doria, fostered scientific work at national level. FAPESP, which is the scientific fostering agency here, is really very active, and we have state secretaries in science and technology that are fighting for the innovation. So one of the best practices that we share is exactly the model of the Innovation Act. And what we did, and today, incidentally, there is a workshop with different judges in the state of Brazil that are working to standardize these control practices and mentoring practices for startups, because many startups ultimately don't have opportunities because they don't have the possibility to enter these processes, and major companies participate by startups rarely are hired by the government. So we have a number of pitch projects where these startups participate in different bids, and we realized that after when the award was given to a startup, nothing happened, because to reach a certain scale, startups need support. So we needed the legal framework to support startups, leveraging everything with transparency so that we can reach a critical mass of researchers, scientists, and entrepreneurs. The second part, which has to do with applied research that involves research investment, we at this agency, we did something which is simple and obvious, but did not exist. That is, the secretary was the means whereby other agencies were included in the process, because they not always have researchers. So what we did in the government at the Economic Development Agency Secretary, we tried to identify which were government priorities in all departments. And now we'll create a public process whereby these challenges are solved with research funding. So we have the papers for the criteria that you have to fulfill to enter this bid and participate in this process. And there are different stages that you have to fill out to participate in this science development project. And the papers for the bid have very interesting description. And every real invested in this agency, institutes or universities would be investing at least 1 real in in an economic resource, and a private company would have a counterpart investing the same amount. So this would leverage the project, but furthermore, this is not only a private project, a research project, or a public project. No, we're talking about a project where we have the academia, the private sector, and the public sector, and startups all working together in the same project. That's the beauty of the idea. So these two models, and we have a totally transparent process in the bidding papers, then the assessment, the selection, the monitoring of the impact, and we can guarantee that all of these stakeholders work together. And other than that, there are other initiatives that are also audited by control mechanisms in the country. We have the accounts jury and other control mechanisms. And we also control the impact and the guarantee that this investment is leveraged and that these players work together. Well, so if this is the case, we can be rest assured that more companies, more startups will have access to this investment model. Isn't this the case? Yes, exactly. Yes, I said, great. Patricia, I know that you need to leave the session, and on behalf of FIS and Colmeia Nova Summit, thank you very much for your participation. Great job at the Secretary. Great to see you. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you, Pedro. Thank you, James, Katia. It was great to share this panel with you. And this is my last take-home message. The time has come to show the value of science and technology investments. I realized that the difficult times we're living, there's a trend to give more importance to OPEX and forget CAPEX as the most important variable. So we're studying that, and it's an invitation to join efforts in this line. We are showing the importance of investing in science and technology, the importance of innovation. And let's remember that Brazil has an important science and technology budget, which is one third of what it was in 2019. So we're living a challenging moment, and we need to show facts that deserve our investment. Thank you, and have a great end of the event. Thank you. Okay, so with these last words by Secretary Patricia, I will ask you, Katia, which is the investment that should be made? And if you have the investment, and if you have the organization that is willing to support a startup, and I, on the other end, need this solution, I see that sometimes the market makes things difficult for startups. What about the integration of data? For you, Katia, and in you, in this great hub for startups, what is your advice or your tip when you develop a health startup? I have a system to control diabetes, a global system that controls glycemic indices of my diabetic patients. So we can see information in a way. And what is the counseling that you give in your hub so that technologies are developed in standards of open intelligence, let's say? What is your perspective as far as data integration capacity of companies that are starting now, Katia?
It's a great question. I think, it depends on the stage of the company. It's very difficult at a certain stage for companies to raise capital before they have the data. And it's like a chicken and the egg scenario, because they're saying, investors are telling them, come back to us when you have more data. And they're saying, we need an investment in order to get the data. So it's this constant problem. Fortunately, there is a rise of seed stage investors. We are a seed stage investor, but we certainly are just a small piece of the puzzle. But that is a growing sector of the investment world. But we do coach our companies on that, in the sense that, in order to succeed, in order to get big customer relationships, in order to raise rounds, you have to be very clear, even if you don't have the full set of evidence yet, what early traction do you have? What early feedback do you have? Some of the best companies that we have seen succeed are almost maniacal about feedback and data and reinvesting in their customers and their product based on that. So it's really key from an individual company level, from a larger sort of population health management level. Obviously, you really can't do anything without data. So that's sort of a separate conversation. One of the reasons that we feel so passionately that we needed to create a community to bring entrepreneurs together is to share data as well. And that happens a lot in our community, and we facilitate that from granular data about, which organizations are working with startups and, in a kind of a startup friendly way, to much larger scale data sets. We have a company called Particle Health, which is a blockchain company that is actually a platform for other startups to pull any patient records in the US using just their name and their date of birth. And so any apps can write that and get de-identified data sets. So it's a category that is essential, and it's also growing in a number of different interesting ways right now.
Excellent. Thank you, Katia. Thank you very much. James, can you hear? I don't know if he's here with us. James? Well, no problem. I can go back to Katia and elaborate on some topics. I think James is not here. So Katia, I'll stay with you a little bit. And sure. Let's talk about these models that are related to startup development. Katia, some time ago, we created here in São Paulo a data lab so that these companies could safely see how things could be. And now Brazil passed an act for data protection, and some thought that this legislation would be a hindrance or a problem for the development of technology. But we really saw that it was the possibility to have the precise access and more assertive to data. So you can understand the responsibilities of all of the stakeholders in the sector. So today, if I have a company and I include this company in Prevent Senior to develop this company as a startup, you can have access to a wide base of 500,000 clients, as I mentioned before. Here at Prevent Senior, there's investment, database, and the organization. In your opinion, Katia, within a startup, do we still need the startup to have a lot of officials, employees, and members so that it can develop itself? Or everything is more directed by the operational efficiency of each of the members that are there trying to develop the company? The startup needs to bring its own consultants, or within the model that you have, you can do this for a startup that maybe has 10 members. And then with these 10 members, they can develop something with data and the appropriate investment. In your environment, Katia, is this possible? Can you develop this? Or does the startup need to do this by itself? Because in Brazil, most startups need to do this on their own. There are few that can give startups development possibilities, because everybody will know if you're successful. And now, Katia, you'll be famous after this event. Everybody will want to talk to you.
Yeah, that's an interesting question also. Our organization, we are a platform for innovation. We invest in the companies and then we help them succeed. We don't start up the companies from the beginning. So companies, it's on them to build their team and their product and scale, but we provide an important infrastructure to help them do that. So we're not an outsourced, product arm, for example, to come in and help them develop out their product. However, we have a very robust network. And through our network, they might find those people. And so that's where there's a really important element there in terms of the community and the network. For example, we've had 27 companies acquired out of our portfolio. Many of the founders of companies that were acquired in our portfolio joined other portfolio company teams. And so that happens a lot as well in terms of sharing talent. And that's always really amazing to see. It's a tight, even though it's a large community, it's relatively tight knit because they're all facing similar challenges, and it's not an easy thing that they're doing.
I've been to Israel 2 years ago, and there were some startup hubs, and I was quite surprised precisely because this integration model and ability of interaction between startups and companies, it ends up helping to a certain evolution. Of course, there's always technical secrecy that is fundamental between one and the other, but the ability of overcoming certain barriers at a certain stage is always helped by one or another leader. And then I'd like to ask James to tell us, James, about these models of prediction that Roche has been developing. You've just said that, well, you can wait that in the next few years, especially the diagnosis methods, many things will change. I am totally convinced about that, James, because we have several studies here, especially gears to metalharmonic and other prediction methods that no need to actually draw blood from patients. And I know you have several developments within this pattern. And this indeed will be the great innovation in the future, diagnostics methods. Will our standards change, James?
Thank you for that question. I'm sorry I wasn't able to hear Katya's response. Tight glycemic control and all of this is so important to the health of our patients. But that your question has me reflect a little bit about the limitations, the biggest limitations we face, right, in the implementation of innovation. Is often about not having the right focus on the patient, and really on how we not just innovate technology, but how we innovate the implementation of technology. That's one of those things that are often lost in the shuffle. So to your point, to your question about looking at things that are on the horizon that are new, things like algorithms or diagnostic biomarkers, right? That are maybe not chemical in nature; they're actually electronic or digital in nature. I'd like to share with you maybe one example of that, and I'm going to do it because, well, at least in the U.S., I forget in Brazil, but this weekend is Mother's Day. And our mothers are very, of course, important to us, right? And when we think about their health and the health of our, our women in society, the reality is that breast cancer is by far the biggest in terms of incidence and in terms of mortality. And especially if you look at Latin America, that is really, really high. Now, the problem, there are many problems to why that mortality is so high, but I think we have to acknowledge that there are many treatments out there, both really established ones that have been out for some time, but also new options that are coming to market every year. But the real problem that we see, it's about the time to diagnosis. Our mothers times higher, and of course, likelihood of mortality is so much higher, right? Well, the approaches that we've employed isn't a technological approach. It's actually utilizing design thinking. And we applied design thinking in healthcare to think through the patient journey map. So here, thinking specifically about
Mira, batería. Apparently, James' connection is not working. No problem. Let's wait till he reconnects. And I will pick up on what James said. James, we lost some of your comments. If you want to recap, James, are you able to? Are you connected, James? I think we lost James. Are you connected, James?
Are you able to hear me?
Is it okay? Yes, James. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry for that. It's one of. Can you hear me? Yes, I'm connected. I can hear you. Are you able to hear me?
I'm good.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me now? Are you able to hear me now?
Well, what I will do is carry on from here. But the thing is that within what we're talking about and diagnostic patterns and innovation technology, there is a very interesting factor in these last years that are related to algorithms that are currently under development today. And this is really very interesting as far as data creation is concerned, optimization of models, and speed in the understanding of what is going on in technology systems. Once we need to evolve within our diagnostic patterns. So when we talk about data integration and we talk about answers, precise answers for a health system, we're talking here about the possibility of having, on the one hand, well, I am a cardiologist and I would like to have access to all of the EKGs of my patients. And if I have access and I can cross data from all of these patients that presented maybe atrial fibrillation, which is a deficiency that has a very high risk of stroke and evolution of a disease. And this atrial fibrillation, I can identify patients that are in treatment with right anticoagulation. So this crossed information can give the physician responsible for the patient or the medical team information that can decrease the influence of atrial fibrillation in stroke. We have really reached fantastic diagnosis, assertion with algorithms, but we have to build this within standards that can bring benefit throughout the system. We know that Roche, and we partner with Roche here at Prevent Senior, and these are the models that today are focused on standards that are already exist and are delivered in health systems, but these data are lost, are not used as they could be used. So to understand this format and understand the speed of diseases, the speed of action taken, and improve innovation so that we can identify new situations is the great standard that we need to implement from now on. So, Katja, would you like to make some closing remarks? What is your take-home message, Katja, after this full hour talking about data science, innovation, support models for startups? Which is your desire? What is your wish for the future for the development of innovation in the next months and years, Katja?
Thank you. you know, it's always wonderful to participate in events in other countries. You know, we've had a very global vision from the beginning. You can't make an impact on health on a macro level without addressing, you know, James made a comment about the lack of access to care in Brazil. You know, 50% of the population of the world doesn't have access to basic healthcare. So we have a long way to go, and we're very committed to that goal. But we're also, you know, I'm very excited to meet you all and to form new connections, because that's what it's going to take. It's going to take collaboration between large organizations and small in different regions and countries around the world, supported by data, as we've talked about today, to help make some of that progress easier and connect the dots. So thank you for having me today, and inspired by the work you all are doing, and look forward to staying in touch.
Well, we have Katya's contact information. And James, your take-home message, final comments on innovation, what we're going through in this world today, not only related to what we're expecting will happen according to you. I think that James' connection is unstable. Unfortunately, it's not working. Well, thank you. Thank you, FIS initiative. Thank you for the invitation by the Colmeia Innova Summit. We are here with Patricia Allen, Secretary, with Katya Hancock, with a dear Katya Hancock, which is the Startup Health Investors Network Director, and James Linhan from Roche. So thank you very much for your participation. I am Dr. Pedro Batista. I'm Head of Prevent Senior, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Have a great week. Keep safe, and congratulations, FIS and Colmeia Innova Summit, for this great event.
Precisamos mudar o modo como cuidamos uns dos outros. Estar mais perto, mais conectados, ouvir mais. Oferecemos a cada paciente os meios para entender e conviver melhor com a doença. Acompanhamos o hospital em todas as suas transformações, com eficiência em todos os níveis. Como um líder mundial em saúde domiciliar e gases medicinais para hospitais, queremos construir um sistema de saúde eficiente e virtuoso para todos.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força: a saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados, unidos pela saúde.
Todo questionador é um inconformado que, na busca de novas formas, continua perguntando: esse é o mundo que eu quero viver? Como cuidar de todos e de cada um?
Como melhorar um sistema inteiro de saúde? Ou será que é preciso reinventar esse sistema? Qual tecnologia será preciso criar? Qual o melhor equipamento? Quem é o profissional perfeito? Como ser parceiro das empresas? Como conversar em mais pessoas? É possível antecipar, prever e reduzir riscos? Como cuidar e ensinar o cuidado? Responder tudo isso é a nossa missão. E essa resposta não se alcança sozinho, e sim em conjunto. Mas quem sabe ouvir perguntas vai sempre continuar procurando todas as respostas. ASCII. A resposta é saúde.
Bradesco Saúde desenvolveu uma série de iniciativas que promovem orientação e cuidado em meio à pandemia de Covid-19. É o Saúde Digital. Com ele, quem tem Bradesco Saúde pode realizar consultas médicas por videochamada sem sair de casa. Veja como funciona. Para dúvidas e sintomas de Covid-19 ou outras questões de saúde, você deverá acessar o app Bradesco Saúde. Se você ainda não tem instalado, faça o download gratuito na App Store ou no Google Play. Para consultas médicas regulares com médicos referenciados, acesse o site bradescosaude.com.br. Confira as especialidades disponíveis para atendimento por videochamada e como agendar sua consulta. Bradesco Saúde, ao seu lado contra o coronavírus.
É pra ficar junto.
Inspira.
É pra saber sua história. É pro seu estilo de vida. É pra olhar nos olhos. É pra cada fase da vida. A DASA é uma rede de saúde integrada que acompanha as pessoas ao longo da vida. DASA é pra toda a vida.
Olá, o IBKL é uma empresa focada na geração de soluções educacionais para capacitação técnica e comportamental de profissionais e acadêmicos da saúde. Baseado nos métodos ativos de ensino, estruturamos o Medflix, uma solução integrada que possibilita que nossos clientes implantem dentro de suas instituições programas permanentes de capacitação em larga escala e em sinergia com suas demandas e prioridades, de forma a gerar um real impacto institucional.
que você espera de um escritório de advocacia? Nós, do Machado Nunes, temos como propósito transformar a advocacia em uma ferramenta multiplicadora de resultados, tratando gente como gente. Os mais de 20 anos a serviço dos clientes renderam aos sócios do escritório a capacidade de entender as relações humanas. Por tudo isso, temos atuação reconhecida e destacada, sendo o principal escritório do setor da saúde, atendendo não só os principais players, como também as mais relevantes entidades representativas do setor.
Super-heróis são seres com poderes mágicos que voam, que enxergam o que ninguém enxerga. Hoje, fica claro que vivemos rodeados de super-heróis, dirigindo, acolhendo, cuidando, que têm feito da proteção do outro sua missão. Eles sempre estiveram aqui, só estavam disfarçados. Homenagem a quem tem feito mais do que seu trabalho para mais gente ficar bem. Mater Dei 40 anos.
Em 2021, o Prontuário Eletrônico do Paciente do SOMV, solução da empresa para o setor hospitalar, ganhou pela 6ª vez consecutiva o reconhecimento de melhor da América Latina, de acordo com o Instituto Norte-Americano CLES. Uma vitória que é nossa, de cada um que trabalha na MV. Quem faz o PEP sabe que por trás da solução tem muito esforço, dedicação e comprometimento. É por isso que esta conquista não é apenas da MV, é do Brasil, é nossa.
Nós nascemos na saúde e nos movemos pela saúde. Impulsionados por essa paixão, nos tornamos uma das maiores empresas de tecnologia para a saúde do Brasil. Nosso caminho é trilhado por 400 colaboradores e mais de 6.000 clientes. Somos tecnologia que evolui todos os dias. Somos Fixion.
Atendimento que olha nos olhos e excelência em saúde. Esse é nosso jeito de cuidar de você e da sua família. Somos o Sobre Medicina Diagnóstica, para ficar mais perto de você, para te dar mais comodidade, para cuidar dos seus pequenos e daqueles que fazem parte da sua história. Inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas é nosso propósito há mais de 3 décadas. Seja bem-vindo ao Sobre Medicina Diagnóstica.
Nascemos com o desafio de mudar o olhar para a saúde de cada pessoa, transformando informação em conhecimento. Tudo em um mesmo lugar, dados e serviços juntos para permitir pela primeira vez que cada um tenha a visão completa sobre sua saúde. Todos reunidos em uma plataforma, unindo forças para criar soluções extraordinárias e oferecer todo o cuidado que cada pessoa merece e precisa, de maneira coordenada e digital, Afinal, acreditamos que usar a tecnologia de forma inteligente e integrada é o primeiro passo para preservar o maior ativo de nossas vidas, a saúde. ID. Toda saúde é única.
THB é uma das maiores consultorias em saúde, benefícios, seguros, resseguros e affinity. Com foco em inovação e proximidade com o cliente, a THB tem uma equipe multidisciplinar, com consultores especialistas na estruturação e administração de programas customizados. Fundada em 1978, faz parte do grupo MODELOS, o maior wholesale broker dos Estados Unidos, e está presente em todo o Brasil. THB, soluções que vão além do seguro.
As we said before, every day we will have a session called Knowing the Strategy. And I want to invite Martha Oliveira, Executive Director of Designing Saúde and Laços Saúde, CEO of, and Irlau Machado Filho, CEO of the Notre Dame Intermedica Group. And visit our website. We can relax and talk to our sponsors. And now let us start our session. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to be here this afternoon together with Irlau, talking about a very important topic, which is data integration, patient data integration. And we have so much to talk about, thinking about the future, looking at the past, right, Irlau? And I would like to invite you to join me, since we are here together exchanging ideas on this topic. Please tell us about your perspective. How do you see this topic today, and what are your future prospects in the short term about data integration? Martha, first of all, I also want to thank the organizers of the event for this invitation. It's an honor to be here with you. Martha, always so quick and smart in this very difficult moment we are going through for health in the planet, in the countries, in the communities, which impacts us greatly as humans and as communities, and also dramatically impacts our global health services. So the event of the pandemic has forced companies to speed up their data processes, to understand their patients as rapidly as possible, and also to be anxious to help their patients, to care for their patients, to save lives. And the technological dynamic of the segment was very much sped up. We have telemedicine, which is something that was only discussed and talked about for the last years, many years in fact, but which has become more important and pressing during the pandemic. And it's not only telemedicine, it is telecare, because we not only have doctors' visits and controls and also communication between surgeons during their procedures, so that connectivity brought a totally new dimension. And I always remember that development and innovation are a result of need. And need has become pressing in this moment when we are impacted by this global health crisis. With regards to innovation, just to remind you who we are, and let's talk about innovation in this segment. Intermedica is one of the largest groups in the country. We have 4.3 million beneficiaries of health, a large number also of dental health. We have approximately, and I'm giving you approximate figures. It's not because I don't know, but we depend on finalizing all the purchases. So we have launched a brand for diagnostics, which is called Neutralize. It was launched last year. We have many outlets now for collecting biological material. We can process 5 million tests per month, and we have a relevant presence in the primary care diagnostic area also. Now, talking about innovation, one of the things that we needed urgently was, and this know-how that we acquired along many years, was to compile data on chronic patients, patients with comorbidities, and patients that were grouped into case management groups, where we have a high loyalty level with regards to monitoring the evolution of a patient's pathologies a long time. This gave us a great possibility of reducing the negative evolution of the diseases so that we could provide not only well-being and higher quality of life for patients, but also cost efficiency for their treatment. We also need to transfer this technology for all the other groups or the other patients. We have 200,000 people involved in this system initially, and now with the volume of patients that we have started a process to transfer technology to all our patients. One important step in the process was to capture their information through a diagnostic process through our clinical and image testing clinics with fast sampling for adverse events, such as, for instance, cardiac events that can be detected rapidly through clinical analyses. and with the help of an assistant physician. So we have a database that is already in our company for almost 50 years. Our company is accustomed to holding patient data for this very long period that we have existed. And with that, we can have a more active stance facing the development of our patients' diseases. And this was accelerated during the pandemic because of the need to understand more rapidly the occupation rate of our units. So as I said, we were in great need of innovating. We have added more than 1,000 beds to our institutions during the second wave of the pandemic, but we also started to monitor our patients' therapeutic outcome so that we could understand the best and most efficient measures for this period. This data is not lost, obviously. It is engineered and worked on so that we can have a more predictive view of therapeutic outcomes. And it also can be used so that we can see our own capacity now compared to what we will need projected into the future in a more efficient manner. We are still in a very delicate and sensitive moment in the pandemic, and as I have said, we felt the pressing need to start and speed up. But on the other hand, we also need to allocate resources in a very short term. It's no use thinking that we can set up a whole system to be shiny and new and efficient in our work in only 5 years if we're not ready to help the country survive these 5 years. That is, we need to be alive so that we can be successful. Therefore, it is still a moment of reflection and of conversation with society. Everybody is still very anxious with regards to patients that are victims of COVID-19 and its different variants. And in this period, we have seen many opportunities to develop technologies or to implement existing technologies. But unfortunately, it is a very difficult time, which prevents us from speeding up certain things, such as, for example, the anamnesis, which could be done typically using a cell phone, a mobile phone, or other devices, instead of focusing on the future development that will tell us whether, as a nation, not as a company, whether we will have a oxygen for a COVID patient. So the pandemic brings opportunities for accelerating, but it also brings difficulties in allocating investments, especially in technology. This is something that needs to be understood. When the results of these developments will arrive, facing the immediate needs of our society. What I usually say about our company is that we are not abandoning in any way the understanding of how important it is to integrate data and to develop new technologies. One of our companies actually is strictly focused on observing and monitoring all innovations that come up. as well as new technologies that are announced globally. And I mean globally. Recently, we went to Lithuania to seek medications. But we understand that some of these initiatives are in different rates of maturing, and many times they impact the whole world. I'm talking about the pandemic. So I would like to open for questions, maybe. Of course, while I was listening to your comments, I also made some notes to develop on them. And meanwhile, we are waiting for our participants to send in their questions. Please write them on the chat. So we do have a great need to have a more integrated and organized system, because we don't circulate in one system alone. And this has become more clearer during the pandemic. I understand the out-of-pocket with my physician, and then I go to a lab for a test, and then I go to a vaccination unit. So I am across all the health systems. But at the same time, I am a unique individual. How will my data be organized and integrated in a system, I mean? So if we extrapolate that to technology, everybody today owns a smartphone or a smartwatch, or thousands of possibilities for biosensors that are beginning to come to Brazil, sensors in the household. How can we integrate all that so it makes some sense? Or else you'll have lots of data on about me spread throughout the whole place, but they can't be used effectively if they're not properly integrated. And some important reflections. One of them is the LGPD, the Data Privacy Protection Law in Brazil. People are worried about this, but I think that it's positive. It will organize data, and if you have data that is useful, it has permission, as long as you can follow the rules that are there to use it. So this is the first thing that I would like to hear your opinion about. The second one is how we make up the patient data. This was always very important to me, because I am a patient and the data belongs to me. So if it's mine, it belongs to my private physician. It belongs to the public health system, but it has to be mine, owned by me. And recently we brought a company from Holland, and we were the 25th country to bring this methodology to Brazil. We're already present in 24 countries. So we were discussing about bringing the method to Brazil or not, and all the training it involved. And when we see the level of non-integration of data in our country, people find it really hard to understand what we do here. So it's the other way around. They find it so difficult to understand this lack of organization, exactly. So if we think about the biosensors and all the information you were talking about, all this has to be integrated somehow in the other forms of care I have, and in turn, it leads to more needs. So I agree with you that the pandemic was an accelerator, and it will continue as such. I usually say that telemedicine did not come because of the pandemic. Actually, it accelerated by 5 years what we were doing. But this acceleration will also be used for other things. So to me, telemedicine is a commodity. It is a way of assessing or accessing your patient, physically or virtually. Now, what comes after telemedicine? That's what the world is discussing and wondering. And after that, in my view, I have no doubt that we will see prediction. So with all this data genetics, biosensors, and all these features that are to arrive, we will be able to work with prediction. So my first message was on the data protection law, and now I will leave my second message, which is, what is this idea of here in Brazil, we have a good prospect of working with prediction if we have not made our homework, that is, data integration, larger databases, because each one is continues to be separated from the other. Well, I believe that these are very relevant points that you rose. First of all, data, patient data belongs to patient, and that is how it must always be. And people must have direct and free access to their data at any point in time. The data integration that you mentioned, and you also mentioned some European countries, does find some difficulties in Brazil. If you compare Brazil to Holland or Denmark, of course, it's 10, 20 times larger, and our availability of technologies in such a large and continental countries is entirely different from what you see in the European countries. We might even be closer to the US than to Europe in this sense because of the diversity we have and availability of access to telecommunication technologies, etc. One example, in the São Paulo hospitals, for example, we have more PET scan equipment than the European countries together. So this is so complex to be able to absorb, manage, create mechanisms for data transfer and use, patient data, of course, and it's an enormous complexity, whereas others have it. So in Brazil, we have this internal complexity. Now, on the other hand, unfortunately, what happens today is that we have Google. You have a test exam, immediately you go to the web and you look for outcomes and therapeutic outcomes of this diagnostic. So these are points that will need to be assessed later on when we talk about access to patient data. And we have policies in Brazil which define that when you receive an exam, you have to be followed by a physician, but access needs to be generalized, of course. As for my concern with regard to the possibility of transferring this data between and among different health players, there are limitations, ethical limitations, obviously, that must exist at any moment. So that is where the devil lies. Unfortunately, we imagine that it would be very good, but unfortunately, all the details and bureaucracy involved in these processes may make it counterproductive for health. And this is a moment for a broad discussion with society about privacy versus well-being, which many times can be damaged because of the bureaucracy. So with regards to the LGBT, data protection law, and data access, these are my ideas. Now, with regards to health in itself, we still in Brazil have a situation not only about innovation, but also the establishment of sustainability to the sector in the long term.
When we talk about complementary health, today it represents 97% of the compensation of private hospitals in the country. Without health insurance companies, you don't have the large hospitals that come up to your mind, Einstein, Cecília, Samaritano, Oswaldo Cruz, etc. So those are partners in the quality health development in the country. They are the financiers, but they are not indeed. The financiers are the users, right? The beneficiaries of health insurance companies, 47 million beneficiaries, whereas there should be 90 million. Because of lack of access, we don't have it today. Unfortunately, due to some reason in the past, the complementary healthcare in Brazil, it was actually affected by a syndrome, because it's not a cyclic disease, it's a rare, long-term disease. It's called GENI. I don't know if the younger users would understand this concept of the Chico Buarque de Holanda song. Okay, let's throw stones at GENI. Everything you can, because GENI is basically demon, whereas it should be interpreted as the partner of public health in Brazil. Let me give you an example now. During the pandemic, in which healthcare insurance companies or plans, they seem to be very busy. Historically, they cannot be commended. But during this period, we have 18% increase in tax in healthcare inputs through a bill that was passed in Assembly, commanded by Governor João Dória, 18% exporting this cost to other countries and other actually municipalities and states, because São Paulo accounts for 70% of the production in the country. We had 66 new procedures in the list of the National Healthcare Agency, ANS, and COVID test costs 200 reais. And so we have, nobody takes a single test. Let me ask you, Amanda, how many tests have you taken? Because I may say that I myself have taken more than one. And so we have a situation that is very adverse. We have the search for reduction or elimination of price adjustment. We have 0.7 cents, now it's 0.70%, 1,000% increase of commission that we had for education that account for adjustment of 800% on average. And we have a huge increase in respirators, ventilators that have price increases 500, 600%. And all of this, we look at the health insurance as a great villain in this process of solution. And it's much on the contrary. We are a solution. And on the other hand, there is this reasoning of society which is not like that. Do you want to integrate to a national health system and all companies in the industry, labs, health system companies, so that we have access to information, prediction, and this information to us is absolutely fundamental, key, so that everybody has transparency regarding what happens. There is no transparency in that. An event, for example, performed by a doctor, pointed out as member of the prosthesis mafia, 5 years later, he's never been punished. The patients don't know that they're going to a doctor that is a target of federal police because of prosthesis mafia. And there is no such information in the West. There is in the US. Once you get a penny to go to a conference, it has to be stated on your record. So we have to improve information on hospitals that, for example, appendicitis surgery, they charge 50 times more than a second hospital. Nobody knows about that. This remains as something obscure. we must have transparency in the sense so that everybody can make their decisions in terms of healthcare cost benefit, so that the companies can have that too. Even technologies for information being circulated, if we had greater transparency, more data integration, we would be able to have better decisions on the part of the decision-making people or persons that ultimately are beneficiaries. Great. I'm going to take some points of what you've mentioned. Quite important. Sorry, I'm changing. I'm moving here because of the lighting. I think there is this debate of our being a huge country with income inequality, with access inequality, and all of that. But for us to have different healthcare systems, for us to actually have a decision that information is important, we must, well, at some point, I believe that the information needed to be vertical, right? You see, so Ministry of Health has made a decision that data is important, and this, like the other countries, and this information would somehow echo throughout the country. So there are some cases around, as it's been the system of where the vaccines come from. So the connected suits was really nice. You could see information on vaccines, on COVID data, private laboratories. So it's very good. But today I believe that we won't have this in a uniform way. Yes, we'll do it, but not possible. Some local initiatives come up, and they somehow will be organizing a more macro format. But anyhow, I believe in the management decision that data is important, that we're finally getting there. Because we see the importance not only of data, for this to effectively reverting into a healthcare organization, this is actually hitting the pocket. The fact that I do not have the information leads me to spend much more than I would if I had the information. And something very important, something that I think that is most important of all, is that information requires education. When we were at ANAPI, we surveyed some patients, and we realized that simply by delivering some information to patients was not enough. We needed to deliver information along with education so that they could understand the information. I think that in the pandemic, this has been made very clear. There's a study made by Google, and I love it. So I love clippings. If you take my phone, I have photos of clippings, daily clippings of newspapers and magazines with the highlights of what has been happening. And sometimes I teach taking clippings from the beginning of the pandemic until now, so people understand what has happened. It's been very intense and very fast. Historically, we only understand by looking back. I took a first clipping of where people were getting information on the pandemic regarding COVID. It was from Anselmo Góes. It was a study in the second week of the pandemic. And he took what Google was doing. People were getting information within a website of a religious institute that said that all you have to do is pray so that you don't get infected. This was the most accessed website during the first 2 weeks of the pandemic. Many months later, Google did or carried out this survey again, and we see total gearing or direction towards the access of the proper information. So in a year, we've grown in terms of information and education on this topic, and we miss the opportunity of actually growing other topics. So we had care, primary care, diabetes, lack of management of technology evolution. So Brazil stopped to see what Anvisa was doing. Because they didn't know that Anvisa existed, not let alone that it would decide on a given theme. Many things have happened this year. It actually created a base for this education. And then to wrap up, we've come to our last minute. I've just received a few messages that we need to close. I'd like you to share a message of what you think is important for us to focus if we want to attain this goal of actually driving data integration as an important topic for our society. Before anything else, data is data. What matters is what you do with that. Information is fundamental. So when you say, I'm going to obtain data, what are you going to develop with the data? How are you going to support your life? How are you going to apply them? What are the motivations of production and ethics that you're going to use with the data? So there's a dialogue that is important with society that is necessary. Secondly, we will be here in 5 years' time, continuing in the current situation of not thinking about sustainability in the healthcare industry in the country. So rather than thinking about the obtaining of data, we should think about how we're going to survive this very delicate times that we're living, not only country-wise, but road-wide. If we say we need everything now. We need everything at this moment, and all priorities are at this minute. We simply are going to drown or sink. And let me give you a clear example of that. Look at the results of despair. I'm going to close in a minute, promise. The outcome of what happened in Manaus. It's a city in the middle of the Amazon jungle. There was a new strain of the virus, totally fortuitous to, not for the population, but also for the containment of the virus. It actually happened in a city that is totally isolated from the rest of the country, rather than having all the efforts driving everything from the country in terms of respirators, doctors, vaccine, and everything, all the rest, not only in terms of care, but also prevention, vaccine, and everything. But we actually received, due to legal measures, the requirement of exporting patients from Manaus. So there were approximately 700 patients taken from Manaus via air intensive care unit. And that's what happened. Perhaps we've saved 200 lives then, and then we killed another 50,000 throughout the country due to lack of coordination. These are data that should be analyzed, understood. Data are data. So you have to know what you're going to do with data from the standpoint of epidemiology. Data are data. So let's surround the nails and provide care and all the additional resources of the country to avoid that this is transported to the rest of the nation. That's exactly what we should have done. I don't need to say anything else after what Ilal said. It's perfect, absolutely perfect. Well, I'd like to thank once again for the opportunity of our being here, to thank you for the opportunity of being here with Ilal, to thank FIS for this initiative, and I think we've concluded. Thank you, Ilal. Thank you, Martha, and...
Essa aqui faz sentido. Como as pessoas têm coragem de compartilhar isso? Olha essa aqui então. Quem já teve Covid não precisa se vacinar. Tá errado. Bem que podia ser verdade. Assim a gente ia economizar muitas doses aqui no Brasil. Mas não. Mesmo quem já teve Covid precisa sim se vacinar. Isso porque existe sim casos de reinfecção confirmados, inclusive no Brasil. Então quem teve a doença precisa continuar se protegendo, usando máscara, higienizando as mãos e mantendo o distanciamento. As pessoas pensam isso porque comparam com outras doenças. O sarampo, por exemplo. A imunidade do sarampo induzida seja pela vacina ou pela doença dura por muito tempo, praticamente toda a vida. Mas com o coronavírus não é isso que acontece. Quem garante que quem já teve infecção vai ter uma boa qualidade de imunidade e memória imunológica? Eu respondo, ninguém garante, tanto que existem casos de reinfecção. O que a gente sabe são os riscos da doença. E isso, gente, não vale a pena. Por isso, mesmo quem já teve Covid precisa se vacinar sim. A vacinação é um dos instrumentos de maior impacto positivo em saúde pública no mundo. Aumenta a expectativa e a qualidade de vida. Alguns especialistas defendem, inclusive, que quem já teve a doença, ao se vacinar, tem uma melhor resposta imunológica. Por isso, tendo ou não sido infectado, quando chegar a sua vez, vacine-se. Eu vou me vacinar.
Nova pra ficar tomando remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity, a surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right. Once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science. In everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease. The best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
Assim como você, buscamos sempre os melhores resultados. Com atendimento altamente personalizado e extensa oferta de produtos e serviços. O BTG Pactual é o maior banco de investimentos da América Latina, com 37 anos de excelência e solidez. Esperamos proporcionar a vocês uma experiência diferenciada, uma assessoria única e uma plataforma tecnológica de ponta. Com o BTG Pactual Advisors, você tem na palma da sua mão uma moderna plataforma de investimentos e acesso a conteúdos exclusivos pela premiada equipe de research. Além de acompanhamento de seus investimentos em tempo real, com a segurança que a sua carteira exige. Nós sabemos da importância de uma assessoria personalizada, mesmo em um mundo tão digital. Por isso, seu assessor estará ainda mais próximo para fazer a gestão global de seu patrimônio. O melhor do BTG Pactual, aqui e agora para você. Seu patrimônio nas mãos de quem mais entende.
Promover saúde é transformar a vida das pessoas todos os dias. É o que as operadoras associadas à FENA Saúde vêm fazendo. levando saúde de qualidade a 26 milhões de beneficiários de planos e seguros privados de saúde. Sabemos que estamos no caminho certo quando 80% dos beneficiários se dizem satisfeitos e somos o terceiro principal item de desejo dos brasileiros. Hoje, 47 milhões de brasileiros têm planos de assistência médica e 24 milhões têm planos odontológicos. A saúde suplementar desonera o SUS, ajuda a economia do país a crescer e a gerar empregos. Por isso, é preciso investir constantemente no aprimoramento do setor. Queremos estar na agenda de reformas do Brasil. É hora de aperfeiçoar a legislação, promover acesso à saúde para mais brasileiros e permitir que mais pessoas tenham a opção dos planos privados num ambiente sustentável. Uma nova saúde suplementar é bom para todos.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência. Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
A Pronep Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Life Care já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2.000 pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joint Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica, investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos. Em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços. E no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Protector, Environmental Infection Control. Based on international best practices, so we can assure a clean and safe hospital environment, the Protector Advantage is about people, process and technology. Through education and management, it achieves expertly trained and motivated frontline cleaning staff committed to their vital role in eradicating hospital-acquired infections. Standard processes detail who is responsible for cleaning which items and areas and what products and techniques to use. Protector incorporates the latest, most effective, clinically proven cleaning and decontamination innovations from across the planet. And from assessment to auditing to analysis, it works with you to drive additional value from under-pressure financial resources, ensuring patients are kept free from harm so they can go home when they should. Protector, Environmental Infection Control from Sodexo. Your advantage in the fight against hospital-acquired infections.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento como o FIS são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Hello, a survey or a poll is being carried out. Point at the QR code at the corner of your screen to answer and participate, right? Yes, and now we will continue to talk about technologies. in our last panel of the day. The title is New Technologies to Change Health. Felipe Santos is our moderator, and Wilson Cardoso is Technology Director of Nokia for Latin America, besides Valmali Gerber Jr. from Acati and CEO of Brazil RAD, and Simon Fischel, founder and CEO of ProFam. And please don't forget to share in our social media. We love sharing with you with our hashtags KISS1 and KISS2. So let us start our next panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Felipe Santos, and I am honored to moderate this very important panel so that we can learn some more about our future. I am honored also to have very special guests, Dr. Simon Fischel, who will comment on some very interesting innovations that can greatly improve quality of life for women. Mr. Fischel had the privilege of working with a Nobel Prize winner, a British physician, on in vitro fertilization. So it's a very important player. He is greatly experienced in fertilization, and he will share what they are expecting for the future in that area. Very interesting. I also have the honor of having a scientist. At least to me, he is a scientist. We have Valmali. Besides being the CEO of Brazil RAD, he has been carrying out very interesting work with quantum computers, and he has a company that works with that, and we will hear how it will be able to impact positively the future of our health. And Wilson Cardoso, who is the CTO for Latin America and Brazil at Nokia, and he has developed very interesting technologies that can change the future of health, especially with the new 5G. He has also worked for Siemens in the past, and very great coincidence. We were colleagues at Duke University. We took MBA there in different courses, but in the same school. So I would like to begin by asking Valmali to explain to us what is this quantum computing that we hear a lot about. How can this impact the health segment and our lives? Thank you very much, Felipe. It's an honor to be with you in this panel discussing a very up-to-date topic, be it for a physical application or for more obscure situations. And this is also being used in Brazil. I also want to begin by thanking Josier and Rodrigo Villar, who I admire greatly. They are wonderful partners. This event is very top level. They are changing the paradigm for health in Brazil. Congratulations for gathering so many good people in one single event. Well, Felipe, the quantum computer today is in the same status of computers when they were created back in the 50s. HELIAC. It's a giant computer with 20,000 valves that used up absurd volumes of energy. So this computer today is in the same status of the past ones. The search now is the quantum processor that will process the information in a quantum manner. So our computers are quantum computers, of course, and the electron is a quantum phenomenon, and manipulating it uses quantum physics. Today, our computer works, or rather the math that it uses is an atom manipulation to process all the information, and we use it in the classical manner with bits, 1 or 0. So the combinations of ones and zeros form information, data, etc. The quantum computer, however, uses a physics phenomena called matter overposition. And therefore, it uses 1 and 0, but both at the same time. And this expands absurdly the processing power of the computer. Today, in order to have a result of a process in a classical computer, you have different equations, one after the other. The quantum computer operates simultaneously with all these results. Therefore, it expands enormously the results. So if you think about simulation for creating new molecules and new drugs, which take weeks of research in supercomputers, we believe that we will have a new paradigm to change this segment. Encryption will also be a segment that will be greatly impacted because encryption today is based on the factoring of numbers, and the computer can do this very rapidly. So if you a process that would take 10,000 years for a supercomputer to resolve, the quantum computer will solve it in 6 seconds. So summarizing, I know it might sound a little bit strange and different because we human beings aren't really prepared to understand quantum physics. But it's important to know that it exists and it can be manipulated. Now, from here to understanding it, that is something different for our limited knowledge. So from what I understand, we can expect an acceleration in the development of new drugs, right? Because it can simulate it instead of waiting for our practical tests. Actually, nowadays, before the drugs go to practical tests, they are simulated. But you're talking about combining atoms. Combining atoms involves a series of factors. When you make a computer simulation, as you raise the factors that influence the result, it makes it harder and harder for the computer to process. That's why it's so hard to reach or find a new molecule today. There are so many combination possibilities that the process is slow for the current processing methodologies. So the whole world is in the same status nowadays with regards to software. Now, coincidentally, Brazil, and this is very good news for us, Brazil is entering the global quantum race tomorrow. So why is Brazil joining this race exactly tomorrow? Because the first Brazilian quantum computer and simulator will be launched or inaugurated tomorrow at the Senai Tech company in Brazil, in the north of Brazil, Bahia, and Brazil will make these developments based on quantum simulation. This means that we will begin to produce software in the quantum language, which is not Java or any other language. It requires and demands programmers who are physicists, and therefore they will develop their mathematical studies with quantum technology. Then they will transfer it to the CIMATEC computer, quantum computer, and get the results. But we're still not talking about quantum supremacy. That would be a quantum computer that obtains results that are better than the classical supercomputer. But right now, we can at least test. So when we have the quantum advanced technology and only Google and China have it and have it demonstrated actually, so it's the Chinese government and Google. So when we finally have access to this quantum processor in the market, we will be able to get everything we're doing and throw it there. Obviously, this will not be an exclusively quantum process. The systems are hybrid, and I think that this will be the big thing. You will need, with these new quantum computers, you will need a different internet. But so Brazil is entering this race tomorrow, and here at the state of Santa Catarina, we are setting up a laboratory for quantum computing to attend to the market's needs. So tomorrow we are launching our partnership with CIMATEC's computer so that simultaneously we can develop solutions to input processes in that computer and extract results. So it's biotechnology in the area of molecules, in the investment area also for the financial market. That will bring many benefits with the speed of the market and encryption. The risk of the quantum computer for encryption is so high that there are entire graduation courses on quantum computing to protect the encryption of these quantum computers. Very interesting. And this leads me to another race we hear of today, which is the 5G race. We see companies investing in 5G around the world. Recently, there was an auction in Brazil, and the companies are getting prepared for it. But my questions are that we had 4G, which was an improvement of 3G. You can access larger files. You can see video on your smartphone. And many people ask me, what is the advantage or the benefit of 5G? Will the speed increase? What's the difference? So I would like you to, Wilson, to talk to us about this with all the knowledge you have from Nokia. What will 5G bring to us in the next 5 years? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to share this panel with you. I believe you have observed my backdrop. I am in a hotel in Brasilia right now and not in our office because we're here in Brasilia for the Communications Week. And we are displaying a 5G connected ICU unit, of course. And we are going to demonstrate it in this event. Now, what happens with regards to connectivity for society in 5G? 5G has some foundation blocks. The first one is exactly to bring more bandwidth and connectivity. It's like a continuity of 4G. We will go beyond 10 meg or bits per second, people popularly call 5 meg, to 10 meg, 100 megabits per second. We have already tested 4 gigabits per second of connectivity. I believe that Professor Fischel is using 100 megabits per second in his smartphone in Europe, but we see this revolution in speed. Now there's a second evolution that comes with 5G, which is low latency. Low latency, which is the time that a device needs to be processed in the network and return. And if you have any question about low latency, you can ask your teenage son or nephew or niece, because that's the problem they find when it takes them a long time to lose in the video game. And this is very important for us in health services. This mobile ICU that we are displaying today depends on a latency that is from 20 to 30 milliseconds, which will only be enabled by 5G. We have other points. Connectivity of millions of devices per square kilometer. Actually, we are working today to connect 1 million devices per square kilometer. When we finally are able to do that, we imagine that the price of connectivity per device will drop drastically. They will become much more cheaper. So you can monitor blood pressure, heart rate, and your everyday life with quantum computers in the hospital that will describe and monitor our life. Life will become much better. And this is a basic foundation of health, which is to help in prevention and not in correction. So when we focus on prevention, we can expand our life expectancy by 10 or 15 years, because we will be able to be controlled by physicians permanently, and they will recommend what kind of corrections and changes we have to make in our habits, nutrition, etc., so that we can have a perfect prevention for our health. This will be the revolution. One example is that in this mobile ICU that we are connecting with 5G, for each bed will have 10 megabits per second. The software that is being developed by partners here in Brazil, in the state of Paraíba, with the Federal University of Campina Grande, will monitor hundreds of hospitals and with hundreds of beds. So imagine how much data that is. Another application we are demonstrating is a robot that tries to bring medication, drugs, from a pharmacy and deliver them. We have already measured this in some places around the world. A nurse in a hospital walks 12 kilometers per week to bring drug to the bedsides. Is it the nurse's job to carry drugs around, or is it their job to be at the patient's bedside? Of course, the latter. And if you replace this function for a robot, it will be much more efficient. And you can also use robots for discarding materials, for example, and they can produce much more severe decontamination processes, and they will not be contaminated, and they will not bypass the decontamination process, and no mistakes will happen. So with that, we begin to envision all the possibilities that technology will bring to help us. And this will be brought by 5G. So it's not only the speed, it's a combination of three things: speed, low latency, and connectivity of more devices, all with greater reliability, of course, with the 5G connections. This is what we are bringing to different parts of the world. And here in Brazil, of course, we need these very important technologies. Wow, Wilson, so interesting. I've been working more and more with connectivity, and we will have the wearables, which will certainly improve our quality of life. And also this technology will probably do away with so many wires and cables in the ICU. The patient looks like a puppet with so many wires and cables. So this will certainly disappear in a near future. Now, what you mentioned about quality of life and extending patients' life, this is intimately connected to what Mr. Fischel will bring to us. Dr. Fischel has been working at ProFam in a technology to improve the quality of life of women. especially with regards to menopause. So, Dr. Fischel, please tell us what this technology can do and what benefits it will bring to our women in terms of quality of life.
Thank you, Felipe. And thank you all for the honor of inviting me here. We could do with 5G right now because I'm not sure whether you're experiencing the same latency I am, but I have about a 1 or 2 second delay, so I hope it doesn't upset your experience, but it's an honor for me to be with you. And to explain what ProFam really is about, it actually stands for protecting fertility and menopause. But the real basis of ProFam is about the issue of menopause. And what I decided to do when I brought in our pioneers and our world authorities with menopause protection concept is to look at what is being done at the moment for women with menopausal issues. First of all, let's just say that every woman has the menopause to look forward to. If they live long enough, of course, the menopause will happen. It is a biological event that occurs when the ovary no longer carries its pools of eggs. So a woman is born with all the eggs she'll ever possess, and they start to deteriorate over time. And that's when the menopause hits, when actually the ovary starts to run out of those eggs. We call it the ovarian reserve. It's the egg pool. And that tends to hit a woman around about the age of 50, 51 years of age on average. Now, what that brings in is a dramatic reduction in the production of her estrogen and also the progesterone. These are what are called the ovarian hormones, the ovarian steroids. They bring about her reproductive cycle, and they bring a lot of other benefits to her physiology, her hormonal function. And when that estrogen drops dramatically because the ovary is no longer functioning, we get to understand the menopausal symptoms. Now, if you go back about 150 years, most women, by about 10 years after childbirth, probably will have died. Whereas today, a woman will be in her menopausal period for maybe as long or longer than she was in her fertile period. She could be in the menopausal period for about 40 years. The menopausal symptoms, as we all probably understand, has a dramatic range. The very serious consequences can be a decline in cognitive function, the increased risks of cardiovascular disease, and the one that's commonly understood is osteoporosis. But there are many other very uncomfortable symptoms as well as those serious symptoms too. Of course, a woman loses her young, youthful skin. It gets dry. There are vaginal problems. There are sexual problems. There are sleepless problems, mood swings. There are many changes that come in the menopausal phase. And of course, a woman today of mid-40s to mid-50s is almost like the old 30s. They're young, they're active, some of them are still wanting children, and there's certainly many of them in high professional lives. And this causes an awful lot of issues for them. If we can largely say, on average, about a third of the women will just sail through the menopause and they'll not know what the fuss is all about. Another third of women will have significant problems with the menopause, and 2/3 of the women will be offered hormone replacement therapy. We call it HRT, which is a pharmaceutical estrogen and a pharmaceutical progesterone. They're not bioidentical products, and they're certainly not physiological. And the one thing that is absolutely certain, they're not delivered physiologically. When we produce our hormones, when a woman produces her ovarian hormones, we do it in lots of rhythmical ways. They can be what we call daily rhythms, diurnal rhythms, night and day rhythms. They can be pulsatile rhythms. They pulse over several hours, all in response to other hormones. We exist in a wonderful, exquisitely orchestrated system of interactions between all our organs and all our tissues and all our hormones. And when we lose that, when we start to give drugs in a manner that is a pharmaceutical way, then we lose the kind of natural physiology. Now, I decided that as good as chemistry can be and as good as pharmacology can be, actually, there is nothing more exquisite in functioning in that whole orchestra of hormones than the organ itself. We can do, I mean, look at what we heard today with 5G and with quantum mechanics, and all this is fantastic technology. But as yet, we can't actually create a kidney, a liver, a heart, an ovary that can do what that tiny organ can actually do. So for us to think about, can we provide a sort of menopause period protection, a physiological or natural HRT that the ovary and the body provides when the woman is in the premenopausal state in any other way than the ovary does? And clearly the answer to that is no. So for an individual woman, and for the massive healthcare costs of increasing menopausal age, for example, if you just look in Canada, the osteoporosis budget was something like $3 billion in about 20 years ago. It's now about $33 billion just for osteoporosis, because women are living longer and having menopause-related conditions. Never mind all the other conditions that menopausal clinics try to treat. So maybe we need to do a little bit better than, or offer something different to the hormone replacement therapy that we have. It's good, it helps a lot of women, but it's not perfect, and many women can't actually handle these hormone replacement therapy drugs very well. And you see clinics all over the world full of women who are trying to try a new one, or change a different dose, or try a different combination, because it's not quite working. So what if they could have their own hormones that were being produced before the menopause, at the point that they're about to transition into the menopause, and continue that for 5, 10, or 20 years into her menopausal period, not going through the menopausal state? We can do this absolutely naturally. But what, and this is for the clever people that came long before me. They've been doing it for children and women who are at risk of losing their fertility due to cancer and other diseases that will mean that their ovaries will be damaged or removed, and they will not have any ovarian function. Now, we now know from 20 years in cancer work that if you take an ovary and you cut it into very, very, very tiny slices and you freeze it, it will stay frozen for many years. It will keep that the eggs that it has, and therefore the ability to produce hormones, in a very good condition. And years later, it can be thawed out, transplanted back into the woman. She can produce eggs, her fertility is restored, and she can have children. For example, in one of my clinics, we treated a woman who, when she was 9 years old, she lost both of her ovaries due to cancer when she was a child. So she never went through the normal puberty, but she was given hormones. She married at the age of 19. Some of the ovarian tissue was transplanted back, and she then produced eggs. She had her first baby at 21. She's now had her second baby. So we know it works. To be able to produce those eggs, the woman is producing her hormones long before the eggs are produced, regenerating her hormones, and that graft of tissue can last many years. So I decided to join the dots when we formed ProFam and say, well, look, if we're now doing this worldwide, it's no longer considered experimental for cancer patients. Why don't we open the door and offer it as an opportunity for women to preserve the tissue for hormonal restoration, not just for fertility preservation? So we could transfer this frozen tissue as a graft back, not into the reproductive system, but we can transfer it anywhere. Under the skin. We could put it under the armpit if we wish. As long as it's attached to a blood supply, within 3 to 4 months, 95% of women will kickstart the production of hormones. And that graft can last for many years. And the way ProFam technology works is we remove 1/3 of the outer surface of one ovary only. We divide it up into tiny slices. And we should get 3 chances of transfer of the tissue. So the first slices will be transferred back. The woman's hormones will be produced. It may last 4 or 5 years. Then when that is slowly declining, we'll transfer another graft back, hopefully maybe lasting for 20 years. And we know that the removal of this tissue, even the removal of a whole ovary, doesn't affect a woman's normal fertility, because it's like 2 kidneys. The other kidney functions, the other ovary functions, and it doesn't reduce her time to going to the menopause. Maximally, it may reduce it by up to 1 year, even if you remove the whole ovary. And that's pretty insignificant if you're going to give her 10 or 20 years of her own individual natural hormone replacement. So the idea of ProFam is to extend that woman's period, not necessarily for fertility, but to replace the requirement of hormone replacement pharmaceutical agents with her own natural physiological hormone production.
Quite interesting, the ability that this project has of expanding, of improving the quality of life of women. I know because I've followed my mother going through this period, and it's quite critical, and for you to be able to do it in a more natural way, improving quality of life, this is fantastic. I'd like to take the opportunity, because I've actually mentioned to Lucier that I was going to have fun with this group, because we have a totally diverse group, each one with different backgrounds and different areas. That's the beauty of it, different visions to the same problem, and with that getting to solutions, and more interesting solutions. This is valid for a panel. You have different people looking perhaps at the same issue from totally different viewpoints. I have a question. With all my experience, I have over 18, 19 years in healthcare, and I see healthcare has a great challenge ahead in Brazil and also around the world. People, as Dr. Fischer said, are living longer, and they want to live this longer life with quality. I joke that I have turned 50 this year. The 50 are the new 40s. Today you get to the 50s as you would get to the 40s some years ago. But all of this has a price. If people live longer and people want to live their lives with quality, this increases costs to healthcare. You use the services much more. And I'd like to hear from each one of you. I'd like to ask each one of you the following. How do you see the technologies? How can these technologies help in this equation that healthcare is increasingly more used? How can we balance that? I'd like to start by asking Ramani how he sees this, and then I'll ask the others. Felipe, as professor Fuchs said, it's quite interesting. We're so used to having super high speed internet, men going to Mars, etc. If you don't have infrastructure or basic sanitation, most countries in the world, people don't have basic sanitation, don't have clean water or fresh water or drinking water. And healthcare is the citizen at home with their family. Healthcare is not hospital, it's not quantum technology to produce more drugs, to postpone citizens' life with low quality of life. Of course, living is priceless, but this is not the path. The path is prevention, is quality of life. But this is a bit away from our possibilities because we're talking about individuals. I think this conversion, this change comes from education at the basis. An education that provides quality of life with good eating practices, physical activity, regarding also approaches regarding stress. I think this is much stronger. It seems that it's much easier to have super innovative technology that somehow it's a sort of palliative to postpone the citizen's life than at the base to improve the citizen's life, to actually allow the citizen to get to, we're going to be a citizen at 80 with a profile of 50. But it's so used. But we're also talking about a small part of the population that can get to 50s with 40s features or 60s just like the 50s. Why? Because they were able to study, because they had a slightly differentiated life. It's not most of the population. In terms of technology, yes, of course, there are mechanisms to help. I visited Israel and actually Rodrigo Villar. We were on a mission together there, and we were so impressed. For 30 years, the information on healthcare have been stored. In Brazil, we're still digitizing, so moving from paper, but even creating mechanisms that copy paper in a digital way, not transforming things, using the data to get results, at least to pay for the bills. So for 30 years, they have health care information, they are digitized. So if I have a startup and I prove that I'm going to handle the information, create a solution that the government has mechanisms to give me the data sets and so that I can make analysis. Healthcare there is predictive. They know the history of my family. They know the health, the medical records of my parents. They know how much the healthcare of my son and my daughter will cost to the system. This is the path that technology can actually help. So they can approach a citizen and say, look, you have this medical health record. For example, they know the DNA, all the risk factors, everything is quantified. For example, breast cancer, but you're a smoker, the likelihood of your developing breast cancer is quite high. That's predictable. So technology can actually bring. So speaking of quantum computation, so what's interesting about this speech, one thing is, say, data. Israel, I think there are about 8 million inhabitants there. The other thing is analyzing data of 200 million inhabitants, which is the case of Brazil. We need to have robust processing. You have to have sound technology. We talk about big data, but intelligence is still part of the human being. They have to see the data, interpret the data, and ask the correct questions. And the computer would answer what we want within this scenario, with this significant amount of data. When we talk about preventive, predictive medicine, we have possibility of boarding quantum technologies to get to the results. But your question is quite challenging. Of course, this is my opinion, but there is an array that is quite diversified of opinions on this situation. We maintain the human being alive, in many cases with low quality of life, and turning the system significantly expensive. And this bill, at a certain point, will be unsustainable, especially when we think about those technologies getting to the market at amounts or values that are unaffordable. And then we move into this speech of, obviously, okay, fair enough. That drug for cancer is 2 million reais. How much does the citizen's life cost? But the company has developed a technology. They have a bill to pay for that development. It's easier to understand from this standpoint.
I imagine that sometimes decisions are not so easy to make, and they involve costs and life and how you quantify this. The more formulas you might have, it is very hard to come to the right one. And it also varies according to the kind of person. Of course, for each individual, the value is infinite, but it's something that maybe technology can help us with. And thank you for your views, and I believe that the wearables can also help us. So let us hear Wilson now. How do you see this aspect? How can you control and create quality of life, longer lives for people in a feasible manner? Well, Felipe, we already talked about the wearables and about how they can help all this process. And there is another point that Valmori touched upon, which is the amount of information that is produced. We have some stats from the United States, and the volume of data generated for the patients has grown from 2003 to 2020, 13 times. So it's an absurd amount, and we have a lot of information but very little knowledge produced from it. So if we are raising 13 times more patient information, imagine the cost of that. And many countries like ours have issues. Some statistics we have around the world, by cutting down on paper costs in the hospital, we can have a savings of $5 per patient per month. That is significant, and it would help in the total sum. But I am also very afraid of something that 5G proposes to help, which is the autonomous or self-driving car. We have millions of accidents with fatalities every year. So let's say that an autonomous car is responsible for 90 or 99% of these accidents. What is the ultimate impact on the health chain if we eliminate 98% of these accidents? First of all, of course, nobody can drive and drink or drive and be drugged, and nobody will drive at higher speeds. So if we eliminate 99% of that, the cost compared to the impact will be enormous. And the impact on pollution also and health in large cities is enormous. So all these impacts can collaborate to help the complete health system, which is ultimately is paying bills. The system needs to support all these bills and all these costs. All of them have to be paid for. It may be a critical and individual vision that I am expressing, but if you can help 20 million people in our country is different from caring for 8 million people in Israel. That, of course, it's much easier there than in Brazil, where simply to transport vaccines, you might have to travel 3 days by boat. And it's not a boat that has freezers. It It's a boat that depends on dry ice in an ice box, and you pray that it will arrive in good conditions. So we'll have the freezers to develop and to deliver vaccines in the Amazon. Well, we might reach that day once, but it's not close. So we need to think that the technology is more focused on our large cities. It's not very far away if the cities are in Israel, in the US, or in the UK. But we also have to think about the remote regions of our country and how they can have more access, and maybe how we can use telemedicine, tele-education, so that education can help in health. We know that many health problems come from lack of education, sanitation, for instance. So I see that we can have an optimistic prospect, and maybe by working with all these factors together, we can even extend our lives with quality, and maybe when we are 80, we will look like we are 40 or 50. One point that both of you mentioned and that is very important is inclusion. You will have people with access to technology and education who have healthcare since an early age, but you have a majority of a population in Brazil and around the world where you don't. And you're talking about 1.6 billion people. This is what they are going through. So what can you do in a smaller country where you have a well set up infrastructure, and a long-standing one is not applied to countries that have no infrastructure or where it is still being built. So these are major challenges. Very interesting point you raised. Now, Professor Fischel, I would like to hear from your broad experience, so many years working in a country where technology is already established and much more advanced. You also have a public health system that is similar to the Brazilian, but much more advanced. How do you see quality of life, longer lives, and costs? How do you think we will deal with that in the future?
So I think what has been said has been critically important to understanding that our global community, our different communities around the world will each have its different challenges. But in terms of the overarching question as to whether technology can improve human health, our magnificent biological machine that we own, that can live longer, but live longer more healthily, this I have no doubt can be achieved. But it's just, where can it be achieved, and what does it take to achieve it? It takes some very big features, I think. First of all, we have to clean up our world, because, as I mentioned, we live in a very polluted world, and the toxins are there. They're subtle. They build up, they affect our reproductive systems dramatically. We've learned that over the years. For example, most men's sperm count today are a third of their grandfather's sperm count, for example, because really due to the toxins in our environment. And that can be translated across all our endocrine systems, that they are being damaged. And that's our world. So we have to engage technology and politics and everything else to clean up our world, and there's a cost to that. But that's one pillar that I would say is extremely important. The other pillar is the predicted element of the ravages of nature. The reason we have medicine is because the natural order of things is that nature causes deterioration. And we provide medicine to try to aid the human condition, often to counteract what nature has done. Simple appendicitis, for example, would have killed somebody many years ago, but now it's nothing. But only because we have a process that deals with that ravaging of nature. Now, a lot of disease, we can get early predictive aspects. Now, there are two gentlemen with us this evening. They will bring their change to our world that will be unbelievable. One of the great aspects, the problems I think in the physicians have, is being able to make the right decisions in the right individual patient. And they can't hold in their head all the literature that's out there. They can't make those diagnoses from thousands of publications that they know are out there, and they've read a fraction of them. So that's what computing will bring. The sophisticated, you will look to the robot to diagnose and to suggest the treatment. And then you will have the connectivity that will provide the potential to predict that individual's condition by so many parameters that will be measured. But of course, you will need the third pillar, and we've all talked about this. There needs to be buy-in by the human being. We might be able to clean up the world for them, but if they're not going to pay attention to what we say is important for their lives, then they're still going to create their own individual damage. So again, there has to be that education that's really critical to that. But we are entering a world that is going to be extremely interesting. For example, patients today who go through IVF. There is now one company in the world, and it will expand, that is now offering patients the opportunity to have their embryos screened. Now, we've been screening chromosomes and genes in embryos for many decades now, but they are providing a health score on that embryo. And this will create, it has created ethical discussions. But if individuals want to do this, there is the opportunity to look at the choice of, say, 10 embryos, and we can only put one embryo back. You could choose one that has the highest health score, the lowest risk of diabetes, the lowest risk of cardiovascular disease, the lowest risk of several cancers. Now, people might say, well, to do it after IVF is one thing, but actually, if you had that information from birth, we know that in any aspect of healthcare, to be pre-warned is pre-armed. And if we are thinking about personalized medicine and individualized opportunity of treatment of drugs, for example, we need that information. And I think another area that quantum computing is going to revolutionize is the understanding of our genome and the understanding of our genome in relation to our health. So we can understand the risk factors of each human being through their genetics, through the other early predictive factors that they might produce due to our connectivity to them and their body. We hopefully will clean up our world, but all this is happening gradually, and it is making a difference. There are more and more people living healthier, longer. So it is happening. It's just that as a global world and as a global nation, the challenges are so different in each zone, in each area, in each small community. But it's there. We can see it. Anybody with any vision now can see that those possibilities are really there, and it will happen in some form or other. And thanks to the colleagues and the technologies of the colleagues that I've been listening to on this very program this evening, you know, these are the things that are going to make the difference.
Thank you very much, Professor Fischel. These were very wise words. Some of the things that you brought us.
I have seen, and I think the pandemic, and just like every major crisis, it generates great opportunities. If I'm not mistaken, the term for crisis in China also means opportunity. So I believe it generates great opportunities. One of the great opportunities coming up with this pandemic is greater union of countries on some topics. I think the environment is one of them. I am taking a course to become a board member, and I am a board member in some companies, and I've seen commitment of board of administrations in many companies that are concerned about the environment, things that they were not focused on and were not concerned. So they want people to talk about this topic. It's been growing not only on a government level, but also within private companies. It's a great effect to us because the governments can go to a certain point for private companies or initiatives to see the advantages, and when they act, the outreach is much greater. So we have seen those changes. So I think there is a huge advantage regarding data. We're still developing regulations as to how we can use the data, specifically genetic data, because they generate some ethical issues. When you start knowing when the person is more prone to developing certain diseases, couldn't this actually lead to increasing the price of the person's health insurance? So how do we handle the data in an ethical way? This is quite important. The regulation, I joke that it's just like quantum field, where as you develop the program, you're developing software. So you're collecting the data and you have to develop the regulation for it. Things are moving in parallel. So this is something that we're learning a lot, and this will certainly generate great benefits and will help change people's behavior, which is the most important thing. If we don't change people's behavior, we don't change the outcome. Einstein said a phrase that to me is my motto: crazy is doing the same thing and expect a different result. If we don't change, the results are going to be the same always. So, my friends, we're getting to the end of our time here. I'd like to take the opportunity and thank you very much for your presence. It's been a very enriching chat. A good day is a day in which you learn, and I will leave here with some friends, people that we can continue chatting about this in the future. I am passionate for this, and I can see that you are also passionate people, and let's keep in touch and perhaps meet in future panels. So I'd like to thank you for your presence, Dr. Simon Bishop, Wilson, and Valmoli, and thank you very much for your participation. And good evening to all of you, or even good night to you, sir, and great success to you all. And greetings to Josier and Rodrigo, who have had this wonderful idea to organize this wonderful event. Thank you very much indeed. So KISS 21 of today has reached its end. Tomorrow, we're going to have Richard Lenk-Medeiros, Chief Technology Pixel Shop, Meeting President of Sodex North America, CEO Home Care World, Roberto Godoy, Director of Corporate Solutions of Latin America and Canada of Abbott, amongst others. Amongst others. Now we're going to have our traditional live on our Instagram with the closing of the day. 5 points, panels we had today, super interesting debates, and don't forget to serve our social media trust where health is connected. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Do evento que mudará para sempre a história da saúde na América Latina. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KISS 21.